What if Deku set sail on the seas? Armed with the power of the Gomu Gomu no Mi.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Got Powers of Gomu Gomu no Mi in One Piece movie. Before we start, please go support LINZEF for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 0. Prologue. Izuku, 4 years old, and his mother were returning from the hospital. After the news that he did not have any quirk, Izuku was quiet and discouraged. One night, Izuku was in front of his computer watching his favorite hero, Almight, over and over again, saving civilians. His mother walks in and sees her son. Izuku turns around and with tearful eyes, asks her if he could be a hero. His mother just shook her head as they cried. 3 years later. It was a sunny day, and Izuku was returning from school with some bruises that Bakugo and some kids gave him while insulting him for not having a quirk. Sad and crying, he decides to run to the forest. Deep inside, he sits under a tree. Izuku. Crying why? Why Macy without a quirk? While he was crying, a floating green flame appeared in front of him. When Izuku noticed it, he moved away from the flame, but then he came closer and touched it out of curiosity. Izuku. Not hot. The flame moves away from Izuku, going deeper into the forest. The boy, a little scared, decides to follow it. After a few minutes, he reaches an open area with few trees, and in the middle of it, something surprised him. There was a ship that sank a long time ago. Izuku approaches to observe it closely. The ship had an image of a lion with its claws on the front, and on the back, it had something similar to an exhaust pipe, but made of wood. Above the ship, there were some tangerine trees. Izuku decides to go deeper into the ship. In multiple rooms, he finds maps, medical books, a library, and a room with many weights. Further inside, he finds a strange machine with some barrels that said cola. Izuku. This place is awesome with his star-shaped eyes. Yes, it is Joho. Izuku flinched at the sound of that voice and turned around to see a tall skeleton with an afro dressed in elegant attire. He didn't think twice and ran off the ship, but as he stepped out, a hand stopped him. Don't be scared, young man. After a few minutes Izuku regains his composure. Izuku. I'm sorry I ran away when I saw you bows. Don't worry. I thought my appearance wouldn't be scary in this day and age where everyone has unusual looks. What's your name, young man? Izuku. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Brooke. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. I'm Brooke, a former member of the Mugiwara. Izuku. Mugiwara. Brooke. Yes, that was the name of the pirate crew he belonged to. Izuku. Are you a pirate? Brooke. It was. Now I just take care of this ship waiting to be able to meet my friends. Izuku. Where are they? Brooke. In a place I can't go. By the way, what's a young man doing in this dangerous forest? Izuku tells him when he went to the hospital 3 years ago. Brooke. I see. Izuku. Yes, sobbing, I want to be a great hero and save many with a smile, he said, smiling while crying, even if I don't have a quirk. Brooke, hearing that, couldn't help but remember when his captain said, I'll be the next king of the pirates. Brooke. I see that nothing will stop you from fulfilling your dreams, so I will help you. Izuku Lovem confused. Brooke. Follow me. As he walked towards the boat, I have something that will help you in your dream. Izuku, still confused, followed Brooke toward the ship. They both arrived at a room, and Brooke began searching through the rubble until he found a small treasure chest. They then went outside the ship and sat on the grass. Brooke. This belonged to my captain, it's something I got after a long time, looking for someone who deserved it, he said while opening the chest, and from there he takes out a strange purple fruit with spiral designs on its shell. Izuku. Amazed, what is it? Brooke. This kid is the devil fruit called Gomu Gomu no Mi. If you eat it, you'll gain the power to become a hero. Izuku. Great. But are you sure you have it? Brooke. Of course, kid, that you have this power draws a smile on my face, even if I don't have lips. Joho. Izuku was happy to hear those words. Without hesitation, he bit into the fruit and ate it without thinking. Brooke. And what do you think? Izuku. It tastes horrible, making a face of disgust, but I don't feel anything different. Brooke. Give it a few minutes, it takes a while to activate. Come back tomorrow and we'll see if it worked, because it's already getting dark. Izuku nods and says goodbye to Brooke. Brooke. Sees how Izuku walks away. Reminds me a lot of you, Luffy. The next day after school, Izuku was about to enter the forest when he suddenly heard a girl crying. He approached the park and saw Bakugo and some boys hurting a green-haired girl. Leave me alone, Jiro. Bakugo. Shut up, girl. You're a villain and I'll stop you. Boy 1 and 2. Yes. You can do it, Hero Bakugo. Bakugo was about to use his quirk when suddenly Izuku's hand grabs his. Bakugo. Looks at Izuku. What do you want, Deku? Izuku. Leave her alone. He pushes Bakugo and stands between him and the girl. He was a little scared. Bakugo. If that's what she wants, accomplice of the villain. He throws an explosion directly at Izuku's face. When the smoke clears, the green-haired boy's body is seen in the same position, but without his head. This scared Bakugo, but when they look more clearly, they could see Izuku's neck stretching far behind him. The neck begins to retract, showing the green-haired boy's head with his eyes closed, approaching at high speed, hitting Bakugo's head directly. Bakugo. Lying on the floor, it hurts, damn Deku. Izuku. Ouch, what? It doesn't hurt as much as I thought. What just happened? Bakugo. Extras, hold Deku's arms. Tiled 1 and 2. Yes. The boys grabbed Izuku's arms, and Bakugo attacked him with a more powerful blast to the abdomen. Izuku closed his eyes. When the smoke cleared, only the green-haired boy's arms were visible. Bakugo and Kids 1 and 2. What the hell? They saw that the arms were stretched out and Izuku's body was in the air. Izuku opens his eyes and sees that he is in the sky with his arms stretched out. Izuku. This is the power of Brooke's captain, it's great. Izuku began to descend at great speed towards the children while his arms retracted. Taking advantage of the momentum, the green-haired boy lands a double kick on Bakugo's chest, pushing him away. The children let go of Izuku's arms and flee the park, leaving Bakugo alone. Bakugo. Damn nerd. He shouts and also leaves the park. Izuku looks at the green-haired girl with some dirt stains and few wounds. Izuku. Takes out a handkerchief and cleans the girl's hands. It's okay, don't worry about them, I doubt they'll bother you again. Shows a warm smile, making the green-haired girl blush. Blushing, I'm fine, Jiro. Izuku. Jiro. I'm glad. Smiles warmly. My name is Midoriya. Izuku while offering his hand to help her. Seiya. It's a pleasure. Midoriya takes Izuku's hand and gets up from the ground. I'm Seiya Asui, call me Seiya Jiro. Izuku. Okay, but you tell me. Izuku. Seiya. Okay. Thanks for helping me with those bullies, Izuku. You have an interesting quirk. Izuku. No problem, remember I had to see Brooke. I have to go, we'll talk later. Seiya runs away. Seiya. Whispering and slightly blushing, I hope so. Jiro, the young green-haired girl, was going home without noticing that she was carrying Izuku's handkerchief in her hand. But Izuku and Brooke. Izuku arrives at the ship and tells him what happened in the park. Brooke. I see, so the power of the Gomu Gomu no Mi has manifested. What do you think of the power? Izuku. It's incredible. I didn't feel any pain from Kaken's attack and my body was stretched. Brooke. Because now it's rubber. Izuku. Goma. Brooke. Yes. You're almost invincible now. My captain could bounce cannonballs back with his body and gunshots bounced off him. Izuku. Great. He said with an innocent smile. At that moment Brooke saw Luffy and the green-haired boy. Brooke. By the way, what are you going to do now that you have a quirk? Izuku. I will study hard and enroll at UA. Brooke. UA? Izuku. It's a prestigious school. They teach students there to become heroes. Brooke. Thought for a few seconds, then I will train you and teach you some skills of the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Izuku. Happy really? Brooke. Yes. From then on, every day after school, Izuku was trained by Brooke. For the first 3 years, Izuku managed to master his rubber body and learn Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd, and Gear 4th. Gear 4th took him another year. One day, Izuku decides to tell his mother that he got his quirk so he could train without worrying her too much. For another 4 years, Izuku manages to master 2 of the 3 types of hockey, observation hockey and armor hockey. Brooke explains that the 3rd hockey will awaken in time, although there are also possibilities that he does not possess it. Some time later. Izuku, 15 years old, had finished training with Brooke. Izuku. Thanks Brooke for training me. Brooke. Yojojojo no, thank you for letting me train you and for listening to the story of the Mugiwara. Come visit me from time to time. Hugs Izuku and the green-haired boy starts to cry a little. I would cry too, but I don't have eyes. Yojojojo. Izuku leaves the forest and returns home. Upon arriving, he greets his mother and eats dinner. He then goes to his room, filled with Almight posters and figures, and lies down on his bed. Izuku. I promise not to let you down. Brooke thinks and falls asleep. Chapter 1. Izuku was in a park. Izuku. Good, now in just a few days I can take the exam at UA, he thought happily. Izuku was writing some notes in his notebook about the new heroine Mount Lady, but suddenly an ash blonde-haired man snatches the notebook from him. Bakugo. Huh? What's this? He asks, but Izuku easily snatches the notebook from him. Izuku. Something that wouldn't interest you even if I tried. Bakugo was about to attack him, but sees that some heroes were patrolling, he decides to get away from him without doing anything else. Izuku leaves the park and walks calmly through a neighborhood until a villain, possessor of a quirk whose effect turned his body into slime, attacks him. "Your body is very useful to me, I'll borrow it," he said, jumping towards Izuku, but he disappears instantly. But what? Izuku appears behind the villain. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka screams, hitting the villain, but it has no effect. "Ahaha, physical attacks don't hurt me." Izuku. Then his arm shows how he makes a pumping motion on his arm and instantly his skin turns red and his body releases steam. Then he disappears and reappears above the villain. Gomu Gomu no jet pistol. The quick blow causes some damage. Izuku steps back a bit. Gomu Gomu no jet gatling. Multiple attacks disarm the monster, leaving pieces of slime everywhere, defeating it. Suddenly someone falls from the sky. "Don't worry, everything's fine." "Because what?" he said upon seeing the scene. A defeated villain and a young man steaming. A young man sees who appeared. Izuku. "Almight. Please give me your signature." Deactivates gear 2. Sure, young man. Just give me a moment. Almight quickly captures the villain and seals him in a bottle. "What's your name, young man?" Takes the green-haired man's notebook. "Izuku. Midoriya Izuku." Okay, here you go." He hands him the notebook. "Take care, young Midoriya," he said, and then jumped away. Almight. That young man is impressive. He has the potential to be a hero, sees that his body was emanating steam. "Damn, I'm reaching my limit. I must find a place to rest." He began to look around and found the roof of a large building. Perfect, heading there. Because my leg feels heavy." Looks at his leg and finds an elephant clinging to it. "Young Midoriya." Izuku. "I wanted to ask him some questions," he said with difficulty since the air blew in his face and inflated his cheeks. They both arrive at the building and returns to his skeletal form. Izuku saw him in that form and was surprised, then proceeded to explain to him about the wound caused by a fight and that he could only be a hero for 3 hours. After hearing the story, Izuku became sad and then promised not to mention what he explained. Saw sadness in the young man and told him not to worry about it, then left first and left Izuku thinking about everything that happened. Then he got off the building. While walking through the city, Izuku was writing in his notebook about some heroes he met along the way, but then he heard some explosions and saw a large group of people gathered in an alley that was slightly on fire. Izuku decided to get closer and saw that it was a confrontation between heroes and villains. Izuku. That villain is the one who tried to kidnap me. But how? All Might had captured him, remembers what happened with All Might. "Oh no, when I held onto him I dropped the villain. This is my fault." Izuku looks closely at the villain and sees that he had captured someone. That uniform and that Quirk Kaken, that is Bakugo's nickname given by Izuku. Izuku was watching everything in slow motion while he thought about what to do. If he tried to help him, the police could arrest him for using his quirk, but if he did nothing, Bakugo would suffer the consequences. Izuku. The alley is on fire and the heroes can't get close or attack since he has Kaken hostage. Thinks for a few seconds, "What the hell am I doing? There's no time for this." Izuku runs towards the villain without thinking. But the villain. "Don't worry, kid, after 45 seconds you won't feel anything," he says while covering Bakugo's mouth to drown him. Bakugo. "Damn, I can't move." The villain notices a child approaching him. Villain. Recognizes him immediately, but what? Izuku. Gomu Gomu no activates gear 2 as he approached the villain. Villain. "Oh no, not again." Activates Bakugo's quirk and launches an explosion towards the green-haired man, but he dodges it at the last second. "No." Izuku. Jet pistol. Screams and a quick attack causes the villain to release Bakugo. A little Kaken takes the blonde's hand and tries to get him away from the villain, but he still held him. Villain. "You won't do it." He grabs Bakugo again and tries to grab the green-haired boy. But then a fast-moving figure moves towards the villain. Civilian. What was that? Civilian 2. Wait. It's him. Detroit. Smash. Launches a hook towards the slimy villain, shattering him into thousands of pieces. The powerful attack also changed the weather. What was once sunny turned rainy due to an attack. While All Might was receiving the reporters, several heroes were talking to Bakugo, but others were scolding Midoriya for taking risks. All Might saw the green-haired boy. "I hope you go to UA Midoriya Shonen. You have potential." At Midoriya's house. Izuku had arrived home and was greeted by his mother's hug. She had seen the news and been very worried, but now she was reassured that Izuku was safe. After eating and telling him what happened, Izuku went to rest for the big day tomorrow. Time skip. Exam day. Izuku had woken up early, there were still a couple of hours left until the exam started, so he went to see his teacher and friend. He went straight to the forest where he trained, and when he arrived he began to hear a beautiful melody, and there it was, Brooke was playing his violin, a pirate's song. Note. The song is called Bink's Ache. Izuku felt happy and calm because of the melody. He got close enough for Brooke to notice. Brooke. Oh Izuku, how are you? I thought your exam was today. Izuku. I came to visit him before leaving and learn more about my power. Brooke. Thoughtful for a few seconds. I forgot to mention a couple of things. Come, sit down. They both sit on the grass. Brooke. Okay, Izuku, before I tell you that, I must tell you that I'm sorry. I forgot to mention this when I gave you this power. Izuku. Confused. Okay. Brooke. Sighs. When you eat a devil fruit like the Gomu Gomu fruit you gain a power, but everything has a cost. Izuku, you can't go into the ocean. Izuku was a little surprised. Brooke. If you get into the ocean, your body will lose strength and you will sink like a hammer, and when you die, that power will pass into a perfectly ripe fruit and take the image of the one you ate. Izuku. I understand. Brooke. One more thing. Your body will be immune to bullets and resistant to physical attacks, but not to sharp objects. Understood. Izuku. Hi. Brooke. Good. Look at the time. He looks at a pocket watch. You should go to the exam. Izuku. That's true. Thanks Brooke for everything. Runs to hug Brooke. He hugs him back. They part ways. Bye. Runs to UA. Brooke watched his student walk away, smiling. Although he doesn't have lips. Brooke. Shivers. Brrrr. I suddenly felt like someone copied my sense of humor. Chapter 2. Midoriya. Izuku was in front of the UA in his uniform, ready to take the exam, but when he took his first step, he tripped over nothing and was about to fall. Izuku. Good way to start, he thought while closing his eyes to wait for the impact. He waited a few seconds and when he saw that the impact didn't come, he opened his eyes, noticing that he was floating. I'm sorry to use my quirk, but I didn't want you to get hurt, said a young woman. Release. Izuku stopped floating and turned to see his savior, a young brown-haired girl. Well, I'm leaving. He walks away. Take care and don't trip again. Enters the building. Izuku. How kind, he thought and walks towards the building. The UA entrance exam consists of the following parts. Written and practical. After the written exam, the candidates headed to a fake city on UA grounds for the practical exam. Izuku arrived with the others dressed in a light blue tracksuit jacket, matching pants, and his classic red shoes, just like in the anime. There, they met a professional hero. Present Mick. PM. Everyone say HEYY. Insert cricket sound XD. PM. Okay, I'll explain now. You have 20 minutes. Within this city, there are 3 types of robots, each with a number indicating their value. Defeat enough robots and get a good score. Any questions? Hi. A young man with glasses raises his hand. In the brochure they indicated 4 types of robots. I hope this is not a printing error. PM. You're right, young man. There's a robot worth 0 points, it'll be in charge of hindering you, so avoid it. Thank you very much, he says, bowing exactly 90 degrees. PM. Anyone else? Okay, head towards the doors to get started. Everyone headed toward the large door. Everyone was excited, especially a green-haired man who seemed to be jumping with excitement. Izuku. It's about time. The doors were opening. PM. Okay, before we start I want to give you some advice. Keep going, never give up. Present Mick continued speaking. As everyone listened, the doors opened completely, then Izuku began to run towards the robot villains. Some students were surprised by the green-haired man's action. PM. What are you waiting for? There won't be a countdown in a battle royale. Go go go. All the young people headed toward the fake city, passing through robot remains. The young people quickly began to search for and defeat the remaining robots. 15 minutes later. Midoriya was resting on the roof of a building. Izuku. Phew, thank goodness I managed to get 50 points and there were only 5 minutes left. I'd better get some rest. In an observation room. Midnigth. What do you think of the students, director? He directed his question to a rat, dog, bear, whatever. Nezu. They certainly have a lot of potential, especially 2 students. What are their names? Pointing to a green-haired young man and another one who was throwing explosions at all the robots. PM. The green-haired boy's name is Midoriya Izuku and his quirk is Gomu Gomu, as he calls it. His body is made of rubber, which allows him to attack from long distances and return any shot he receives. Almight. Awesome. PM. The second is Katsuki Bakugo, his quirk is explosions. He creates nitroglycerin from his sweat glands, which allows him to launch powerful explosions. Nezu. I see. Looks at his watch. I think it's time to send the obstacle. Presses a button. But Izuku. The green-haired young man was lying on the roof about to take a nap when an idea crossed his mind. Izuku. Now that I remember, didn't Present Mick say there would be a 0-point robot? Suddenly, a tremor hits the CF. Izuku gets up and sees the 0-point robot appear. It was 20 meters tall. Izuku. This is too much. Young man 1. Run. Young man 2. Worth 0 points. You have to run away. All the students were running away. Izuku was about to do the same when he heard something near the robot. Help. I'm trapped. Izuku tails and sees at the robot's feet the kind young woman who helped him at the entrance trapped in a pile of rubble. Izuku. Oh no, she's in danger, looks around and sees that no one was helping her. Here I go, hold on. The girl turns to see Izuku, who was on the roof. Izuku jumps quite high in the robot's sight. All the applicants and pro heroes were watching him. The green-haired man stretches his arm behind him at a great distance. Young man. Plans to attack the robot. Young man 2. He's crazy. To the robot, he's just an ant. YOUNGSTER3. Don't do it. He won't give you any points even if you beat him. The green-haired man ignores the comments he could hear. The fist he had previously stretched out was already quite far away. Izuku. Gear third Hone Fusum bites the thumb of his other hand and begins to blow, sending all the air towards the stretched fist, creating the fist of a giant. Consequently, the air that passed through his body completely ripped the clothes that covered his torso. Everyone present was left speechless. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no giant pistol. Screams, launching the attack directly at the robot. Mom is going to kill me for destroying my clothes. The impact of the attack created airwaves, like All Might attacks, strong enough to send a couple of applicants flying. The robot only recoiled from the attack, but it gave Izuku enough time to pull the girl out of the robotic villain's way, carrying her princess style. Izuku. Are you okay? Nervous and blushing, yes. Izuku leads the young woman away from the robot, but it began to follow them. Izuku. Izuku thinks I got it, okay. He stops and puts the young woman down. Run away, I'll stop the robot. Ages, but how? She asks somewhat nervously as she tried not to see Izuku's perfect body. Izuku. Like this, Izuku grabs a couple of light poles and starts to back away. Gomu Gomu no rocket. He shouts, launching himself towards the robot. Observation room. Midnight. What are you doing? He's going to kill himself. Nezu stares at the screen, as does All Might. This confused the other two. But Izuku. He was flying straight toward the robot. In midair, Izuku spins to point his feet at the robot, but positions the tips of his feet together to form a point. He then covers his feet with Busashoku Haki. Note. Busashoku Haki, or as I mentioned in the previous chapter, armor color, allows the user to use their spirit to create armor by coating the limb or object with something resembling black metal. Use Tetsutetsu's quirk as an example. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Yari. He shouts and hits the robot's torso, piercing it. The robot explodes from the green-haired boy's attack. Lands. Well, I destroyed it. Why do my feet feel hot? He notices that his shoes were destroyed. Damn. My favorite red shoes. On speaker, time's up. It was heard all over the place. Some candidates eyed quietly, while others were nervous. Then a little old lady appeared from among the students and approached the brunette. Young man 1. Whispering, look, it's Recovery Girl, the healing heroine. RGE. Are you okay? Asks the brown-haired girl. I just twisted my ankle, but I'm fine. Could I see if the guy who saved me is okay? RGE. Gives her a kiss on the cheek, healing her. I think she's fine. Look. The young woman turns her gaze to the robot, and next to it appears Izuku in only his pants, showing off his perfect body. This made many girls blush, including the brunette. RGE. Young man, what happened to your clothes? Izuku. Embarrassed, scratching the back of his neck. Haha, I used my quirk and accidentally destroyed my clothes. RGE. And your shoes? Izuku. Same. He kept scratching his neck, but don't worry, I brought spare clothes in case this happens. RGE. Okay. Everyone who isn't hurt can go home. Everyone else, come closer. Time skip. Night at Izuku's house. Izuku was in his room wondering whether he passed the exam or not. But suddenly his mother interrupted his thoughts by entering his room. Inko. Izuku, a letter from UA arrived. Hands him the letter. Let me know how it went. Leaves the room. The green-haired man opens the letter and the hologram of All Might appears. I appear in a hologram. Izuku breaks out in an anime-style sweat at the presentation. Young Midoriya, you not only got the highest score on the written exam, but you also got first place on the practical exam. The green-haired man's score appears. Combat. 50 points. Rescue. 60 points. Other heroes and I were closely observing the exam, and you showed what a hero does in situations like this. So Midoriya Izuku, you've been accepted into UA. Classes will start in 3 days. You'll attend class 1 degrees A-OK, that's all plus ultra. The hologram turns off. Izuku was shedding tears after hearing All Might's words. The green-haired boy came out of his room and jumped up to his mother, hugging her while telling her he passed the exam, causing her to cry too. After the emotional moment and dinner, Izuku went to sleep happily, since in 3 days he would take the first step towards fulfilling his dream. Chapter 2.5. One day before the start of UA. Izuku was training on the sunny go while Brooke watched him. Brooke. Okay, enough. Izuku stops his training and approaches him. I see that you have mastered your power and hockey. Izuku. Hi, he thinks for a few seconds. Can I ask you something personal? Brooke. Of course, Izuku. Izuku. What happened to the Mugiwara? Brooke was silent for a few moments. Brooke. What do you mean? Izuku. They're not dead. Brooke. Izuku. Brooke. I never said they died. Izuku falls to the ground in I'm style. Izuku. Gets up, but you said you were in a place where you couldn't go. Brooke. Yojojojo, I forgot to tell you that. Izuku. You forget a lot of things. Brooke. No, it just so happens the writer is writing this on the fly. Izuku looked at him, confused. Forget it. I'll tell you what happened. Nara Brooke. It was a sunny day like any other. We were sailing for a few days on the open sea without any problems. Everything was the same as yesterday. I was playing my violin, Chopper and Usopp were fishing, Frankie was repairing the coup of burst, I don't know if it's spelled correctly, Zoro was training non-stop, Sanji was serving Nami and Robin some refreshing drinks while they relaxed, and our captain was sitting at the front of the boat. Everything was going perfectly until they appeared. Izuku? Who? Brooke. Kurohige's crew. Everyone was present, even their captain. There was no way to escape them, so we faced them. The battle lasted quite a while. The weather turned torrential. We managed to defeat the entire crew while Luffy faced Kurohige. We couldn't get close. Izuku. Kurohige had a devil fruit. Brooke. That's right. The power of that fruit allowed it to neutralize the powers of other users and steal them. Izuku was surprised. Izuku. And then what happened? Brooke. The worst. He defeated Luffy and took his power. We were terrified, but Zoro attacked mercilessly, wounding Kurohige. Then the rest of us attacked with our best moves and defeated him, but at the last second, Kurohige blew up part of his ship. We fled with the badly wounded Luffy and we narrowly escaped. Izuku. And what happened to Kurohige? Brooke. He died and all the powers he stole went to look for fruits to live in. Izuku. Incredible. And how did you find the Gomu Gomu no Mi? Brooke. That was a stroke of luck. Days after the fight, Sanji was about to make an apple dessert and… Flashback. On the sunny go. Everyone was busy with their respective activities until a scream came from the kitchen. Sanji. Guys. Come see this. Everyone ran to the kitchen. Nami. What's wrong, Sanji? Sanji. Look, shows a peculiar looking fruit in his hand. Robin. That's it. Usopp. It's an Akuma no Mi. Luffy appears in the kitchen. Luffy. What's up, guys? Looks at Sanji's hand. Hey, where did you get the Gomu Gomu fruit? Chopper. Takes the Akuma no Mi. This is the Gomu Gomu no Mi. Luffy nods. Sanji. Great. You'll get your power back. Luffy. I don't want it. Everyone except Luffy. What? Usopp. Dude, did you hit your head? Luffy. No. Chopper. Did you get sick? Luffy. No. Nami. Then why? Luffy just smiled and left the kitchen. Brooke. Takes the Akuma no Mi. I'll keep this in a safe place. Everyone except Brooke agreed with Brooke's idea. End of flashback. Izuku. I wonder why he didn't want to have this power again. Brooke. It's something I could never figure out. Izuku. And then? Brooke. Izuku. You were going to tell me how you got here. Brooke. True scratches the back of his neck. Izuku facepalmed at Brooke's answer. It's kind of funny. Days after we found the Akuma no Mi, we were approaching an island when Nami warned us of some severe weather changes. The rains were heavy and the ocean became frantic. Suddenly a whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. We were going to use coup of burst, but Frankie said it didn't work yet. We entered the whirlpool and one by one they fell off the ship. I saved myself by holding on tightly to the mast. The Sunny Go went straight into the whirlpool and before I knew it I appeared here 9 years ago. Izuku. 1 year before meeting him. Brooke. Since then I waited for my friends to find a way to see us again. I narrate. Brooke began to shed tears. Izuku hugged him, comforting him from the pain of not seeing his friends for so long. Izuku. Hey Brooke, what was that song that was playing before trying to change the subject? Brooke. Oh, did you like the song? It's called Bink's Ache. If you want, I can teach you how to play it. Izuku. Really? Brooke. In fact, I'll teach you how to rock several instruments, what do you think? Izuku. Hi smiles. Then Brooke taught him to play every instrument he knew until they were worn out and his fingers hurt. Izuku. Complaining of pain, this is worse than training. Brooke. Yo-ho-ho, but you surprise me, young Izuku. You've learned to play 3 instruments professionally in just one day. Izuku. It's because you make it so easy, smiling happily, making Brooke blush. How can he blush if he doesn't have cheeks? Brooke. Yo-ho-ho, I'll never know. I think you should go home now. I don't think your mom would like you to be late. Izuku. Okay. Why don't you come to dinner with us? My mom will be happy to meet you. Brooke. Are you sure? Izuku nods. Then they both went to the green-haired boy's house. Upon arriving, Izuku's mother was surprised to see Brooke. He was just as Izuku described. Inko let them both in and Izuku set the table. The 3 of them had dinner without problems, while Brooke told Inko about his adventures with the Mugiwara, causing her to have a wave of emotions, happiness, sadness, etc. After dinner, Brooke put on a small concert with his violin, while using his powers to create illusions and many colors that decorated the house. Both green-haired boys were surprised by the show Brooke put on. Later that night, Brooke said goodbye to both of them and went to Sunny go to rest. Inko made her son go to bed early since tomorrow would be the big day. Chapter 3. It was dawn and in the dining room of an apartment was our good green-haired friend having breakfast because it was the long-awaited day, the first day at UA. Due to the excitement, Izuku had woken up before his mother, so he also made some breakfast for her. When Inko woke up there was already an hour left before classes started. Izuku said goodbye to her and went to school. He decided to use Gear Second to master it better and jumping on the roofs so that the heroes, who were patrolling, would not scold him for using his quirk without permission. In 40 minutes Izuku had arrived at UA and decided to enter the building, but he encountered a problem. Izuku? Damn. I forgot to check where my classroom is. The green-haired man searched for 10 minutes without success. A student who was passing by approached him. Excuse me, did you get lost? Asked a young orange-haired girl. Izuku? Nervous, why yes. I'm looking for room 1A. 1A? Follow me. I know where it is. Izuku? Thank you. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Kendo. A pleasure. I am Itsuka Kendo, I studied in class 1B. They both walked together while talking about trivial things until they reached a pair of classrooms with large letters 1A and 1B. Kendo. Here we part ways, it was a pleasure meeting you. Izuku. Likewise. After saying goodbye Izuku approaches the door, but before opening it, he hears a familiar voice. It can't be. Opens the door. Kaken. Bakugo. Stops arguing with a young man with glasses. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? Don't ignore me and stop putting your feet up on the desk, it's disrespectful to the heroes who came before and to those who made it. Bakugo. What's that? Looks at the green-haired boy again. What are you doing here? Izuku. I came to realize my dream of being a hero, like everyone else. Ignores Bakugo and goes to the young blue-haired man. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Lita. A pleasure, I'm Tenya Lita. While they were talking a brown-haired girl approached them both. It's you. Izuku. Turns to look, she's the kind girl. Uraraka. I'm Uraraka Ichako, I couldn't thank you for saving me from the robot. Izuku. I remember. You don't have to do it, I did what anyone would do. While the 3 were getting to know each other, a green-haired girl with the characteristics of a certain amphibian looked at Izuku. Could it be? He was about to try to get closer, but suddenly an adult with a sleepless face appeared from a sleeping bag. Izawa. Not keen. Fine, if you want to make friends you'd better get out of here. My name is Shota Izawa and I'll be your teacher. For now. Takes out a UA sports uniform. Put this on and follow me. The students, after putting on their sports uniforms, followed their teacher to the schoolyard where he explained that they would be taking the usual school physical tests, only now they would apply their peculiarities, quirks. Izawa. You points at Izuku and he looks at him expectantly. You got the highest score on the practical exam. Come closer. Everyone stared at the green-haired boy in amazement. He ignored their stares and approached the teacher, who handed him a ball. Izawa. Remember to use your quirk. Izuku nods and activates Gear 2, causing his skin to turn pink and release, surprising the spectators. He then threw the ball with great power. Izawa. Looks at the tablet with the results. 1000 meters. Everyone except Izuku. 1000 meters. Mina. It looks fun. Hiroshima. Saigo yo. Izawa. You think it's funny, so I'll tell you that the last place will be expelled. Everyone looked at the teacher in terror. Izawa. Okay, let's get started. Jump test. In this test Izuku tied for first place with a certain frog-like girl. Izuku. Seeing the girl is it. Time trial. It consists of covering a short section of the track in the shortest time. 3 students excelled in this competition. Izuku Midoriya, 2.5 seconds, used Gomu Gomu no rocket. Lita Tenya, 3.0 seconds. Itsuki Bakugo, 4.3 seconds, used explosions. After a couple of complaints about an explosive gray-brown pressure strength test, Izuku stood out. He shattered his gauge by using too much force, leaving a result of 1.5 tons. Author's note: Midoriya is 2/3 of Luffy's strength due to training. Long jump, Izuku wins. Long side jump, Mineta wins. Launch test. In this test Uraraka stood out with a distance of infinite. Izawa, Midoriya, 2 turno. Izuku, huh. But if I launched already. Izawa, it was a demonstration shot. Do it again, but this time for real. Izuku prepared to throw again. Everyone looked at the green-haired boy intently. Izuku, here I go. His body uses gear second again and stretches back his arm with the ball. Everyone except Izuku. Impressive. Izuku throws the ball, creating a slight air pressure. Everyone looked up at the sky, where the ball disappeared from sight. Izawa, 2,000 meters. Mina, incredible. Hiroshima, his quirk is very manly. Clenching a fist. Minutes later. Izawa, okay, these are the results. 1 Midoriya Izuku. 2 Bakugo Katsuki. 3 Todoroki Shoto. 20 Mineta Midori. Mineta, Nuo. Izawa, oh, by the way, the expulsion was a total lie. All. Izawa, it was just a trick to get them to do their best creepy smile. All. What the hell? After the quirk demonstration, everyone went to the cafeteria. Everyone was quietly eating lunch in their social groups. In Izuku's group, Uraraka and Lita were surprised by the amount of food he had, equivalent to 10 people. Uraraka, how can you eat all that? With an anime-like drop of sweat on her forehead. Lita, it certainly is a lot of food. Izuku, stop eating, I eat too much because I use gear second. When I use it, my metabolism increases, increasing my speed and strength, but it consumes excessive nutrients and energy. So I eat all this to recover them, continues eating. Lita, impressive. You certainly have a lot of power, moving her arms like a robot. Uraraka, hey, addressing the green-haired boy, why does Bomberman Bakugo XD call you Deku? Izuku, finish eating, that's what Kaken calls me to degrade me because I awakened my quirk at age 7. Uraraka, but you know, I like the name Deku on you. It gives off a never give up vibe, you know. Izuku smiled upon hearing her. Izuku, thanks. Uraraka smiles, making Uraraka blush. Are you okay? You turned red, do you have a fever? He approaches and puts his hand on her forehead, making her blush and release steam. Uraraka, red like Kirishima's Harry. Izuku, Uraraka. Lita, I think she's not well, I'll take her to the infirmary. Izuku, okay. Lita takes Uraraka to recovery girl, leaving the green-haired boy alone. But then a young woman approaches. Kendo. Midoriya-kun. Izuku. Hola Kendo-san. Kendo. What happened to your friend? Izuku. I don't know, really. One moment she's fine, and the next she's blushing. It must be a fever. Kendo. What will it be? What did you tell him before? Excuse me, can I borrow Midoriya for a second? Asks a young green-haired girl, but she doesn't give him time to answer and takes him out of there, and they sit at another table. Ibara. Are you okay with Kendo? Kendo. Yes, what's going on here? But Izuku. Izuku. Releases his grip. What's going on? Don't you remember me? Kiro. Izuku. Kiro. Akaso Tsuyu. Tsuyu. How long? She didn't finish speaking since Izuku surprised her with a hug. Izuku. I'm glad you're okay, I thought Kaken hurt you later. Tsuyu. Slight blush. Don't worry, Kiro. After you saved me, he didn't bother me again. Hug reciprocated. After that, they started talking about various topics until the next class, which, to everyone's surprise, went normally. After a very surprising first day for our rubber protagonist, Izuku returned home to rest. Chapter 4. It's a new day, and our green-haired friend was walking calmly towards UA, since he had plenty of time. He approached a crosswalk, waiting to cross. While he waited, he saw a boy playing with a ball on the other side with his mother, who was on the phone with a client. The boy's ball slipped and rolled into the middle of the intersection. He didn't hesitate to cross even though the lights were red. When he reached the ball, the boy and Izuku saw a cargo truck approaching. The driver tried to brake but couldn't make it in time, so Izuku jumped and put himself between the boy and the truck. Izuku. Honfusen said while biting his thumbs, inflating both hands. But due to the little time he had before the truck hit them, he only managed to inflate it to the size of Almight's arms. When he finished inflating them, he stretched his arms out in front of him and stopped the truck abruptly. The impact caused the sleeves of his uniform to tear. After receiving thanks from the mother and the child, Izuku runs towards UA. Minutes later. Izuku arrives at his classroom and upon entering, he sees that his classmates have noticed the state of his uniform. His friends approach him to ask what happened, but then Professor Aizawa arrives. Aizawa. Silence, he said, and activated his quirk, making his hair float as well as the bandages on his neck, and his eyes had a reddish glow. Everyone seeing that went to their places. Izuku. I see why he looked familiar, he's the underworld hero Eraserhead. Aizawa. Reluctantly, today's class will be taught by another teacher, he said as he got into his sleeping bag. All. Who will it be? Izuku felt with Kenban Shoku Haki a presence approaching. Almight. Ha 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 ha. Everyone. Maybe it is. Almight. Here I am coming in like a normal person. Almight. Toru. So the rumors were true. Seiya. Her outfit is from the Silver Age. Okay, I'll teach the hero training classes. And today we'll do mock battles. You'll wear your hero suits. Briefcases with numbers are coming out of the wall. Go to the mini-city. NDA, author's note XD. I don't remember the name of the place where they train, so I called it mini-city. Anytime skip. Don't forget, from now on you are all officially heroes. All the students appear in epic fashion with their costumes. Izuku. Wait. Finally, Izuku appears with his hero costume, which consisted of a dark green strapless shirt and shorts of the same color, same design as his anime manga costume, but without the arm and leg accessories, a red belt, like Luffy's 2 years later, and his classic red tennis shoes. Uraraka. Deku. Your suit looks great. Scratches the back of her neck, mine's a little tight. Izuku. Not at all, your suit looks fantastic on you, he says, making Uraraka blush a little. Mineta. Hero class is the best, gives a thumbs up. Izuku. Huh. Everything happens like in the manga anime, with All Might explaining what today's class is about. The teams will be chosen by lottery, takes out a box from who knows where. The teams are A. Midoriya and Asui. B. Todoroki and Shoji. C. Yaoyorozu and Mineta, thumbs up. B. Lita and Bakugo. B. Aoyama and Ishido. F. Ejiro and Hagakure. D. Tokoyami and Uraraka. H. Koda and Satu. I. Kaminari and Jiru. D. Siro and Kirishima. Places his hands in 2 boxes, heroes and villains. Those who will face each other first are Team A against Team D. A short time later, Lita and Bakugo were inside the building taking care of the bomb, while Izuku and Seiya were outside the building with some plans in their hands. Seiya. Remembering all this will be difficult, Kiro, she said, and then noticed that Izuku was looking at her. Check the plans. Izuku. I saw it and memorized it. Now I'm seeing an angel, or should I say a mermaid, what am I saying? Damn rider. The comment caused Seiya to blush, strange because she never showed much emotion. The indoor battle has begun. He said through a loudspeaker. Lita. Okay, what's the? Bakugo. I'll go after Deku. Take care of the 4 eyes bomb. He left without saying anything else. But Izuku and Seiya. They both entered the building through a window. Izuku. Whispers infiltration successful. They walk down a hallway while looking around. Seiya. There are many blind spots, Kiro. Izuku. We'll have to move carefully. Seiya. Thoughtful for a few moments. Hey Izu. Izuku. Careful, hugs Seiya, protecting her from a sudden explosion. In an observation room. All Might were with all the students watching the fight. Kirishima. A surprise attack. That's not manly. Back with Izuku. Izuku. Let go of Seiya, are you okay? Seiya. Why yes, but you're back. Izuku. Don't worry. Kaken will be focused on me now. You go get the bomb and take care of Lita. The green-haired man moves away from Seiya and draws the Muslim's attention to another room. Seiya. I mustn't disappoint Izuku. Kiro goes towards the stairs looking for the room. Izuku stops in the middle of a room at the corner of the building. Suddenly, Bakugo appears and attacks him with another blast, but the green-haired boy predicts his move and grabs his arm in a headlock, slamming him into the ground. Bakugo. Og, predicted my move. Izuku. I've been writing down and analyzing the movements of the heroes I admired, including you. The Deku you degraded long ago disappeared. Now I'm the Deku that gives off a never give up vibe. He screams and punches Bakugo in the stomach, but he grabs his arm and attacks Izuku with multiple explosions. Both continued attacking each other, with evasions and blocks in the middle of the fight. With Seiya. She arrives at the room where the bomb was located. Lita could be seen meditating. Lita. Bakugo has that character by nature, but since we are in a simulation, I also have to take the role of villain here. Remain silent for a few seconds, induce yourself in the darkest part, with a macabre voice. Now I am very bad. Observation room. Uraraka. PFFT, he's too serious, she thought while holding back her laughter. But Izuku and Bakugo. Bakugo. Take it seriously, you damn nerd. Launches an explosive attack. Izuku. I'm doing it. Dodges the attack and counterattacks with a kick. Bakugo. Don't lie. You ended up with 0 points from an attack in the exam. Blocks the kick. Izuku. Bakugo steps back. Bakugo. If you don't take this seriously, I will. He stretches his arm in front of him and with his other hand takes the safety pin on his bracelet grenade. You know that, right? My sweat glands secrete something similar to nitroglycerin. If they manage to make my suit to my specifications, these bracelets can store my nitro sweat for a more powerful attack. AM speaker. Stop Bakugo, you're going to kill him. Bakugo. If it doesn't hit him directly, it won't kill him. He unlocks the bracelet, unleashing an attack with explosive power. He thought Izuku would dodge it, but he met it head-on. Everyone in the room. Midoriya. Deku. The smoke obscured the green-haired boy's condition, and Bakugo was surprised by his partner's actions. Almight was about to suspend the test, but he saw the smoke dissipate, revealing a familiar figure. There was Izuku with his arms covered in haki in the shape of an X. He had blocked the attack. Bakugo. But how? Why are you still conscious, damn nerd? Izuku. You were right, Bakugo. I'm sorry for not taking you seriously. He releases one of his arms from haki and stretches the other behind him, activates gear second. Now I will respond with my best attack. Bakugo couldn't react, Izuku appeared near him in a second. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Red Hawk. Attacks with a punch to the ashen-haired boy's stomach. Large flames appeared from his back. Bakugo was knocked out by the attack. Observation room. Ajiro. Did you see that? Zero. Izuku has more than one quirk. Back with Izuku. Izuku. Uses the intercom. Seiya, how are you? Seiya, intercom. Nothing's fine. Lita's watching all the entrances to the room. I can't get close. Izuku. Fine. On my signal, go in and secure the bomb. I'll stop Ida. DSUYU intercom. What signal? Izuku. You'll recognize it cuts the transmission. Okay, let's try it. With Seiya. Seiya. Sticks her head out at the entrance. What will the signal be? Izuku. Seiya watched Lita's villain performance, confusing her Kiro. Lita. There you are. She was going to run towards the green-haired girl, but some hands crossed the floor, grabbing her legs. A few minutes ago. Izuku. Looks up. Let's try. Closes eyes. Kenbenshoku haki. Wait a few seconds. There you are. Stretches his arms upwards, crossing floor by floor until he grabs Lita. Present. Izuku. Now Tusu. Seiya. Kiro jumps on Lita and hugs the bomb-assured Kiro. AM speaker. The heroes win. Lita falls to his knees on the ground. Seiya. Gets off the pump and approaches Lita. Are you okay? Lita. Yeah, good fight. I could tell Midoriya to let me go. She points to her legs, still held by Izuku. Seiya. Uses the intercom. Izuku, can you let him go? No answers. Izuku. Seiya went to the hole where the green-haired boy's arms came out of. She looked out and managed to see the fainted boy. Seiya. She's unconscious, Kiro. Lita. I see. She starts to struggle until she manages to free herself from Midoriya's hands. Ready, her arms retract towards the green-haired boy. After a few minutes, robots take Izuku and Bakugo to the infirmary, accompanied by Seiya. Uraraka. Where are you going? Seiya. I'm going to take care of Izuku. Kiro. Mina. It's okay. Don't do anything to him while he's sleeping, she said with a mischievous smile. Due to the comment, Seiya blushes a little. Seiya. Why do you say that? Kiro, she responded neutrally. Then she walks away from the others. Hagakure. Is it possible that Asui has feelings for Midoriya? Mina. Probably, she answers with a mischievous smile. We have to interrogate her. After Midoriya and Bakugo's fight, the other battles continued without problems. Hours later in the infirmary. The green-haired man could be seen waking up in a bed in the infirmary. Izuku. Ugh, how long did I sleep? Everything hurts. Gets up and watches Seiya looking at something on her cell phone. Is it interesting? Seiya. Surprised you're already awake. How do you feel? Izuku. Everything hurts. What happened? Seiya. We won the battle. Lita was the MVP because during the test, Bakugo and you focused on personal problems, and I lost my composure a little because of Lita's actions. He was the only one who focused on the test. Izuku is a little confused by everything he said. That's what Yaoyorozu said. Izuku. I see. While they were talking, an old lady entered the infirmary. I see you're awake. How are you feeling? Izuku. Everything hurts, he said, grabbing his arm. He then looked closely at the nurse. It's recovery girl. RGE. It's normal after receiving an attack of such magnitude. Head-on looks angrily at Izuku. What were you thinking? Izuku. Huh. Well. RGE. Seiya, think carefully about your actions. Your body isn't invincible. Approaches Izuku and kisses his hand, healing all his wounds in seconds. Izuku. Amazing. Ah, I feel so exhausted. RG. Get some rest and then go to the principal's office. Girl, take him to the office. I don't think he can do it alone. Izuku and Seiya. Hi. Recovery girl retires from nursing. Seiya. Don't keep getting into trouble. Promise me. Izuku. Haha smiles nervously. I don't think I can, scratches the back of his neck. After a short break Izuku went to the entrance of the office, helped by Seiya. Izuku. Thank you Seiya. Seiya. See you tomorrow Izuku. After saying goodbye, Izuku enters the principal's office where Izawa, All Might in his civilian form, and a small albino rat bear were. Izawa. Kid, this is Principal Nezu. Izuku. Nice to meet you both, trying not to fall from exhaustion. Nezu. It's a pleasure too. All Might wants to ask you something. Sit down. I can see you don't have much energy. Izuku laughs nervously and sits on the sofa. Young Midoriya, do you know or have you ever spoken to someone named All for One? Izuku. Thinking for a few seconds, creating tension in the environment. Nope. Insert an I'm style teacher fall, except Izawa. Standing up, could you explain how you covered your arms with metal and the flaming attack you used on young Bakugo? Izuku proceeds to explain his training with Brooke as well as the story of how he met him without mentioning the devil fruit. He then explains what hockey is and the harsh training he received to master it. And can we learn to use hockey? Izuku. You could, but the training is quite tough. It took my teacher's friends 2 years to master it. Give me a few days and I'll write down the training in some notebooks. Okay. I don't remember what the training is like XD. Izuku. If that's all stands I apologize, but I must go before leaving some bandages tied. Izuku. Izawa. Wait. You're grounded, he said with red eyes and his hair levitating. Izuku. Nervous WY. Izawa. You used your quirk without permission outside of school. Some officers called us. Izuku. Boo. Izawa. We know why you used it, but to prevent others from trusting them and using them for any situation we must set an example. Izuku knew what Izawa was talking about, calming down a little. Izawa. Tomorrow after school you will clean the classroom. Izuku. Hi. Izawa. Okay, let go of Izuku, you can go. Izuku leaves the office. Nezu. What are you thinking about? Nezu. In Midoriya's student's teacher. From the characteristics he mentioned, I think I've seen him somewhere. Izawa. Both teachers watched Nezu, thinking. While he watched from the window as the green-haired young man left the building. Chapter 4.5. The weekend was approaching. The UA students were excited, especially one pink-haired girl who wanted to give her classmates an idea. Izawa. Enters the classroom reluctantly. Well, students, before we start, I took the liberty of looking at your notes from yesterday's battle and evaluating them. Bakugo, the Ashen-haired boy, looks at him. Stop acting like a child. You're wasting your talent. The young man remains silent. Bakugo. I know, head down in frustration upon hearing that. Izawa. Midoriya, the green-haired boy, looks at him. What prompted you to receive that deadly attack from your partner? Izuku. Izawa. Anyway, think a little about your health and don't risk it so much. Izuku. Hi. Izawa. Now let's move on. I'm sorry to say this, but today. Now what? Izawa. They will elect the class president. Everyone. Finally something normal from a school. Izawa. Without desire, now you take care of it, gets into his sleeping bag. Mina. I want to be the president. Jiru. I want to do it too. Hiroshima. I want to be president. Lita. Silence, everyone is silent, we will vote on it. One Dorito after. Final results. Midoriya. 3. Yaoyorozu. 3. Lita. 2. Aoyama. 1. Izawa. Then. Izuku. I don't want to. Everyone looks at him like WTF. Izuku. I resign as class president. Izawa. Whatever. Then Yaoyorozu will be the class president and Lita the vice president. Now let's get back to class, he says, sipping on a fruit juice. In the cafeteria. Then Unamesa, seeing contraband. Lita, Mina, Yaoyorozu, Seiya, Kirishima, Izuku Almarzano. Seiya. Why didn't you want the position? Izuku. Izuku. I thought Yaoyorozu would be a better president because of her ability to analyze situations. Momo. How? Izuku. Interrupts Yaoyorozu. Seiya told me about what you said in the mock battle. You're impressive. Momo. Thank you, blushes a little. Mina. Hey, I have an idea. Everyone looks at the pink-haired girl. Let's go to a beach. Momo. Why? Lita. I see. Everyone turns to look at Lita. Lita. If all the students go to the beach, we'll be able to bond more as classmates and work better as a team. Good idea, Ashido. She moves her arms awkwardly. Mina. Confused, I just wanted to have fun, okay, now where could we go? Takes out her phone to look at the map. Izuku. Peeks at Mina's phone. I know, what's up there? Mina. Huh. But there they use it as a dump. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Let's meet on Sunday. Everyone looked at Izuku confused but accepted. Hours later. At the dump. Izuku arrives at the place and sees a large pile of garbage. Izuku. It's a lot of garbage. But it's no problem. He takes off his uniform, jacket and shirt and his red sneakers and rolls up his pants. He then uses hockey on his arm and then brings it close to his mouth. 10 minutes later. The green-haired man is seen lying on the sand, exhausted. Izuku. Inhale and exhale. I'm halfway through. There's not much left. While resting and watching the almost dusk sky, a familiar figure enters his field of vision. Seiya. Hola Izuku. Izuku. Wa stands up suddenly. Seiya, what are you doing here? Seiya. I went to get something for my brother. Shows a bag and you cleaning the beach. Izuku. Yes. Mina's idea was good and I can also train my quirk. Seiya. I see. She sits next to the green-haired boy, making him a little uncomfortable. Izuku. Izuku watches her. Seiya. Somewhat nervous. What you said in the test, did you mean it? Kiro asks while playing with her fingers. Izuku. Smiles. Of course. Seiya. You've gotten prettier since the last time I saw you. Seiya looked away, hiding her blush. That confused Izuku a little. Seiya. Her blush disappears. Izuku. Here she takes the green-haired man's handkerchief out of her pocket. I couldn't give it back to you back then. Izuku. My handkerchief. Takes the handkerchief but suddenly receives a kiss on the cheek from his friend. Slight blush and that. Seiya. Take it as a reward for saving me. Stands by. Walks away from the green-haired man. Izuku. Gets up from the sand. Good, let's keep cleaning. Activates gear 3rd with hockey in his arms. Gomu Gomu no sweeper. Uses his arms as a sweeper and pushes the scrap, screaming Uraraka. Time skip. Near the beach. All the students of Wano were at the meeting point, including, to everyone's surprise, Bakugo and Todoroki, since he is normally not very social in class. Hiroshima. I thought you weren't coming, bro. Bakugo. Shut up, damn shine. Mina. Where is Izuku? Izuku. Screaming, hey, over here. Everyone approached Izuku and saw a beautiful beach behind him. All? Great. Mina. It's beautiful. But there was scrap metal here. What happened? Izuku. I saw this beach one day when I was walking to school. I decided to clean it up when you suggested the beach. Hiroshima. You're very manly, Midoriya. Lita. Thank you for your great community service. Bows exactly 90 degrees. Izuku. You don't have to thank me. Main character smile. Mina. Okay, let's have fun. All? Yes. All the girls went to the locker room. The boys were setting up the umbrellas. Midoriya appeared with a grill. Haminari. Where did you get that? Izuku. The owner of a shop near here lent it to me as a thank you for cleaning the beach. Hiroshima. Great, I just brought some meat and vegetables to make a barbecue. Izuku. Why Mineta? Zero. I think I know where it is, he said with some disappointment. But the girls. They were dressing in their swimsuits. I'll leave it to your imagination. 7W7. Mina. Hey Seiya, can I ask you something? Seiya. Confused, yes. Mina. Do you like someone in our class? The others came closer to hear the answer. Seiya. Yes. Why do you ask? Placing her finger under her lip. Mina. And by chance is her hair green? Seiya already knew where she wanted to go, but she felt something that made her uncomfortable. Seiya. Girls, I think they're watching us. Outside the locker room. Mineta was trying to reach the skylight. He was high up on a wall, but it wasn't a problem for him with his quirk. Mineta. Rising a little more. Izuku. Serio Mineta. Mineta felt a chill run up his spine. Izuku. What are you doing? He asks with a look of terror. Mineta. Millimeters Midoriya. Izuku. Bites his thumb. Gear 3rd Honfusen inflates his arm until it becomes gigantic. Mineta felt true terror at that moment. But nothing happened. He simply used his giant hand to grab it, squeezing it slightly in the center. Then he pulled back, attracting a few glances from some girls. Hagakure. He certainly is a gentleman. All. Hi. With the boys. Hiroshima. Go to Midoriya. Hello Mito, what happened to your hand? Izuku. Don't worry, I use my quirk to bring a certain pervert. Zero, can I borrow the tape? Zero. I think I know where you're going with this. Summary. Mineta tape equals suffering for him. After a few minutes, the girls appeared. To summarize. Some boys looked surprised, others blushed, another indifferent. Todoroki and a couple had nosebleeds. Mina. I like the expressions they showed. He. Hagakure. What do we do first? Momo. We could play volleyball. The girls. Yes. Hiroshima. I play too. Haminari. And me. Bakugo. I'll beat them. Uraraka. Quirks are not allowed. Lita. I'll be the referee. Then everyone played volleyball except Izuku, Mineta, Lita and Kota, who was making a sandcastle. After an exhausting game, some went to the ocean while others played with a watermelon. Midoriya stayed behind, lighting the grill and cooking. Mineta. Why aren't you going to play with everyone? He asked while still tied up. Izuku. No, I can't get close to the ocean. Mineta just looked at him confused. Mineta. Okay. What are you going to do? Izuku. Some skewers, roasted potatoes, and some loose pieces. Want to try one? Mineta. Of course. Izuku lets go and gives him a plate with some pieces of meat and vegetables. Mineta eats a piece of meat and remains silent for a few minutes. Izuku. Did it taste that bad? Mineta. It's the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Izuku. Don't shout so loud. Mineta. Are you a professional chef or something? Izuku. Well. Flashback. One day earlier, on the sunny go. Brooke. It's certainly a good idea so they can deepen their relationship more. Izuku. Yes, doing push-ups with weights. Brooke. I have something that might help you, I'll be right back. He enters the sunny go. Minutes later he returns with something in his hands here. Izuku. Stops doing push-ups. A notebook. Brooke. This isn't just any notebook. This is the crew cook's book. He made the best meals I've ever eaten. Izuku. Great. Opens the book, but there are ingredients I've never seen. Continues reading. A fish whose skin is poison. Brooke. Don't worry about the ingredients. Some are normal. Just practice the preparations and replace unfamiliar ingredients with similar ones. But for now, focus on the grill. Izuku. Thanks Brooke. You helped me a lot. Brooke. Yojojojo, that's what nakamas are for. Izuku smiled happily at Brooke's comment. End of flashback. Izuku. I had a good teacher, thanks Brooke, Sanji. But you'll have to wait. They're not ready yet. Mineta. Will it be more delicious? Izuku. Smiles yes. A few minutes passed, the sun was halfway down, and everyone approached the grill, attracted by the aroma of the food. Hiroshima. Wow, this smells delicious. Bakugo. Damn, it smells good. Izuku. Ready, take whatever you want. Takes out some plates full of skewers, roasted potatoes and loose food, meat and vegetables. Everyone takes the first bite. Everyone except Izuku and Bakugo. Delicious. Uraraka. How is it possible? Jiru. Delicious. Lita. Incredible. Midoriya. Momo. Not even the chefs at my house cook like that. Haminari. Even potatoes taste great. Everyone continued eating and complimenting Izuku. Suddenly, 3 girls Izuku's age who were passing by approached. Girl 1. Excuse me, could we try some skewers? C2 and C3. Please. Izuku. No problem. Places 3 skewers on a plate. Try them. The girls proceeded to take a bite. Suddenly, all 3 of them were kneeling in front of Izuku, surprising those present. The 3 girls. Please marry me. Izuku. All? What? Hiroshima. So manly, clenching his fist. Haminari and Mineta. How jealous. Hagakure. Izuku is powerful in many ways. Jiru. Yes. When I tried their food I almost did the same. Uraraka. And Sirio. Mina watches Seiya with her skewer broken in 2. Mina. Yep. You're so in love. Girl 1. Reacts after the proposal. Sorry. Your food is so delicious, I didn't think about it. GIRL 2. I'm sorry too. Girl 3. Bowing. Izuku. Don't worry. In fact, I'm flattered that 3 beauties liked my food. The girls blushed like tomatoes. Girl. Looks at her wrist. Oh, look at the time, we'll be late. Let's go. C2 and C3. Why yes. Goodbye. The 3 girls ran away from there. Izuku. They must have had an important commitment. Siro. Places a hand on his shoulder. Sometimes I don't know if you are or you're just pretending to be an idiot. Izuku. After eating and cleaning everything the boys said goodbye, leaving Midoriya to clean the grill. Izuku. Ready, like new. Bakugo. Understand. Izuku turns around and sees Bakugo near him. Izuku. What's going on? Bakugo, he must still be angry. Bakugo places a fist in front of him. Bakugo. I consider you my rival. Izuku confused bumps his fist with his. Bakugo. I swear I'm going to surpass you, he says and walks away from him. Izuku. How strange. At least he's a little friendlier now. Chapter 5. It was Monday at UA. The students had just received news from Izawa that he was going to USJ for rescue training. Now the students were in front of the school. A bus appeared. Lita. Okay, guys, line up in an orderly fashion. Yaoyorozu watched the situation with a drop on her forehead and I'm style. After that everyone was on the bus, on their way to USJ. Hiroshima. Midabro, do you have more than one quirk? Haminari. Tell us. All the boys approached Izuku and he proceeded to tell them about his training without mentioning much about hockey. Meanwhile, the girls. Mina. Hey girls, I didn't get to ask you. Did you have fun at the beach? All? Yes. Jiru. The games were fun. Sai. Yes Kiro. Momo. And we shouldn't have worried about Mineta looks at the green-haired boy out of the corner of her eye. Uraraka. Deku is very kind and makes delicious food. He's a great match. They all nodded. Mina. Looks at Sayu whispering jealous. Sayu ignored what the pink-haired girl told her. Minutes later. The boys arrive at USJ. After a chat with the Pro Hero 13, they proceeded to enter the building. Izawa. And Almight. 13. Shows 3 fingers of his hand said he ran out of time doing hero work. Izawa. How irrational. Upon entering, they saw that in the center of the place a dark portal appears and from there several villains come out followed by one with a mask shaped like a hand. Hiroshima. Is this like the entrance exam? 13. No, these are. Izawa. Villains. Go to the exit. I'll distract them. 13. Why weren't the alarms activated? 13 and the class head for the exit but are stopped by a villain with a dark flame for a head. Kurajiri. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to escape. We're the League of Villains and we're wondering if you'd allow us to exterminate All Might. Everyone was surprised to hear that. Kurajiri. Look, All Might is missing. Has the schedule been modified? 13 was about to use his quirk but Bakugo and Kirishima attacked the villain but there were no good results. Kurajiri. It's obvious they're just students. 13. Run. Kurajiri. Everyone will be scattered creates a dark portal that captures everyone and killed. But Izuku. The green-haired boy was falling toward the flood zone along with Sayu and Mineta. He looked around and saw Yacht so he grabbed Sayu by the waist and she grabbed Mineta with her tongue. Izuku stretched his arm toward the yacht and as he grabbed it, he pulled it back, causing them to fall onto the boat. Izuku. Okay, we're saved. Sayu. Releases Mineta, letting her fall on the edge. Thanks Izuku, but could you let me go? This position is a little embarrassing. Slight blush. Izuku. Sure, but first he kisses her on the cheek and lets go, leaving her petrified for a few seconds, then we have to talk about the beach. Mineta. Scared. Hey lovebirds, how do we get out of here? There are villains in the water. Izuku. I can come up with a plan, but I need to know about their quirks. Sayu. Okay. My quirk gives me the characteristics of a frog. I can jump very high and stretch my tongue about 20 meters. I can also secrete a non-poisonous mucus and climb walls. Mineta. Secretary Sayu hits Mineta, who seemed to be thinking of something perverted. Izuku. My quirk made my body rubber so I can return bullets and inflate my bones. Sayu. And what about covering your arms with metal? Izuku. That was due to training with my teacher. It's not a quirk. That surprised the green-haired girl and Mineta. Mineta. Okay. He pulls a ball out of his head and sticks it to the wall. Depending on my health, they could stay stuck for a whole day. Only I'm immune to their stickiness, so they just bounce off me. Izuku. Sayu. Mineta. My quirk is useless for combat. Let's wait for help. The villain hits the boat, causing it to slowly sink. Mineta. Ah. What will we do? Izuku. I have an idea. Mineta, on my signal, throw as many spheres as you can into the water. Mineta. Scared you? Okay. Izuku. Sayu, get ready to take Mineta when she attacks. Sayu. It's okay, Kiro. Izuku. Here I go. Jumps as high as possible. It's the first time I've done this. I hope it works. Gear 2nd, Gear 3rd Hoenfusen Gomu Gomu no uses hockey on his giant arm jet elephant gun. A sonic boom hits the sea, knocking out some villains and scattering the water from one point, lightning. Izuku. Sayu, Mineta. Mineta throws several spheres into the water while being carried by Sayu. Then she uses her tongue to grab Izuku and pull him towards her. The water from the point where Izuku hit converges again, attracting all the villains causing them to hit Mineta's spheres, thus creating a large ball of villains. Villain. What's going on? I can't get away. Minutes later on the shore. Mineta. We made it. Already. Calm down because there were no villains around. How are you, Mito? What happened to you? In Sayu's arms was a chibi Izuku. Izuku. Haha, I think using 2 gears at once was too much for my body, scratching the back of his neck. Sayu. It's too kawaii, Kiro, she thought with a big smile and squeezing Izuku with a hug as if he were a stuffed animal. Mineta. Damn lucky, he thought while crying blood. Izuku. Let me go Tsuyu, I can't breathe. Tsuyu. A little blushing no. You're very sweet, that's what I want smiles as she says that. Mineta just cried blood. Izuku. Already recovering his normal form whispering downstairs Mineta and Tsuyu were confused but obeyed look he points forward and the three saw that they were close to where Aizawa was fighting versus all the villains. In the field they observed two that stood out. A villain with hands covering his body and a humanoid chicken with steroids and its brain exposed. But Aizawa. The pro hero managed to incapacitate several villains and then went straight towards the sky blue-haired boy. Tamura. 23. Aizawa attacks Tamura with an elbow but is stopped by Tamura's hand. Tamura 24. After counting to that number, Aizawa's elbow begins to deteriorate. Aizawa. Damn kicks Tamura and then steps back. Some villains attack him but he manages to evade and knock them out, my elbow is broken. Tamura. I see, your quirk isn't very useful for long fights. The reason you rushed in was to protect your students, right? You're so cool but let me tell you something. The chicken on steroids appears behind Aizawa, grabs his legs and slams the hero to the ground. Tamura. All your efforts will be in vain. Nomu. The chicken Nomu takes Aizawa's arm and breaks it. The hero tries not to scream in pain. 3 students hidden in the water were witnessing such an atrocious act. Mineta. No way. Tsuyu. Sensei. Midoriya tried to suppress his anger. Izuku. Damn, I can't help him. If I do, the villain might take Tsuyu and Mineta hostage or worse. Nomu, after breaking the hero's arm, grabs his head and slams it against the ground a couple of times, causing his limbs to break. While Tamura was watching this act, his partner suddenly appears through a portal. Kurogiri. We have a problem. One of the students managed to get out to ask for help. Tamura. How is it possible? Kurogiri explains that he managed to incapacitate 13 and how a student, Lita, with the help of his classmates, managed to escape. Tamura. If you weren't our efficient escape route, I'd kill you. Frantically scratches his neck. Game over for now. Should we retreat? Mineta, Tsuyu and Izuku were eavesdropping on the conversation. Mineta. Whispering will they run away? Did they say they would run away? Tsuyu. Whispering yes. They'll retreat, Kiro. Izuku. Didn't they come to kill Almight? If they leave now they'll lose the opportunity. Game over. What are these bastards thinking? Tamura. But before that, why didn't we take advantage of the opportunity? He quickly approaches the 3 students. Tamura. To shatter the pride of the symbol of peace brings his hand closer to Tsuyu's face. Izuku remembers what happened to Aizawa's shoulder. Tsuyu just closed her eyes waiting for her end, but it never came. When she opened her eyes she saw Izuku's arm, covered in haki, stopping Tamura's hand. Tamura. What the heck? Looks at Izuku, because my quirk doesn't damage him. He looked behind him. Aizawa was using his quirk with his last strength. Tamura. Well played Eraserhead. Izuku. Get away from her. Attacks Tamura with his other arm, covered in haki, but. Nomu. The Nomu gets in the way and receives the attack, but that didn't stop Midoriya and he continued with his attack, managing to push the Nomu with Tamura away. Izuku. Tsuyu, Mineta. Go with Aizawa sensei and take him to the others. I'll distract the villains. Mineta. Okay. Tsuyu. Be careful they take Aizawa and run with the others, but some villains stop them. Izuku was going to help them, but an explosion knocks out the villains. Bakugo. Shine. Izuku. Kaken. Kirishima. Don't worry, Midabro, we'll protect them. Izuku. Approaches Kirishima. Thank you. When you get to the entrance and a hero appears, tell him this. He whispers the message. Kirishima. Surprised by the message. It's fine. Baku, but what are you doing? Bakugo. Taking Kurogiri hostage. I stop his only escape route. Idiot. Looks at Tamura. If you come closer I'll kill him. Kirishima. That's not what a hero would say, with an anime style drop on his forehead. Izuku observes Tamura and Nomu unharmed. Tamura. Surprised. Nomu possesses 2 quirks. Super regeneration and shock absorption. Clearly, he's the perfect weapon against the symbol of peace. Izuku. Then takes off his sneakers. If he's as strong as you say, unbuttons the top of his suit. It has a hidden closure in the front. He won't have any problems defeating me with all my power. All the students present stared at the green-haired boy. Some girls blushed slightly at Izuku's actions. Tamura. Hahaha, prove it. Izuku. Covers his entire arm. Kinniku Fusen proceeds to bite his forearm and blow a large amount of air into his muscles, then the air passed to his entire upper body. His haki began to spread through his shoulders, back and legs, leaving part of his chest and abdomen exposed. Then a large amount of steam covered Izuku for a few seconds, then it spread showing the green-haired man's new transformation, surprising Tamura and the students. Hiroshima. It can't be. Uraraka. He's taller. Mineta. Stop attracting so much attention. Izuku. Gear forward Boundman. Everyone looked at Izuku in amazement at his new appearance. His arms, legs, and back were covered in green hockey, and his height and muscles were greater. Uraraka. That's it. Seiya. Izuku. Tamura. Hahaha, you certainly look stronger, but look at you, you can't even stay still. I'm sure you can fight like that, he said while watching Izuku jump in place over and over again. Izuku didn't respond and began to compress his fist into his forearm, making it look like a cannon. Then he began to fly, heading towards Nomu. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Kongun. Izuku's punch collides with Nomu's fist, but Izuku's power was greater and sends the creature flying towards some stones. Izuku ignores Tamura and starts a fight with Nomu, exchanging blows. Izuku moves away from Nomu and compresses both of his arms, then creates two pairs of images of his arms at his sides. But while he was preparing his attack, Nomu used the opportunity to carry out consecutive attacks on the green-haired boy, causing injuries, but he doesn't even flinch. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Kong Organ. Izuku unleashes continuous heavy attacks, causing Nomu trouble in counterattacking. Tamura looked confident, knowing his humanoid weapon wouldn't be damaged by such attacks, but something surprised him. Nomu began to spit blood. Seeing this, Izuku stopped his attacks. Tamura. What's going on? Izuku. You mentioned impact absorption, so it has a limit. Damn, I'm running out of time, I have to end this with an attack, but I need time. Izuku was distracted thinking. Nomu attacked him at that moment, but after that a large amount of ice froze Nomu's legs. Todoroki. Midoriya, what are you doing distracted in the middle of combat? Izuku. Ouch, thanks. Todoroki observes the situation of the creature. Keep it that way, Todoroki. I have a plan, he said, and flew to the top of the USJ. Then he clenches his fist and begins to blow air into it, expanding its eyes. Tamura. What will he do? Nomu, move. The creature loses its legs and regenerates others, but these are frozen again. Todoroki. Where are you going? Izuku. Here I go. Izuku flies towards the Nomu in a dive, with a gigantic fist. Gomu Gomu no King Kong. The attack hits the Nomu, directly creating a cloud of dust and causing an earthquake in the building. Hiroshima. How much power? Bakugo. TSK. Everyone present watched the cloud of dust. As the dust dispersed, Izuku could be seen jumping in the same place. Izuku was in front of a crater, in the center was Nomu unconscious. Izuku. Exhales. I did it. Suddenly a large amount of air came out of his mouth and began to fly through the air like a deflating balloon until it fell meters from the Nomu. Everyone. Izuku. Deku. Midoriya. Izuku. Lying on the ground exhausted. I reached my limit. The green-haired man hears footsteps, as if someone were approaching. Tamura. Impressive young man, you were able to damage my weapon, but you didn't defeat him. Nomu. The Nomu rose from the crater, somewhat dying and wounded, but healed due to his quirk, although he still had no energy. Tamura. We've already suffered enough setbacks to retreat, so he brings his hand closer to the green-haired boy. He was about to kill him with his quirk until a bullet hit him. Lita. Class 1 President Lita Tenya, reporting for duty. He arrived at the USJ accompanied by professional heroes and along with them Almight, heroic form. Almight leaps into action and hits Nomu with a single smash, knocking him out. It's over, villain, surrender. Tamura was going to be captured, but a portal appeared. Kurogiri, who somehow escaped from the Muslim, took Tamura and they both escaped. The students and their teachers were helped by the other heroes. Luckily, no one died, but 13 and Eraserhead were in the hospital for their serious injuries. Midoriya went to Recovery Girl for minor injuries, but he only received complaints from her. This experience was hard for the students. The evil they would face, they were not ready for it yet. Chapter 6. After the attack of the League of Villains in USJ, the UA closed the doors temporarily until the director considered that it was time to open the doors again. In room 1A. Hiroshima. You always have new moves, explain that transformation, Izubro. Uraraka. Yes. You always show new things, Deku-kun. Izuku. It's something very complicated to explain. Then Izawa appears completely bandaged. Izawa. Not keen. Good morning. Everyone. He's back. Izuku. This is beyond professional. Lita. Are you okay? Uraraka. You call that okay? Thinks with a drop of sweat on her forehead. After that, Izawa explains to everyone about the sports festival. Everyone was worried, but Izawa explained that they would increase security. At halftime, Izuku was looking at the landscape while thinking about something, then Lita and Uraraka appear. Uraraka. Keisusa Deku-kun. Izuku. Nothing. I'm just thinking of a way to become stronger. Lita. But Midoriya, I heard from the guys that you were able to face a creature designed to defeat Almight. Izuku. Discouraged, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. Lita. Midoriya. Almight appears. Midoriya shonen. The three students are surprised. Would you like to have lunch with me? Uraraka. PFFF, she looks like a teenager. Izuku. What is this about? Sure. En una oficina con Almigthi Izuku. Izuku. One for all. That's right, young man, that's my quirk inherited from the first bear. I've been looking for someone to possess it, and that's you. What do you say, young Midoriya? Izuku. Yo. Time skip suspended. XD. For a week everyone was training their quirks. The big day. Location. The UA outside the stadium. Pamui Woods. This year there are more heroes than usual. Mount Lady. Of course, eating food from the stalls this year one class stood out more. While walking, MT Lady collides with a man taller than her in Kamui. Mount Lady. Drops her food. Hey look, where notices the man's height. Sorry. The gentleman looks at the young woman. He was dressed elegantly, carrying a top hat and a cane. Yo ho ho, don't worry. Looks at a stall manager. Excuse me, could you give me 2 of what she asked for? MT Lady. Kamui Woods. It's a skeleton. Manager. Sure, it's 1,000 yen. There you go. He gives her the money and takes the food, giving one to her. There you go miss. He takes off his hat and leaves. MT Lady. Hey, what's your name? That question surprised Kamui. Brooke. Brooke, miss, that's my name. Disappears into the audience. Inside the stadium. Present Mick. Alright. Welcome to the UA Sports Festival, where the aspiring heroes of the world are aiming for the top. You've come to see them, right? Well, here's the class that stood out this year. Hero Class 1A. The class enters the stadium. Izuku. Wow, that's a lot of people. Lita. Can you give your best with so many people watching you? The other link in the academy's training system. Hiroshima. Wow, there are so many people. I'm getting nervous. What about you, Bakugo? Bakugo. Ha, there's no way I'm nervous. You just have stage fright, loser. Mineta. It's my time to shine with a twinkle in his eyes. DM. Next up is Class B, then Classes C, D, and E from the General Studies Department. Then Classes F, G, and H from the Support Department. Those from the Administration Department. Classes B to H. Don't fill us in. Minutes later. Midnight. Goes up on stage. Okay students, play fair. Haminari. Look, it's the 18 heroine Midnight. Happy. Mineta. It's the best day of my life. Okoyami. Is it really okay for me to be in high school? Midnight. Angry silence. My stay is perfectly fine. Now, player representatives. Midoriya. Izuku from Class 1A. Izuku. Huh. Why me? Zero. Well, you came first in the entrance exam. Izuku walks up on stage, nervous. Izuku. Okay, gains confidence. We're here for different reasons, but we all have one goal: to be heroes. So let's give it our all today. Shout with me plus. All. Ultra. Izuku steps off the stage and approaches his companions, who congratulate him for what he said. Midnight. Okay, now let's see what the first event will be, and that will be this. Everyone looked at the screen. The words obstacle course appeared in the background. Izuku. Obstacle course. Midnight. This will be a race between the 11 classes. The track forms a 4 kilometers loop around the stadium. You're free to do anything as long as you stay on the track. Everyone gets ready at the starting line. Midnight. Let's get started then. On your marks, get set, go. All the students started running. PM. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's your favorite host, Present Mick, along with his best friend, Eraserhead. Ready to give his comments. Izawa. Why not? After all, you forced me to come. PM. Okay, what will be the first obstacle of the race? Izawa. Well, the beginning. The audience watched as the students became trapped in the narrow exit. Todoroki was the first to emerge, freezing the others' feet. Then came Kirishima with his manly spirit, Momo using her quirk to propel herself, Bakugo flying with explosions, and Mineta somehow. Everyone moved forward toward the first real obstacle. Mineta. This is as far as you go, Todoroki. Try my special move. Grape. He couldn't finish his move as he was hit by a robotic fist. Kirishima. Mineta. Robot 0. Targets detected. Initiating attack. Bakugo. Shiny. Attacks the robot head-on, causing some damage, but what? PM. They finally reached the first obstacle. The Robinferno. Izawa. I warn you that these robots are more resistant than those in the exam. Some people broke out in a cold sweat at the news. Todoroki and Bakugo decided to dodge the robots and keep moving forward, even though it was difficult. When they crossed a robo-hell, a scream caught everyone's attention. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Grizzly Magnum. Izuku attacks with his giant hands, damaging several robots. He then jumps on them and manages to cross. DM. Incredible. A student Midoriya Izuku is progressing without any problems. Those present were amazed. Before the robots rejoined, the students used the path Midoriya had made to advance. Everyone continued the competition until the second obstacle. DM. Okay. If the first obstacle seemed like child's play, let's see how you do with the second obstacle. The barrier. They all saw a gigantic pit with platforms in the middle connected by ropes. Aoyama. It's my time to shine. Seiya. I was already crossing a rope. As several students carefully crossed the obstacle, Izuku appeared to jump from platform to platform, quickly catching up with Bakugo and Todoroki towards the third obstacle, the minefield. The ash-haired boy and the half-half crossed without problems. Izuku was afraid to cross the field. Izuku. Knowing the UA these mines won't kill us, but they will slow us down quite a bit, looks back seeing how the others were approaching, thinks, I don't want to use gear second, because it would exhaust me too much, thinks for a few seconds in silence, it will be worth a try. Izuku uses gear third on his arm and slams the ground. The impact causes mines to pop out of the ground, some exploding. DM. What the hell is contestant Midoriya doing? Izawa. Smiles I see. Then the green-haired man gathers all the mines in one place. Izuku. Here I go. Izuku jumps over the mines causing a huge explosion. Everyone thought Izuku would have been badly injured, but he appears shot like a bullet, quickly approaching his two companions, passing them. DM. Incredible. Midoriya Izuku from 1A is in first place. In the stands. Brooke. Awesome. Izuku eats some popcorn and a soda. But Izuku. The green-haired boy was slowly losing speed as he approached a tunnel. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Fusen. The green-haired boy inflates his torso into a ball, retracts his arms and begins to spin with the remaining momentum. Then Bakugo and Todoroki enter the tunnel. DM. Alright, the winner of the first event sees him give him a giant ball. Who is it? The ball deflates, flying a few meters above the ground. As it deflates completely, Izuku performs a flip in the air and lands like a superhero with his sports shirt unbuttoned, revealing a white shirt. DM. Midoriya Izuku arrives first. At that moment Todoroki and Bakugo arrive frustrated, followed by the other students. Momo. Exhausted. Her sports shirt was undone in the front and a pervert was stuck behind her. Mineta. The perfect plan. Midoriya approaches. Izuku. Here takes off his UA sports shirt. According to the pervert, the spheres that stuck on your clothes will come off in a day. Momo. Thank you. Izuku. Okay, you get away or I'll take you out. Releases a murderous aura. Mineta. Bye. Runs off as if there were no tomorrow. Izuku. I'll go get a new uniform, see you. Says goodbye to Momo. DM. The next events will start in an hour. Izawa. Okay, I'm going to sleep. In an area of the stadium were Izuku, who was stopped by Todoroki before reaching the cafeteria. Todoroki. Midoriya. Izuku. What's up, Todoroki? Todoroki explains about the Quirk marriage. Todoroki. That's why I never use my left side. Izuku. Why are you telling me all this? Todoroki. I said all this so you know the reason why I will defeat you without using my father's power. Izuku. What are you talking about? That power is yours. It doesn't belong to your father. He places his hand on the half-half shoulder. This power is yours and yours alone. Flashback to Todoroki. Todoroki was sitting on his mother's lap, watching Almight on TV. Mr. Todoroki. You want to be a hero too, right? Just believe in yourself. Whatever you want to do, just do it. End of Todoroki's flashback. The half-half shed a tear. Izuku. I hope you give 100% like all our classmates. Leaves Todoroki and goes to the cafeteria. Todoroki. Midoriya. Gets Izuku's attention and he sees it. If we face each other, also give your 100%. The green-haired man nods and leaves. In the cafeteria. Mineta. Whispers, okay Kaminari, follow my lead. Goes to the girls. Hey girls, as always says you have to be cheerleaders. Girls. Huh. Uraraka. And Sirio. Mineta. Yes. He told me himself before he fell asleep, didn't he, Kaminari? Winks. Kaminari. See. Jiru. I don't think that's a good idea. Toru. Come on girls, it will be fun. While the girls were talking, Midoriya approaches the table. Izuku. Hello girls. What were you talking about? Mineta and Kaminari said Izawa-sensei asked us to dress up as cheerleaders. Isn't that right, guys? Kaminari and Mineta. Nervous. Why yes. They look at Izuku. Help us. Izuku. Looks at the boys. Nope, girls, what they told him was a lie. The girls looked at Mineta and Kaminari with a murderous aura. Izuku. But if they dressed as cheerleaders they would surely look beautiful. The girls blushed at the green-haired man's comment, especially one green-haired girl. Izuku. Okay, come on Mineta, innocent smile, terrifying aura. He grabs him by the shirt and pulls him away from the girls. Mineta. Nuo. Kaminari. Relieved he saved me. Jiru. Angrily we are. Kaminari felt a chill. Momo. You're not safe. Mina. Hey Zero, can you lend us some tape? Minutes later. Midnight shows them the next event, cavalry battle. It was like in the anime. PM. Okay, now for the final event, we'll decide the winner with 1 versus 1 matches. And here are the participants. Chapter 7. PM. The participants are Izuku vs Shinsho. Mina vs Aoyama. Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu. Ibara vs Kaminari. Momo vs Tokoyami. Uraraka vs Bakugo. Lita vs Mei. Todoroki vs Zero. PM. We thank the American cheerleaders for coming to the festival. You see some students coming out on stage. What happened to the girls from 1A? The girls wore cheerleading uniforms and performed. While they danced, a pair of mummies in the student stands were suffering as they were blindfolded. Zero. They deserved it, he said sitting next to the mummies. After the performance, Izuku gives some compliments to the girls, making them blush a little. Minutes later and after some recreational games. PM. Let's start the first fight. He showed great skill in the obstacle course. From the hero class, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku goes up on stage. He hasn't done anything important yet, but he might have potential. From the commons department, Hitachi Shinsu. The purple-haired boy goes up on stage. After an explanation of the rules. PM. Ready start. Shinso. How I wish I had a power like yours. Izuku Lovem confused. Shinso. My quirk isn't flashy and my classmate said I could be a villain. Izuku. What? Izuku suddenly fell silent. Shinso. Victory is mine. In the stands. Ajiro. With his hands on his head, damn Midoriya, I warned you. In the ring. Midoriya had wide eyes and stood still in his place. PM. What's happening? Izuku won't move. It seems that Shinso, despite not standing out, can be fearsome. Izawa. That's why I said the entrance exam wasn't correct. PM. Shinso. Now, why don't you get out of the ring? Izuku obeys and starts walking towards the exit. All his friends were worried. Izuku. No. Come on, move your body, don't come out. Even though Ajiro warned me. I can't end up like this. Brooke. Oi Midoriya. Everyone paid attention to the skeleton man. Brooke. No Tyrandas. Uraraka. Let's go. Kirishima. Show your manhood. All his teammates were cheering him on non-stop. Izuku. Guys, Brooke. I can't lose now. Izuku stops moving, his hair covering his eyes. He remains static for a few seconds. Shinso tries to give him orders, but it doesn't work. Brooke. I'm suddenly feeling deja vu. Izuku raised his gaze and a wave of intimidation spread throughout the stadium. Some heroes and students were suddenly unconscious. Brooke. That's it. Shinso felt fear running down his back, as did some heroes. Suddenly Izuku turns around, staring at Shinso, then he started running towards the purple-haired boy. The green-haired boy was going to attack, making Shinso put his arms in an X, but in reality it was a feint. Then Izuku takes Shinso's shoulder and jumps behind him, then he positions himself and throws the purple-haired boy out of the ring. Midnight. Shinso is out. Midoriya wins. The audience. You. Izuku approaches Shinso, who gets up from the ground. Izuku. You certainly have an extraordinary quirk. Shinso is surprised by what the green-haired man said. I hope we can be friends. Shinso, hearing that, hears several heroes in the stands impressed by his quirk. Shinso. Thanks, I hope so too, shakes Izuku's hand and they both go their separate ways. DM. Maybe the first fight wasn't that flashy, but it definitely left us with our hearts in our throats. Izuku walked towards the stands, meeting up with his friends. Ajiro. What did Midoriya tell you? Izuku. Sorry, Ajiro, scratching the back of his neck. Kirishima. Don't scare us like that, Midabro. Izuku. Sorry guys, I wanted to check something, scratching the back of my head. Minutes later the other fights began. Mina vs Aoyama. Gonna Mina. During the fight, the pink-haired girl dodged all of Aoyama's attacks until he reached his limit. Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu. Gonna Kirishima. The hand-to-hand combat was evenly matched due to their similar quirks. The fight ended in a draw and the winner was decided by an arm wrestling match. The great manly friendship was born between them. Ibara vs Kaminari. Gonna Ibara, Victoria Rapida. Haminari underestimated the girl and used all his power in a single attack, but the green-haired girl used her vines to protect herself and catch a short-circuited Kaminari. Momo vs Tokoyami Gana Tokoyami. Tokoyami attacked with Dark Shadow using simultaneous movements to push Momo out of the ring. Lita vs Mei Gana Lita. Mei promoted all her babies and used Lita for it. After a few minutes she left the ring, giving her the victory. Lita. He fooled me. Uraraka vs Bakugo Gana Bakugo. Honestly, I don't want to write this part. Sorry. Todoroki vs Zero Gana Todoroki. I use a single massive attack to freeze Zero, creating a mountain of ice. In the break room. Izuku went to see his friend, but upon arriving. Uraraka. Damn, I lost. Pouts angry a little more and I would have won. Izuku. Confused huh? Are you okay? Uraraka. Yes, thanks to recovery girl. Just a little longer and my plan would have worked. Scratching the back of her neck next time I'm sure I'll make it. DM, speaker. The second round is about to begin. Hambate still a segunda ronda. Izuku vs Mina. Kirishima vs Bakugo. Lita vs Ibara. Tokoyami vs Todoroki. Uraraka. Go Deku giving a dazzling smile good luck. Izuku. Yes leaves the room. Uraraka's phone rings. Uraraka. Answers hi dad. Sorry for missing. Mr. Uraraka. Why are you apologizing? You did your best. Your mother and I watched the fight on TV. You were fantastic. Uraraka. But sobs a little if I had won, I could be closer to giving them the life they deserve. Mr. Uraraka. Daughter, you shouldn't worry about it. I don't know much about such things, but just because you missed doesn't mean you've missed the opportunity. There's always next year. Uraraka sheds a few tears. Mr. Uraraka. Besides, your feelings show your great kindness. You will be a great hero and keep your promise. Your mother and I are sure of that. Uraraka can't hold it back and bursts into tears. Izuku was on the other side of the door. He heard everything. Izuku. Enters again Uraraka. Uraraka. Surprised Izuku. The green-haired boy approaches and hugs Uraraka. Izuku. You can vent, Uraraka. Uraraka. Izuku. Izuku. You will be a great heroine and I will be there to support you. Uraraka reciprocated the hug and began to cry on his shoulder. They remained in that position for a few minutes until. DM speaker. Midoriya, if you don't show up now you will be disqualified. Izawa. Izuku. Okay, I'm leaving now they separate are you better? Uraraka. Yes thank you and kisses the green-haired boy's cheek gee good luck blushes. Izuku, with a slight blush, nods and quickly goes to his fight. Mr. Uraraka. So you already have a boyfriend? Uraraka. Huh. Super blush takes the phone why are you still there dad? I can explain. Mr. Uraraka. Mom affectionately tells his wife her daughter already has a boyfriend. Uraraka. Dad. On stage. DM. Sees Izuku arriving okay. Let's get started with this. The crowd goes crazy Midoriya Izuku vs Ishida Mina. Ready go. Izawa. And the presentations. DM. The author couldn't think of anything. Izawa. DM. Forget it, let's watch the fights. In the ring. Izuku and Mina approached each other and began hand-to-hand combat. The green-haired man tried to land attacks, but Mina evaded them with precision and flexibility. Mina. You'll never catch me throws acid at Izuku, melting part of his sports uniform. Izuku. Ah. It's burning he takes off his shirt, revealing a black sleeveless t-shirt, there's no alternative, gear second. His skin turns pink and releases steam. Then he moves at high speed, causing Mina to lose sight of him. Mina. Panic. Where is it? Looks around until a giant hand grabs her. Izuku. I've got you he catches it, but then, what's the soft? He moves his index finger a little. Mina. Blushes Kaya. Where are you playing? Izuku. Full blush LLL sorry quickly moves his hand out of the ring and releases it, causing it to be left out. DM. Ashita Mina is out. The winner is Midoriya Izuku. Mina leaves the stadium. As she walked down the aisle, the green-haired man caught her attention. Izuku. Mina. Approaches quickly I'm sorry. Performs Dogiza. Mina. Pout I don't forgive you. Izuku. I know. What's your favorite food? That question caught the pink-haired girl's attention. Mina. Somewhat confused Nado. Izuku. Fine. As an apology, I'll make you a bento. Mina. Starry eyes really. Approaches the green-haired boy's face. Izuku. Nervous why yes. Mina. Okay smiles don't forget walks away from the green-haired man. Izuku. Sighs thank goodness scratches the back of his neck. Here are the results of the other fights. Hiroshima vs Bakugo Gana Bakugo. The fight was decided by endurance. Kirishima couldn't withstand Bakugo's outbursts. Lita vs Ibara win Ibara. Ibara was able to predict Lita's movements, managing to catch him with her vines and throw him out of the ring. Tokoyami vs Todoroki Gana Todoroki. Todoroki froze Tokoyami in Dark Shadow, ending the fight in seconds. PM. Let's take a break before the semi-final. During the break, the students were chatting quietly in the stands until a skeleton visited them. Brooke. Hello approaches the students. One and less Bakugo. A skeleton. Izuku. Brooke. He approaches and hugs his teacher. Then he looks at his classmates. Guys, this is my teacher Brooke. Brooke. Nice to meet you takes off his hat and bows. Lita. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kirishima. Great. He's as strong as Midoriya. Bakugo. TSK. Brooke. Yojojojo, Izuku surpassed me in power a long time ago, but in terms of technique I can defeat him. Mina. I have an idea. Starry eyes. I'll be right back. Leaves her companions. After watching Mina walk away in confusion, the ONESHOT students continued talking to Brooke. After a few minutes, the pink-haired girl. Mina. Excuse me Brooke, is your cane a weapon? Brooke. Confused. Edo High shows the cane sword, why are you asking? Mina. Great, Momo-chan, could you make a blunt cane sword for Brooke? Momo. What did you do, Mina? Serious look. Mina. Well. Chapter 7.5. Mina. Well. DM. Everyone present, until our finalists rest, we will hold an exhibition match. Here, our guest and student teacher, Brooke, challenged me to a match. Everyone except Mina. What? Brooke. Nani? Mina. I'm sorry Brooke, but I wanted to know how strong he is. Lita and Midoriya. We're sorry. Brooke. Yo-ho-ho, don't apologize. My captain did worse things. Kaminari. I don't think there's anything worse than facing a pro hero. Brooke. In fact tells all his captain's crazy antics. Everyone had a WTF face. Brooke. I also declare war on the government, we are fighting against a peacemaker. Mineta. Peacemaker. Brooke. He's like a cyborg. Mineta. Why Kaminari? Nani. Yaoyorozu. Ready, here you go. She hands him a black mater cane sword with a blunt blade. It won't cut, but it will cause some damage. Brooke. Thanks. Accepts. Izuku. You don't have to do it. Brooke. No. I can't give up. Brooke leaves the stands by performing a jump, landing directly in the ring. 1A and 1B. Great. PM. Hands the microphone to Midnight. Okay Mr. Brooke, let's put on a good show. Brooke. I apologize in advance if I caused you too much pain. Looks at Midnight. Excuse me miss. Midnight. In the stands. Izuku. Nervous. Don't do it. His companions look at him. Lita. What happens? Izuku. Brooke seeing a woman. Han. Brooke. Brooke. Can I see your panties? Everyone present had a look of Midnight through her whip at his head. But Izuku. Izuku. Becomes a pervert. Everyone except Izuku. I see with a drop of sweat on his temple. Han. Brooke. PM. Let's get this started. Inhales ye. Let out a deafening scream, making everyone cover their ears. Some glass broke. What? Everyone was surprised to see Brooke. Brooke. Wow, great scream. PM. Pages, but my scream is supposed to stun people. Brooke. Well, I don't have ears or eardrums, so it didn't work. Yojojojo. PM. What? Brooke. My turn. Unsheathes his sword and takes out his violin from who knows where. Party music plays a melody, causing PM to start seeing illusions. Mina and Midnight. What's going on? Brooke. I make Mr. Mick see illusions caused by my music. Now walks up to PM, but passes by him. Hanada Sancho. Yahazu Jiri. 3 ice cuts appear on PM's body and he falls down, knocked out. Midnight. PM can no longer fight, the winner is Brooke. Everyone cheered when they saw the battle. In the stands. Kirishima. It's impressive. Mina. Brilliant. Jiru. I didn't know he was a musician. Izuku. In his time he was a famous rocker. Robots carried the knocked out PM to the infirmary while Brooke left the ring. When he reached his student, he received a blow to the head from him. Izuku. Embarrassed. Why did he say that to Midnight? Puts a hand on his face, embarrassed by Brooke's behavior. Brooke. Yojojojo. Calm down. Izuku had to try it. Turns to Yaoyorozu. Thanks for the weapon Yaoyorozu, here you have. Yaoyorozu. You can keep it, it might be useful to you sometime. Brooke. Yojojojo. I appreciate it, take this as a reward. Takes out a gold coin. Yaoyorozu. Wow, what a detail. Brooke. Okay, I have one thing to do. I'll see you again someday. Says goodbye to his student and his classmates. Brooke was walking in the hallways until he meets a certain hero. You are the teacher who helped Midoriya Shonen control his power. Brooke. Yes sir. Almight. Brooke. Oh, I remember him, more muscular. Activates hero mode, ha 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 ha. I'd like to talk to you about two topics. Will you join me? Brooke. Sure. Chapter 8. Izawa. Okay, let's start with the semifinals. I'll be doing the commentary since PM is still in the infirmary. In the infirmary. PM. SOFF cold. Recovery girl. Don't complain, the ice isn't melting yet. Here. She gives him a cup of hot chocolate. At the stadium. Midnight. Next to fight are Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki. They both entered the ring. Midnight could feel the rivalry between them. Midnight. Kai, youth, she thought, slightly blushed start. They both attack each other head on. Bakugo attacks him with a blast using his right hand, but Izuku dodges it easily. Izuku. You always attack with he didn't finish speaking as Bakugo propelled his punch with an explosion, hitting Izuku in the face. He was pushed away by the impact. Bakugo. I've been training since that day, Deku. He propels himself with the explosions towards the green-haired man and attacks him with another explosion. But Izuku evades it and punches him in the stomach followed by a knee, then throws him out of the ring, but Bakugo uses his explosions to avoid being knocked out. Bakugo. Deku. Izuku. Come on. Bakugo. Stun grenade creates a bright explosion, blinding Izuku for a few moments. Bakugo took advantage of the moment and charged his most powerful attack, the one he used to ruin Uraraka's plan. Bakugo. Shinyai. Attacks with a powerful explosion, using both arms at once. The green-haired man was swallowed by the attack, leaving the arena covered in smoke. In the stands. Uraraka. Preoccupada Deku. Sai. Preoccupada Izuku. Hiroshima. Izubro. In the ring. Bakugo was there, enduring the pain in both arms, due to the recoil. Bakugo. Bearing the pain, that should knock him out. The smoke began to dissipate. The ash-haired boy was surprised to see his companion still standing, but with difficulty. Bakugo. Damn this. Izuku. Breathes heavily, that was quite powerful, Kaken. Now it's my turn, activates gear second Gomu Gomu no Jet Gatling. Izuku unleashes a barrage of blows on Bakugo. He can't help but block every attack, taking a significant amount of damage. Bakugo. Still taking hits, damn it. Manages to stretch one of his arms, pointing at the green-haired boy Shiny. Launches an explosion towards the green-haired boy, causing him to stop his attack. They both jumped back. The damage they sustained was evident. Midoriya had parts of his clothes incinerated and burns on his body, while Bakugo had bruises, a bloody nose, and a black eye. Bakugo. I'll finish. Izuku. With this. Both. Now. The ashen-haired boy propels himself upwards with his explosions, while Midoriya bites his thumb. Izuku. Gear third starts to inflate his arm. Already up, Bakugo flies in a dive while creating a black whirlwind like in the anime. Izuku coats his arm with hockey and activates gear second. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no. Bakugo. Howitzer. Izuku Bakugo. Jet elephant gun. Impact. Both attacked at the same time, creating a huge explosion that completely covered the arena in smoke, mostly due to the explosive attack of the ashen-haired boy. All the spectators were surprised by the power of both students. They waited for the smoke to dissipate, showing the ashen-haired boy conscious but lying on the ground due to exhaustion. While Midoriya was barely standing in his chibi state. Bakugo. Damn nerd, falls unconscious. Midnight. Bakugo can't continue. Midoriya Izuku wins. The crowd cheers at the thrilling battle. Midoriya watches as some nursing robots lay the ash-haired boy on a stretcher and take him to the infirmary. The green-haired boy accompanies him since he also had to go. Izawa's son. Izawa. Midoriya, Bakugo, you impress me, he thought with a slight smile. President Mick arrives at the booth. PM. Damn, that guy left my pride wounded, shed some fake tears, what did I miss? Izawa. Look shows him the video of the fight. PM in shock, why didn't you comment anything? Izawa. Seriously, that's your thing. I'm going to sleep, gets into a sleeping bag. PM. Okay, takes the microphone, I have returned. Let's begin the next battle. In the infirmary. Izuku, without chibi mode, and Kaken were being cared for by recovery girl. RGE. Well, young man, with this you should be fine. Izuku. Thank you, he said, tired because of the old lady's quirk. How is Kaken? RGE. He's fine. He just needs to rest a little. Now go. If you're already healed, you don't need to be here. He pushes the green-haired man out of the infirmary. Izuku was walking through the hallways heading for the break room. When he arrived, he opened the door and found a surprise. Izuku. Seiya. Seiya. Izuku jumps to hug him, worried, are you okay? Kiro looks straight into the green-haired boy's eyes. Izuku. To Kawai, I'm fine, thanks to recovery. Girl shows some bandages on his torso, although some wounds persist. Seiya. I see. Here gives him a bento. I heard that your quirk consumed a lot of energy. Izuku. Thank you, this is the first bento a girl has given me. He thought nervously. After eating the bento. Izuku, thanks Seiya. It was delicious. Seiya. I'm glad, smiles making Midoriya blush. Izuku didn't understand why he got nervous when he was with her, he always saw her dazzling, and her expressions were something that always made him blush. Izuku. In trance you are. Seiya. Kiro. Izuku gets closer to Seiya, making their faces inches apart, their fingers intertwined. Todoroki moves on to the finals. They both get shocked and separate, their faces as red as Kirishima's hair. Izuku. Nervous Edo, we should go with our friends, trying not to look her in the eyes. Seiya. SC Kiro. Both. What just happened? Was the last thing they thought as they walked towards the stands. Nara Izuku. We ran to the stands where our teammates were and saw in the arena how Todoroki was defrosting the girl's hair. Normal narration. In the arena ring. Todoroki. I'm sorry I overstepped my bounds, he said as he melted the ice from the tips of the girl's hair. Ibara. Nervous D, don't worry. My hair will grow back in a few minutes, but I still appreciate the help. In the stands. Izuku. What happened? Haminari. Well, Ibara, from Class 1B, had captured Todoroki with his vines, but he froze them, and before the ice reached his head he gave up. Mineta. And I thought Bakugo was the only one who hurts women. Everyone ignored Mineta. Izuku looked at a screen, on it appeared an image of him and Todoroki. It was clear who the finalists would be. Seiya. Izuku, are you okay? She asked while putting a finger on her chin. Izuku. Yes, I'm fine. Okay, the finalists will have a 20-minute break before the final match. Upon hearing that, Izuku decided to get some sleep, resting his head on the green-haired girl's shoulder. Mina. Fu mocking, what do we have here? Seiya. Kiro. Looks indifferently ahead, trying to ignore her. Toru. Kawaii. Kiro ignores the scene while Uraraka watches everything with pressure in her heart. Uraraka. What is this feeling? Momo. Leave them, mine, don't interrupt them. Mina. Disheartened, bored. Haminari and Mineta. I'm so jealous. They said before being knocked down by Jiro's earphone jack. Then Bakugo appears with bandages on his torso, arms, head, and gauze on his cheek. He sits far away from his friends. Kirishima. How are you, friend? Bakugo. Shut up, cheap copy of Saiyan God. Izuku was waking up from the noise. Seiya. Oi Bakugo. Bakugo. Grumpy what? Seiya. Shut up, you'll wake Izuku up. Everyone was shocked to hear that, but they were also afraid of how Bakugo would respond. Bakugo. TSK looks away. The others. What? After the break Izuku wakes up and apologizes to Seiya, but she told him that it didn't bother her. Izuku. Well, it's time, he says goodbye to his companions and removes some bandages since his wounds were no longer so serious. He walked down a hallway and found his teacher saying goodbye to Almight. Brooke. Hola Midoriya. Izuku. Hello Brooke. Were you talking to Almight? Brooke. Yes, and I also want to tell you something. Izuku. Anytime skip XD. Okay boys and girls, let's begin with the final fight. The public goes crazy. This young man impressed us with his surprising techniques and a particular quirk. Student Midoriya Izuku. The green-haired boy enters the stadium wearing a new sports uniform, as his other one was burned by Bakugo. His serious gaze pointed toward the entrance on the other side of the stadium. His victories were fast, and although his quirk is cold, he showed a warm heart like an elegant gentleman. The green-haired girl from 1B blushed at PM's comment. The student Todoroki Shoto. The half-half appears, with his characteristic glare. He steps onto the sand and stares straight at the green-haired boy. The whole place fell silent for a few seconds, even PM. But Todoroki breaks the silence. Todoroki. Midoriya. Izuku. Looks at the half-half. Todoroki. You're certainly crazy to help your opponent. Izuku. Smiles with determination. I didn't help an enemy. Todoroki looks at him somewhat surprised. Midnight. Listos. Izuku. I helped a classmate, a friend. Midnight. Empison. Todoroki uses his fire side, burning his uniform and blinding some spectators, while Midoriya activates his gear second, releasing more steam from his body than usual. Todoroki attacks first with multiple ice pillars, but Midoriya dodges and destroys some with his bare fists. An ice pillar blocks the green-haired man's vision, but he destroys it. What he didn't expect was that behind the pillar was Todoroki approaching the green-haired man and manages to connect a blow to his torso, freezing his uniform. The green-haired man quickly breaks the ice. Todoroki and Midoriya look determined while smiling. In the stands. Kaminari. Incredible. Mineta. Scared they are not humans, they are monsters. Bajiro. Are they smiling? Kaminari. This battle. Tetsu. It's very. K&T. Manly. An orange-haired girl watched both young people. Kendo. Today's enemy is tomorrow's friend and I'm style sweatdrop. Back with both of them. Todoroki continued attacking with ice while Midoriya used Gomu Gomu Gatling to destroy the ice. But fatigue was starting to take its toll. Izuku. Stops his attack exhausted, damn just a little more. Todoroki was also getting exhausted. Shot. Both Izuku and Todoroki saw who was screaming. It was none other than the number 2 hero Endeavor, but then they ignored him and continued fighting. The fight was lasting for minutes. Midoriya was cornered without being able to use gear second since the fatigue in his body did not allow it. Todoroki was the same, despite having so much power he still could not control his fire side. Determined, the green-haired man began to approach Todoroki with speed while he continued to create ice, but he could not stop him. When he got close enough, the green-haired man hit him in the abdomen, making him retreat to the edge of the arena. Izuku. It's now or never. Izuku hardens his arm with haki and pulls it back while coiling it, while Todoroki uses his fire at maximum power, increasing the temperature of the environment. Izuku. Gear second, Benami. Todoroki. With all your power. Izuku. See impulsive Heisha Todoroki Gomu Gomu no. Todoroki. Low voice Midoriya thank you raises his burning hand. Izuku. Hawk rifle. Cementus. Midnight. Before both attacks collided, Cementus created multiple walls between them while Midnight tried to calm them down with her quirk, but the attacks were so powerful that they collided causing a powerful explosion in the arena. Everyone present tried not to be thrown out of their seats. Cementus. Gets up from the ground in pain. Ugh, what incredible power. What just happened? He had fallen out of his seat. Izawa. He simply applied heat to the already cooled air, then it expanded causing huge bursts of ice, he explained in his characteristic monotonous tone. The winner of this battle is. Everyone waited for the smoke to clear and managed to see Midoriya passed out on a wall outside the arena with an arm covered in burns and Todoroki still in the arena, leaning on a wall of ice he created. Todoroki Shoto from Class 1A. Chapter 9. After the finals of the sports festival and Todoroki's little chat with Endeavor, Chapter 40 of the manga to know Midoriya was on the infirmary stretcher with his arm completely bandaged as well as other parts of his body. Izuku. Complaining of pain. RG. God Sai, try not to overdo it so often or I'll put a plaque with your name on this stretcher, grumbling. Izuku. Heh, sorry. RG. I would like to use my quirk but you would die. Izuku. Don't worry, I just need to rest a little. RG. Okay, I have some things to do. I'll be right back. Exits the infirmary. Midoriya was enjoying the silence of the room, which lasted little due to unexpected visits. Uraraka lead Sai. Deku. Midoriya. Izuku. Izuku. Hey guys, he unconsciously moved his arm, complaining of pain. Lita. How do you feel? Izuku. As if I had put my arm in an oven. Haha, laughs a little. Sai. I'm glad you're okay. Kiro, tender smile. Izuku. I'm sorry if I worried you, if he keeps smiling like that I'll need insulin. Uraraka. I'm sorry you lost Deku. Izuku. Don't worry, he gets up from the stretcher in pain. Why did you come? Lita. That's right. You have a few minutes to prepare so you can receive a medal, waving her arms. Izuku. True, I forgot, okay, I was going to take his uniform, but it was destroyed. A minute of silence for all the uniforms that didn't survive this festival XD. Uraraka. Here she approaches and gives him a new one. I got it on my way here. I thought you'd need it. Izuku. Thanks. Uraraka takes the uniform and was going to change, but could you give me a minute to change? Both girls blushed a little and left with Lita. Outside the room, Lita received a call from her mother and walked away from the girls. Time skip. Minutes later. Midnight. Let's now continue with the award ceremony. On the podium were Ibara and Bakugo in third place, Midoriya, Izuku in second, and Todoroki in first place. Midnight. And for the medal ceremony. Ha 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 ha. Everyone looks at the top of the stadium. It was All Might who jumped straight to the center of the stadium. Bam. And here I am with the medals. Midnight. Our hero All Might. After giving the medals to the students and giving them a few words. Bam. There you have it, this year it's these three. However, there was a chance for everyone to be here. It's just as you saw it with your own eyes, ladies and gentlemen. They competed and motivated each other, climbing and reaching the top. The next generation of heroes will surely make the seeds planted by this day sprout. And along with this feeling, I'll add one more thing. Guys, say it with me now. Everyone takes a breath. All. Good job plus huh. PM. All Might, that moment was for a plus ultra. But I thought you'd appreciate a good job. Since everyone worked hard. After the award ceremony, the students returned to their classrooms in their school uniforms. Izawa. Since they won, they'll have a break tomorrow and the day after. Everyone. What a relief, they relaxed upon hearing that. Izawa. I'll organize all the professional nominees and introduce them after the break. You can go, he says, grabbing his sleeping bag and leaving the room. Izuku approaches Uraraka and Seiya, who were talking. Izuku. Girls, have you seen Lita? It's weird that she's not at school. The faces of both girls showed sadness. Uraraka. Went to see her brother in the hospital. Izuku is surprised by the news he was attacked by a villain in Hosu City. Izuku. Discouraged Lita. Later that same day. Hosu General Hospital. A blue-haired man could be seen running into a room. Lita. Opens the door. Brother. This is Lita. Son, calm down. Lita was shocked to see her brother in bed with multiple devices connected to his body. This is Lita. They removed the anesthesia and he's awake but still dizzy. If they hadn't treated him in time. Detenya. Mom be brother, I'm sorry. The next day. Todoroki's home. The young woman with white hair and red streaks was surprised to see her brother getting dressed to go out. Shoto, are you sure about this? Todoroki, yes Fayumi. I should have done this a long time ago. Fayumi. Is it okay not to tell dad about this? Todoroki. See. The half and half walked out of his house while observing the environment around him, thinking about what he was about to do. With each step he took, he reflected on his entire life since the accident that left him with the scar on his eye. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his destination, a hospital. Upon entering, I asked a woman about a certain person. She walked through the wide hallway to a room, opened the door, and there she was, sitting, gazing at the view outside her window. Her white hair blew in the breeze that came through the window. Hearing the sound of the door, she turned her gaze to the person standing there. Todoroki. Hello mom. That same moment in another place. The brunette was returning from a store, walking towards her house. Uraraka. What should I eat today? When she arrived at the apartment where she was staying, she noticed the door was unlocked. When she opened it, two adults came toward her, like creatures from a horror movie. Uraraka. Ugh yeah. I look closely at those creatures. Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? This is Uraraka. Hello, dear. Mr. Uraraka. When we saw our daughter trying so hard, we came running. Ms. Uraraka. We came to give you a good reunion for all your efforts. Uraraka. Mom, Dad shedding tears of joy. I'm so happy. Jumps to hug her mother. While both were in their moment, Mr. Uraraka stared at the door. Mrs. Uraraka. Confused. What's wrong, honey? Mr. Uraraka. I thought Uraraka's boyfriend would come in. Uraraka. Red as a tomato, Dad. I already explained it to you on the phone, she said, embarrassed. At the Midoriya residence. The two green-haired men were talking peacefully while eating until someone knocked on the door. Inko went to open it. Inko. Oh Brooke, it's been a while since you last came. Brooke. Hello Inko, as beautiful as ever, takes off his hat and bows. Is young Izuku home? Izuku approaches the door upon hearing his teacher's voice. Izuku. Brooke. Brooke. Serious young Izuku, we need to talk, would you come with me? Izuku and Inko were confused by the skeleton's behavior. Izuku agreed and they left Inko feeling intrigued. They both walked in silence until they reached the beach where the green-haired man trained before the festival. When they arrived they were both in the middle of the orange sand due to the sunset. Izuku. What are we doing here? Brooke. Izuku, remember what you told me before I gave you the fruit? Izuku. Yes. I wanted to be a hero who would save everyone with a smile. Brooke. Yes, at that moment I saw you as my captain as Luffy. Izuku. Brooke. Brooke. Let me tell you something, my captain knew that to be a pirate and fulfill his dream he needed two important things. Izuku. What are they? Brooke. A ship and Nakamas. Izuku was surprised to hear those words. Brooke. We each covered for each other's weaknesses and we supported each other in the worst of circumstances. After hearing that, the green-haired man senses someone approaching behind him. When he turns around, he sees a skinny blonde man wearing baggy clothes. We all know who it is. Izuku. Almight, Piro. I know you have a lot of questions, but let us explain. Izuku, when I offered you my power the first time, you told me to give you time to think about it and I thought your doubts came from how your master would think. Brooke. He explained to me everything about One for All. He approaches Izuku and takes him by the shoulder. Listen to me, young man, Toshinori saw in you what I saw, the future of the world of heroes. Exactly, you are what a hero should be, someone brave, with a will of steel, who saves people with a smile and lights the way for those who are lost. Young Midoriya, you are and will be a great hero. Izuku was surprised by the words of both adults. His eyes glazed over and he shed a few tears. Brooke. I gave you the Gomu Gomu no Mi to support your dreams. And now I also want to give you my support. Young Midoriya, would you accept the one for all? The atmosphere was silent. Only the sound of the ocean invaded the tension that existed there. Izuku. Yes. I, Izuku Midoriya, will be the successor of One for All. Almight smiled upon hearing that. Brooke. Okay, what kind of ritual is required to give you your power? It simple activates his muscular form and pulls out a hair, seriously eat it. Brooke. Izuku. After the awkward moment and having devoured the hair, Midoriya said goodbye to both of them and returned home. Brooke. Okay, do you want to go get something to drink? Returns to his civilian form of course and then explains something to me. Brooke. Yes. Both adults went to a bar, the rest I leave to your imagination. The days off flew by. It was rainy weather and our green-haired friend was on a train to UA. The train was quite crowded and due to a sudden movement, Izuku collided with a girl. Izuku. Sorry. Don't you worry, Izuku. The girl turns to look at the green-haired boy. Izuku. Seiya. What a coincidence. Seiya. Yes. I'm really glad to see you, Izuku Kiro. While they were talking, another sudden movement made them collide. This time Seiya clung to the green-haired man's chest. Seiya. Sorry, Izuku. Izuku. Seiya takes her by the waist and brings her closer. Seiya. Kiro. She exclaimed, surprised and blushed by the green-haired boy's action. Izuku. Stay close to me to avoid pushing anyone else. Seiya. SC. They were together the entire train ride to the station. Upon arrival, they walked toward UA with their umbrellas. When they arrived, they met Lita, who was wearing a raincoat and boots. Izuku. Lita. Lita. If it's because of my brother, don't worry. I'm sorry for worrying you unnecessarily, she said with a smile. Izuku. Worried. In room 1A. Hagakure. I was so embarrassed. Everyone was yelling at me as I came here. Hiroshima. Me too. Zero. Discouraged, some children comforted me. Mina. Yeah, consoling Zero with pats on the back. The classroom was noisy with student conversations, but that all ended when Aizawa appeared. His mere presence made everyone return to their seats in silence. Aizawa. Good morning. Seiya. Aizawa-sensei, I'm glad you were able to take off the bandages. Aizawa. That old lady overdid it with the treatment, but that doesn't matter now. Today's class will be different from the others. Everyone was tense at those words, since they are in UA, where the word different could refer to anything. Aizawa. Today they will choose their hero names. The student celebrated knowing that it would be something great, but the celebration was short-lived because Aizawa used his quirk to scare his students. Aizawa. This isn't my thing, but before I leave, I'll show you the nominations each of you received shows on the screen. Normally it's more balanced, but the focus was on 3 people. Class nominations. Midoriya 5748. Todoroki 4230. Bakugo 3120. Tokoyami, 400. Lita 289. Kaminari, 220. Yaoyorozu 130. Hiroshima, 89. Uraraka, 40. Zero, 23. Kaminari. Discouraged Og as clear as water. Aoyama. Professionals don't have eyes to judge. Aizawa. For those who didn't receive nominations, don't worry. You can choose from this list of 40 locations. Their areas of operation are very varied. But first, you'll choose your hero names, and she's here for that. The R-rated heroine enters the One room, striking a provocative pose. All. Midnight. Aizawa. She'll evaluate your names because I can't take his sleeping bag. The shape your futures will have is close to the image you'll project due to the names you choose, for example, Almight. Good luck. Everything happens like in the manga and anime, with Bakugo choosing killer names, other cute names, and some that reflected his quirk. Lita and Todoroki chose their common names, and Midoriya used his nickname Deku because someone changed the meaning of useless to never give up. Author. I thought of some names before, but I like Deku better. Teacher's office. Cementus and present Mick were talking until a trembling All Might caught their attention. PM. Hey, what's up with All Might? Cementus. Well, it seems he wants to talk to someone, points to his cell phone. PM. Whoever it is must be powerful to make the number 1 hero tremble. All Might had his phone with a contact on the screen. Shaking. Oh okay Toshinori, you can do it, call the contact. The phone rings. Hello. Hello teacher. Ashinori. It's strange that you call me. Well, I need a favor. Chapter 10. Living Room 1A. The students were talking about their internships quietly since Izawa was not in the classroom. Mineta. I'll go with Mount Lady, he said with determination. Seiya. You're thinking about perverted things. Mineta. No, well yes. Uraraka. It's weird that you didn't get anything Ashido if you were great. Mina. At least I have this to console myself, she said while eating a bento. Hiroshima. Wow Mina. Can I try? Mina. No, this bento is a treasure. Everyone present was confused by Mina's statement, but Izuku jumped at that. Ajiro. Hey Izuku, have you already chosen where to do your internship? Izuku didn't respond because he was deep in thought, muttering so much information about the organizations, their specializations, etc. Uraraka. Mina. Ajiro. Hasn't done that in a while. Uraraka. Deku-kun. Izuku. Oh, what's wrong? Uraraka. You've already chosen which organization to go to. Izuku. I really have doubts. Which one did you choose? Uraraka. I chose Gunhead's hero office. Izuku. They specialize in battle, will you go there? Uraraka. Yes. After fighting Bakugo, I thought other possibilities would open up to me if I became stronger. If I stayed in my comfort zone, those possibilities would be limited, she said after punching the air. Izuku. I see. At that Mina and Seiya approach both of them. Mina. Thank you. Midoriya-kun hands him the empty bento. Uraraka. Surprised you made a bento for Mina. Izuku. Well, it was a way to apologize for something that happened at the festival. Seiya. What happened? Mina. Smiles nothing serious. Tsu-chan then approaches her ear, whispers, I won't take it away from you, winks at her and returns to her seat, leaving Seiya surprised. Izuku. Seiya, which one will you choose? Seiya. I was thinking of a flood specialist. Izuku. I see, you have more advantage in the water, smiles great. They both stared into each other's eyes, but suddenly remembered what happened between them at the festival and looked away with a slight blush on their cheeks. Uraraka. Are you okay? Classes went normally that day. Izuku packed everything in his backpack and was about to leave the classroom, but when he opened the door. I'm here in a bizarre position. Izuku jumps in fright. Izuku. Hey Almight. Hey Midoriya Shonen. Can you come with me for a second? Izuku was confused but agreed anyway. Advisory office. Civil form. Midoriya Shonen, have you already chosen where you will do your internship? Izuku. The truth is, All Might, I haven't done it yet. There are too many options. Thoughtful. I see. In fact, I think I have the solution. Izuku. You see, Shonen, I talked to my teacher about you and he was very interested. He helped me control One for All and he also knows the secret. Izuku's eyes were star-shaped when he heard that. I hope he can help you use the One for All, remembers her training with it. Izuku. All Might is shaking. All Might takes a piece of paper with his teacher's address, but as he was bringing it closer to the green-haired boy, the blonde-haired boy began to tremble more and more. How scary is this guy? Was the question Izuku asked himself. By the way Shonen, how is your arm? Izuku. Don't worry All Might. You both didn't know it would end like this. Flashback. One sunny day, All Might, Brooke and Izuku were at the beach. Shonen list. Izuku. Yes. Izuku makes a fighting pose and red lines appear on his right arm and it begins to glow. Izuku. Smash. Screams and throws a punch at the ocean. The water almost splits from the attack, used as a reference when Goku used the Kamehameha on the ocean when he was going to Rashi's house. After launching the attack, Izuku knelt on the ground and grabbed his arm while complaining in pain. All Might worriedly takes Izuku and Brooke and takes them to UA. When they arrive they go to the infirmary and luckily Recovery Girl is still there. A kiss later. RG. Poor boy, apparently his muscles are torn, looks at All Might. What happened to him? He's the successor to One for All. When he used my power, he hurt his arm. We didn't know this would happen. Brooke. Izuku's body may not be able to handle that much power. They were both thinking, but when Izuku wakes up Recovery Girl hits Izuku. RG. Angry, you need to take better care of yourself. How many times are you coming here? Izuku. Sorry boss. After the small discussion, the three leave the infirmary, talk a little more and say goodbye. End of flashback. Izuku. After that accident, I tried using percentages of One for All on my arm. Looks at his right arm and clenches his fist. I discovered that I can only use 20% of it and 30% if I include hockey, but it's difficult to maintain both at the same time. All Might was impressed, his young student continued to experiment even when exposed to so much pain. Izuku. How is it going with the hockey training? I'll put All Might when he's in hero form and Toshinori if he's in civilian mode, skinny. Toshinori. I'm making progress, punches the wall showing the slight damage it causes. I can use it, but I still can't manifest it like you do. As for Izawa, he focuses more on Kenbenshoku Haki. Izuku. He's progressing pretty quickly. Okay, thanks for reaching out. I'll go see him at the internship. Toshinori. Gee, good, luck. As Izuku left the office, he only had one thing on his mind. The question, who is he really? In the staff teacher's office. Snipe. Pisanchas, eh? Izawa. Have your students already chosen? Snipe. It's a very important decision, so they're taking their time to choose carefully. Izawa. I see, huh? Looks at his students' choices and notices that Lita Tenya chose a normal hero office in Hosu City. Do you really want to go to Hosu? Time skip train station. The ONESHOT students were at the station with Izawa, ready to leave. Izawa. Does everyone have their own suit? Remember, you're not allowed to wear them in public without supervision. Don't lose them either. Mina. Yes, lifting her briefcase with the uniform inside. Izawa. Speak clearly. It's yes, Ishido. Mina. Neighbor. Everyone separated. Izuku and Uraraka watched as Lita walked away without speaking. Izuku. Lita-kun. Nara Izuku. After the festival, I saw on the news what I'd heard about what happened to his brother, Ingenium. While chasing a criminal, he was attacked by a villain who killed 17 heroes and injured 23, to the point where they were unable to fully recover. The anti-hero stain. Lita-kun didn't mention anything about it. Normal narration. Izuku. Somewhat worried. If you need someone to talk to, you can count on us. After all, we're your friends. Lita turned around and showed her face to her friends. She was wearing a smile. Lita. Thank you. Although he wore a smile, his gaze was serious. Izuku. Uraraka. Lita. After that everyone separated. Mini time skip. Shinkansen. Our green-haired boy was walking towards his destination, the home of All Might's teacher. Izuku. A hero that even All Might is afraid of. I wonder what he's like, he said anxiously and fearfully. Gran Torino. He's not a very well-known name, but he's surely a great person. He continued walking and upon reaching his destination, he saw a building that wasn't very well maintained. Cracks, grime, and broken windows could be seen. Izuku. Looks at the address again. This is it, there's no mistake, I think. The green-haired man approaches and slowly opens the door. Izuku. Excuse me, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm coming from UA to do my internship. It's a ploy. He falls silent when he sees a body lying on the ground, covered in blood. He's dead. The corpse raises its head, revealing itself to be an old man. I'm alive, he said normally. Izuku. Ah. He's alive. Sighs in relief. Is Gran Torino okay? Approaches worried. GT. Damn, I was carrying these sausages, but I slipped and all the ketchup spilled on the floor. Izuku. That scene could have been easily misinterpreted. Gran Torino stares at the young man. GT. Who are you? Izuku. My name is Midoriya Izuku, sir. GT. Who? Izuku. I'm from UA. GT. Toshinori. Izuku. Wait, what if my name is Deku? GT. Until you answer correctly. Young man looks at the briefcase and observes the hero suit. Put on the suit and come to me with one for all. Izuku was confused but does it, but when he was about to take his suit, he sees that there was a user manual. Izuku. Opens the manual. The Midoriya Izuku-sama. While we were repairing his suit, we took the liberty of making some improvements in terms of material. This material adapts better to his quirk, stretching without limits and returning to its original form. We also did not take the liberty of redesigning the suit. Thank you for your understanding. We think it's cooler this way. Izuku. Had an anime-style sweat drop. I guess everyone in the support business is like Hatsune. Mini flashback, Festival Deportivo. Izuku and Uraraka were looking for more partners for the second event when suddenly a pink-haired girl suddenly approached the green-haired boy. Mei. Hello, my name is Hatsune Mei. We haven't met, but I want to use your position to break in my babies. Izuku. How honest. Wait, babies? Promotion. Of what? The pink-haired girl continued to suffocate Izuku while ignoring Uraraka, but the green-haired boy managed to understand Mei, and they spoke normally while they searched for the fourth member of their team. For more references see chapter 28 of the manga or the first episodes of the second season of the anime. End of flashback. Izuku donned his hero suit. It was no longer short and covered his arms and legs. He had black protectors covering his elbows and knees, white gloves, and red, easily removable sneakers, just like the ones in the anime. Izuku. Great, I can use the Gear 4 without worrying about my sneakers, loves his red sneakers XD, but is it really okay? I mean, if I hit it. GT. If you were only going to make excuses, then suddenly he starts moving at high speed, jumping over walls and ceilings, until he appears behind the green-haired boy. I'm anxious to move. He attacks with a kick to the green-haired boy's back, pushing him. Wham, hit on the back. Izuku. Ga staggers to the ground. GT. You've witnessed my strength, and you won't attack me? To think the ninth successor would be so mushy. Izuku reacts to those words, activates the one for all 20% and attacks Gran Torino, but he dodges it and jumps again wall by wall at high speed, attacking again the back of the green-haired man. Izuku is determined to attack. He begins to predict his master's movements and, with his open hand and OFA 20%, launches a weak air bullet, but GT dodges it, grabs his arm with one hand and places the other on Izuku's face, knocking him to the ground. GT. Too rigid and little knowledge, that's why this battle ended like this. Izuku? Damn. I thought I'd catch you. GT. Tell me something, are you a fan of Almight? Izuku? What? GT. I'll take that as a yes. I'll tell you what, that feeling of admiration is a bondage. If you really want to be a hero, stop copying Almight. Izuku was silent and began to think about those words. GT. Okay, picks up his cane from the floor. I'm hungry, I'll heat this up in the… GT saw his microwave crushed. GT. At what point? Izuku. Let me see the refrigerator, I'll see what I cook. GT. Oh, do you cook? Izuku. Solo observe. ONESHOT. In the streets of the city, Lita was walking with a hero who was explaining to her all the basics of a hero, but Lita was just watching the alleys and everything else, and on her face under the helmet she clearly had the expression of revenge. In a bar, location. Tamura and Kurogiri were in a meeting with a certain person. So you guys attacked UA, and you want me to join your little group too? Tamura. That's right, you would be a great senpai in our group, Mr. Stain. Stain. And what is your goal? Tamura. Finish off All Might and then destroy everything that isn't part of our group, like these little pieces of shit. Shows him photos of the students who participated in the festival. Stain. Size, you are the guy I despise the most. Tamura. Stain. You just want me to kill you like I'm having a childish tantrum. What's the point of that? Kurogiri was nervous about this meeting, it seemed like a fight would start at any moment. A bullet train. Izuku stood in front of the microwave, thinking about Gran Torino's words. Izuku. Too rigid, admiration, ties. Looks at his hand, that's it. He takes out his notebook and starts writing. I thought of one for all as something special, but it's just another quirk. Quirks are just another function of the body. Continues writing, I just have to think more deeply about the OFA. As Izuku continued to analyze the OFA, Gran Torino was outside listening to him. GT. Despite being rigid, your mental processing is flexible. You chose a good successor, Toshinori. You chose a good successor, All Might. Chapter 11. While Izuku analyzes his new quirk, let's see what the others do. You can skip this part if you want, I just put it in because I didn't want to take it out, haha. Office of Heroes. Best Jeanist. Our Muslim friend was in an office and in front of him was the pro hero for Best Jeanist. BJ. To be honest, I don't like you. Bakugo. He said with his characteristic angry tone. BJ. You chose me and my office because I ranked in the top 5 of the most popular heroes, right? Bakugo. What? You were the one who nominated me. BJ. That's true. But it was only because the other candidates recently were good guys. It's been a while since someone like you came here. Reforming brutal people is what I do as a hero. Bakugo. GRR. BJ. You have both parts, villain and hero in you. I'll show those eyes of yours what makes people heroes. Hero's office. Force Kind. In an office was the chivalrous hero Force Kind with his UA students. FK. Well, I get my salary from the government, so I'm technically a civil servant at first glance, but this system. He continued explaining, but the students apparently weren't paying attention as they were both surprised to find themselves. Hiroshima and Tetsu. Why are you? They give each other a manly handshake. FK. Anyway, let's talk about what our operations are specifically. At that very moment, Uraraka was patrolling the city streets with the battle hero Gunhead. Gunhead. We primarily restrict crime. When cases arise, we obtain police requirements for support. These requirements come in droves, area by area, he explained, his manner of speaking inconsistent with his appearance. Uraraka. The way she talks is cute. Elsewhere, Yaoyorozu, 1A, and Kendo, 1B, are in a dressing room, along with the snake heroine Iwabami. Iwabami. In addition to our work as heroes, we're also allowed to do side jobs. I've heard of people who, in the days when everything was determined by official duties, had some trouble. But these days, you can get a big boost due to your popularity with civilians and see how much you're acclaimed by them. To that end, I have a commercial now. Why don't you meet each other? Y&K. Hendo. I wanted to get experience in heroic things. Yaoyorozu. Me too, although I'm grateful to be able to come here. At the festival, I didn't manage to stand out much in the fight against Okoyami. By the way, I'm Yaoyorozu Momo, class president of class 1A. Hendo. Nice to meet you. I'm Itsuka Kendo, class president of class 1B. Do you know Midoriya? Yaoyorozu? Yes. He's kind and innocent, but he's also determined when it comes to being a hero. Remember the events of USJ. Kendo. Great. What's his quirk? Yaoyorozu and Kendo continued talking about a certain green-haired boy while they were doing their internships together. Let's go back to Midoriya. Day 1. That same night. Everything written above happened on day 1. It was night and our green-haired boy was preparing his futon while Gran Torino was talking in his sleep. GT. Huzza buzzes Nork. Z. He said sleepily while making a snot bubble. Izuku. He's asleep, right? Then he proceeded to rest, but he couldn't sleep. He still had a lot to learn about One for All. So he decided to leave the building and go to an alley to practice, wearing a white shirt, black shorts, and his red sneakers. Izuku. Okay, let's try jumping from wall to wall, like a ninja, what he said to himself. He activates the 20% OFA on his legs and jumps straight at the wall, but he doesn't react quickly and crashes into it and then falls into some garbage bags. Izuku. Damn, I need to hold the OFA not only on my legs, but also on my arms. He gets out of the trash and tries again, but ends up with the same result. Frustrated, he decides to use gear second to try again and succeeds. After that, he sits on the roof. Izuku. I can do it with gear second. Why not with OFA? Looks at his hand and then at the starry sky. After a few seconds, of course. How could I have been so blind? Time skip, day 2. XXX in the morning. Gran Torino gets up and goes down to breakfast when he finds the green-haired boy all dirty and sleepless with small bags under his eyes. GT. Surprised, what the hell happened to you? Izuku. I'm sorry, yawns, I overdid it with my self-training last night. I was thinking about what you told me yesterday and I think I found the solution. But first, can you answer me something? Gran Torino was clearly surprised by what the green-haired man said. This young man is impressive, he thought. GT. Sure. What do you want to know? Izuku. What was Almight like in his school days? With starry eyes. GT. Okay, I'll tell you a little while we have breakfast. Unlike before, this time they had taiyaki for breakfast, warmed up by the green-haired boy somehow. GT. Almight already handled the power as if it were normal, so in our training, my only purpose was to make him vomit. Izuku. With a drop of sweat on his temple, that explains Almight's terror when talking about his teacher. GT. But even though he handled it as if it were the norm, he could only use the OFA halfway because it was entrusted to him by his deceased friend. Izuku. Almight's ancestor died. GT. Ding dong, timbre. Izuku. I wonder who it will be. GT. You didn't tell him anything, Toshinori. Minutes later. Izuku. A new microwave. GT. Yes. For some reason the previous one was broken. Izuku. But it was you. After putting the microwave back in place. GT. Okay, show me what you've done in your training. Izuku. Yes. Izuku gets into a fighting stance, places his arms crossed in front of him and activates One for All, causing it to run all over his body while bright red marks appear. Then those marks disappear and his body begins to glow while green rays appear. Izuku. One for All full cal 15%. GT. Surprised, I'm impressed you caught on quickly. Can you move like that? Izuku. Do you want to see it? GT. Hahaha, I like your enthusiasm, drops his staff and prepares to attack. Let's see if you can subdue me in 3 minutes. Izuku. Yes. Izuku quickly attacks GT, but he dodges and starts jumping on walls and ceilings, but Midoriya copies him and starts attacking each other with great speed. They could only see them as if they were spots. 3 minutes later. The main room was completely messed up, with the sofa on one side and the table on the other. After kicks, punches, dodges, and failed grabs, we can see Midoriya on the floor, exhausted, and GT with a stopwatch in his hand. GT. 3 minutes have passed, you've clearly improved quite a bit compared to yesterday. Your analysis and prediction to attack enemies off guard impresses me. Izuku was happy to hear GT congratulate him. GT. In just one night, you changed so dramatically despite seriously dodging the whole time, smiles while wiping a scratch off his cheek. Meanwhile in an unknown bar. Demura was on the ground with Stain on top of him and knives around his neck. The two fought and argued, but after talking for a while, they discovered that, although their goals were polar opposites, they both wanted to destroy society. Stain. Since the business is in order I must return to Hosu, I still have to do something there. Time skip, third day of internship. Our green-haired friend was lying on the ground covered in wounds and dust. He thought he could beat Gran Torino by memorizing his moves, but when the fight started, he completely changed them. Izuku. Damn, he said while enduring the pain, even though my body is made of rubber, it still hurts. GT. If you keep fighting my old tactics, you'll only develop bad habits. Izuku. Understood, stands up and repositions himself. Let's continue. GT. Nah, this isn't enough anymore. It's time for phase 2, the real practice. And for that. GT. Let's hunt some villains, he said already outside the building with Izuku dressed as a hero. Izuku. Tan pronto. GT. Yes. You've had experience with villains, right? Izuku. This. GT. I'll just tell you that this time it'll be harder. Okay, we'll go to Shibuya since the crime rate there is higher than here. Izuku. Hi, he said calmly, although he was still thinking about his friend, who was in Hosu. Don't do anything silly, Lita. Meanwhile in Hosu. Lita was patrolling with the pro hero Manuel. Manuel. Another day of patrol, sorry this isn't so exciting. Lita. Don't worry, it's better this way. She looks at the street. Manuel. I'm sorry for the question, but you're looking for an anti-hero, right? Lita. Manuel. I've been thinking about it and I can't find any other reason why you'd want to come to my hero office. I don't mind, but let me tell you something, don't let your personal grudges get to you. We can't punish you. If someone catches you doing something like that, you'll be arrested. Lita. I understand. Manuel. It's not that I'm saying the anti-hero should be free, it's just that I've seen you very serious. Lita. Later in another part of Hosu. Demura, Kurogiri and Stain were at the top of the building, taking in the view of the city. Stain gave his monologue, explaining the title of hero, and then left the two to continue hunting. Kurogiri then brought 3 Nomas with their quirks, a winged one, a skinny one, and a muscular one. Demura. Who among us can do more destruction? I will crush your pride and dignity, Stain. On a bullet train passing through Hosu. Izuku. Is it okay if we go at night? GT. Of course, crime rates are higher this time of day. It'll be fun. They were enjoying the trip when. Speaker. We're going to make a sudden stop for an emergency. A sudden explosion occurred on the train. A hero had crossed it. The one who threw it had entered the train. GT. What is that? Izuku. Nomu. We have to. Gran Torino launched himself at the creature and knocked him off the train. GT. Stay here, boy. Izuku. Gran Torino. He shouted and then looked around the city. Some buildings were on fire and there were explosions everywhere. What's going on? Izuku didn't think twice and jumped off the train. He started running through the streets helping the wounded, but then he heard a noise coming from an alley. Without hesitation, he activated full cowl 15% and moved quickly through the alley towards the deepest part. Inside the alley. Lita was lying on the ground, scared since he couldn't move, and in front of him was the anti-hero Stain. Stain. Stabs his sword into the young man's shoulder. You and your brother are weak because you are false. Lita. Because of you sheds a few tears. My brother can't be a hero anymore. He saved so many people and gave me a dream, that's why I'll kill you. Stain. Sighs first, save him. Points to the pro hero dressed as an Indian, letting your hatred for the enemy consume you. That behavior does not belong to a hero. Stain removes his sword from his shoulder and points it at his head. Stain. You will die here. You will be a sacrifice for a just world. Lita. Shut up. It doesn't matter what you say. You're a villain who hurt my brother. Stain swung his sword at Lita's head, intending to kill him. But then. Izuku. Rifle smash. The blow hit Stain full in the face, making him flinch. Lita. Midoriya. Izuku. What the hell is going on here? Why didn't you call for backup? Lita. Izuku. Anyway, we have to get out of here. Can you move? Lita. I can't. I haven't been able to get up since he cut me. Izuku. So his quirk activates with cuts. The green-haired boy stops talking to Lita and heads off to fight Stain. Izuku charges forward, Stain launches a sword attack and the young man takes it full force, but he didn't bleed. Stain. But what? Looks closely. The attack was aimed at his face, but it was covered in metal. Izuku. 20%, his fist is covered in green lightning smash. Hit Stain's stomach, making him step back. Suddenly, he feels his body become heavy, falls face down to the ground. Now I understand. Notices that Stain licked the blade, it's the blood. Stain. You're strong, kid smiles maliciously. Lita. Go away Midoriya. This isn't your fight. Stain. The charlatan is right. Why are you meddling? Izuku. Grits his teeth and, using all his strength, gets up because All Might told me to butt into something that doesn't belong to you. Stain. Incredible, smiles, he's not just putting up with my quirk, not bad pushes the green-haired boy making him full you deserve to live, but these two don't approaches Lita and places the tip of the sword on her head. Izuku. Détente. But then a flash of fire drives the killer back. Stain. One after another interrupts my work he says frustrated by the interruptions. Midoriya for something like this, let me know first. I'm almost late. Izuku. It took you a long time. Todoroki creates ice and places it under the green-haired boy and the pro-hero, then melts it a little to make them slide behind him. Todoroki. It took me a while to understand your message since you only sent your location. Then I realized you wouldn't do something like that for no reason. Since it's you, it must have meant I need reinforcements. Creates an ice wall between them and Stain. Izuku. Listen to me. Don't let him ingest your blood or you'll be immobilized. Todoroki. Okay. Stain destroys the ice and approaches the young people. Todoroki was going to throw fire, but he couldn't since he had to dodge a knife that Stain threw, but it superficially cut his cheek. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Stain approaches and was about to lick the blood from his cheek, but Todoroki creates a pillar of ice, making him back up. Then he was about to throw fire, but two knives stab him in the arm, and then he receives a kick from Stain. Stain. You're good two jumps to attack. Todoroki. Above. Suddenly two arms grab Stain. Stain. What? Izuku. Gomu Gomu no rocket. Approaches Stain with great speed and lands a direct attack, throwing him towards the end of the alley. Todoroki. Can you move now? Izuku. Yes, and I have 3 theories about the limit of his quirk. A. The more affected there are, the lesser the effect will be. B. It depends on how much blood he ingests. C. It depends on the blood type. PH per hero. I'm B. Lita. And me A. Izuku. I am O, so it must be the guy. Stain. Blood type is the correct answer. Izuku. Listen Todoroki, you're losing a lot of blood so I want you to be my support. Todoroki. What stud farm? Izuku. Stain has incredible reaction time, so I'll use this. But I can only use it for 10 minutes since I haven't mastered it yet. Todoroki. Lita. CH guy's getting up with difficulty. Izuku. Lita. Lita. Holding his bleeding shoulder I will help you the best I can, it's the least I can do. Izuku. Okay, when you see the signal prepare your best attack. Lita. What is that sign? Izuku rolls up his sleeves and activates Haki. Izuku. You'll recognize him. Lita and Todoroki looked at the green-haired boy in confusion. Stain. What are you waiting for? If you don't come I'll go. Izuku. Gear second his body begins to emanate steam over 20% his body begins to glow and the rays combine with the steam. Stain approaches Izuku and attacks him with his sword but he suddenly disappears. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no hard bullet. He hits the assassin in the back with a punch covered in Haki. He then grabs him by the scarf and throws him upwards. Todoroki attacks him with a blast of flame, blinding him. Stain. Malded. Izuku. Red Hawk punches Stain and an explosion appears behind him. He had taken advantage of Todoroki's distraction to create an opening. Stain. It's too fast. In midair, the moment he hit him, his hand grabbed Stain's. The green-haired man flew toward him while retracting his arm and upon reaching him, he positioned himself behind him, placed his hands on Stain's shoulders, and… Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Bogun throws his enemy straight to the ground. An example P. Izuku. Now Lita. Lita. Recipro extend approaches quickly and throws a kick directly to his face, knocking him out. Izuku. Lands and approaches his friends we did it, he said exhausted, there's still a long way to go before we can use it without consequences. After that the pro-hero who was with them tied up the assassin and Todoroki dragged him out of the alley, while Midoriya was carried on the pro-hero's back. Upon leaving the alley, Midoriya received GT's scolding, then he was captured by a winged Nomu and saved by the hero killer, who shouted that the only one who could kill him was All Might before falling unconscious. Chapter 11.5. After the fight against the hero killer, the youngsters were taken to the hospital to receive treatment for their injuries. There, they received a visit from the Hosu Tsuragami police chief, who, after a couple of explanations which I'm too lazy to write, thanked the boys for helping in the capture of Stain. Time skip, 4th day of internship. After recovering in the hospital, Midoriya went on patrol with Gran Torino through the streets of Hosu before returning to the Shinkansen. But the criminals weren't as dangerous as Stain. There were just a couple of pickpockets and an attempted robbery at a store. Everything was easy for the green-haired man and GT. It was getting dark and after a long day of patrolling, they both went to Itayaki at a restaurant. GT. You're improving too quickly, Zygot. You'll probably master 100% of the OFA before you graduate. Izuku. Thanks Gran Torino, but I'm not strong enough yet. GT. Smiles and places a hand on the young man's shoulder. Keep trying, boy. Izuku smiles at his teacher's words, then the TV in the store. TV. Breaking news. Pro hero Selkie was captured along with his team by a smuggler and villain from Innsmouth. We'll go live to our news helicopter, which is on the scene. Reporter. We are at the scene where a hostage situation is developing. Images of 2 ships are shown, and on the bow of one is the crew of the pro hero, along with Selkie, tied up and injured. In front of them is an octopus-like man. He was Innsmouth. Izuku looks closely at the news and is surprised when he sees someone in particular who is unconscious and tied up with the other hostages. Izuku. Susurrus Ayu. After seeing his partner, he runs out of the place, but is stopped with a kick by Gran Torino. GT. What's wrong with you? She asks while she has one leg over him. Izuku. I must tries to get up go for her. GT. Joven. Izuku. I have to help her. She's in danger. Izuku is hit by a staff. GT. Let me talk. I'll go with you. Izuku. GT. This is hero work. Besides, if I don't supervise you, you'll be in trouble when you use your quirk. Izuku. Thank you Gran Torino. Izuku started running using full cal %20 while being followed by Gran Torino. After a few minutes they arrived at the docks. Izuku. Resting a little. GT. I don't see any ship or boat that we can use. Izuku. We won't be using them. Get on my back. Gran Torino climbs onto his back. Izuku. I hope it works, activates OFA FC 20% on his legs, along with Buzushoku Haki Gear. Second his body begins to emanate steam. Here we go. He then jumped as high as he could. When he stopped rising, he began to kick the air simultaneously, allowing him to advance at great speeds. GT. Impressive Zygot. Where did you learn this? Izuku. Remember the pickpocket who could fly? GT. Yes. His quirk gave him wings and he flew so high that I couldn't reach him. Izuku. I chased him for a few seconds, and when I was losing sight of him, I got desperate and used my OFA control on my legs, which made me fly until I caught up with him, but he dodged me. And when he was about to fall, I used it again. After managing to capture him, I developed this technique. I call it Skywalk. GT. It's official, you have more brains than Toshinori hahaha. They continued flying until they reached their destination, a small island formed by 2 rocks. 2 Coast Guard boats could be seen, and between the 2 rocks were 2 other boats. On one were the crew and the pro hero, tied up with the Innsmouth brothers pointing machine guns at them. On the other, Innsmouth was holding Tsuyu hostage. Izuku. The situation remains the same. Thinks for a few seconds. GT, I need you to go with the Coast Guard. GT. What will you do? Izuku. Smiles. Something a hero would do. GT, no, you're just like Toshinori. In the hostage situation. Innsmouth. Listen to me, Brady shows her the radio he snatched from Sirius. Tell them to retreat, or in 5 minutes I'll order my brothers to kill your friend. Sai knew she had no choice. She had minor injuries from her failed attempt to fight him. She remained silent for a few seconds. Innsmouth. Don't try to stall, brat. The octopus wraps its arm around Sai's body and begins to squeeze her tightly. Innsmouth. Now that I see it properly, you have a nice body. Sai. Kiro. Assistata. Innsmouth moves his hand to one of the young woman's breasts. She closes her eyes, frightened. When the octopus was about to touch her. Boom. An explosion occurs at the stern, right where the Innsmouth brothers were. One of the hostages looks out to sea and finds the 3 brothers with spirals in their eyes. Innsmouth. What happened? Screamed in surprise. A figure appears behind him. Serious you? Innsmouth turns around and sees a young green-haired man in his hero costume, with his mask on. Sai. Deku smiles slightly and, taking advantage of the fact that the octopus was distracted, manages to escape from its grip. Innsmouth. Hey. He tries to catch her again, but receives a quick blow from the green-haired man. Izuku. Even with his fist in the octopus get away from her. Adds the OFA 20% to the punch smash. Propelled by the impact, Innsmouth was thrown directly towards a stone. Izuku. Turns to look at the young woman. Tsuyu, are you okay? He asks worriedly but receives a hug from her. Tsuyu. Covers her face in Izuku's chest. Thank you. Low voice. Izuku. Strokes Tsuyu's head a little. Help Selkie and her crew, I'll distract the octopus. Tsuyu. Yes. Goes towards the hostages. Izuku. Thoughtful, thank goodness he's by. His thoughts were interrupted by a blow from In's mouth. In's mouth? Damn. Izuku. He resists the blow, stretches his arm slightly back and covers it with Haki Gomu Gomu. No hard bullet, the blow hits In's mouth's abdomen. Then his other arm was covered in green rays, don't exaggerate. OFA 5%, smash. Hits the villain's face, knocking him out. Meanwhile with the Coast Guard. Gran Torino was with the Coast Guard, witnessing. GT. I told them not to worry. Coast Guard. I was right. Okay, lads, move in and arrest In's mouth and his brothers. The other officers. Hi, they said in a military tone. After capturing In's mouth and his henchmen, Midoriya and GT went on the boat of the pro hero Selkie and his crew. Selkie. We really appreciate you saving us back there. GT. Don't worry, that's what a hero does. Besides, you should thank young Deku. I was only there to keep him out of trouble. Selkie. I understand. Looks at the green-haired boy Deku. Izuku. Why yes. Selkie. Makes a cute pose, thanks, I said with a high-pitched voice. Izuku. Serious and the others. Not cute. Sigh. How beautiful, looking at the Selkie. As thanks for saving them, Selkie asked Izuku and GT to rest on his ship. Izuku gladly accepted as he was very exhausted due to suffering the repercussions of using OFA, Haki, and Gear Second at the same time to use Skywalk. After eating, getting Selkie's signature, and socializing with the crew, Izuku went to rest in his room. Izuku. Damn, it still hurts a little, he thought while trying to calm the pain in his legs. Then there's a knock on the door and the green-haired boy proceeds to open it. Seiya. Seiya. Izuku, can I sleep with you? Izuku thought about what to answer, but he saw how she trembled a little. Izuku. So that's it, of course. Seiya. The next day, 5th day of internship. The sun was rising and we could see a blue-haired girl walking through the ship towards the green-haired boy's room. Serious. Midoriya-san, we have arrived at the dock. There was no response. Midoriya-san. Since there was no answer, he decides to open the door and finds the green-haired boy in what seems to be a deep sleep, already his friend Seiya sleeping hugged by him and she using him as a pillow. Serious smiles at the scene but decides to wake them up but not before taking a picture. Serious. Whispering Seiya, get up, touches her cheek a little. Seiya. Opens her eyes a little sleepy. Kiro. The green-haired girl sees Serious and then sees that the green-haired boy was still asleep next to her. The scene made her wake up completely. Seiya. Nervous. Hi Serious. Serious. Whispering, you better get up or if you want I'll wake him up too, in a mocking voice. Seiya didn't respond and quickly left. Serious stayed to observe Izuku's innocent face for a while longer. Serious. Smiles. Hours later. After saying goodbye to Selkie, Seiya and the others, Midoriya and GT, returned to the Shinkansen at dusk. They then arrived at GT's house where Izuku grabbed his things and then said goodbye to GT. Izuku. Thanks for helping me with OFA. GT. No, thank you for everything. They both exchanged smiles and then separated. Chapter 12. The internships were over and the UA students returned to their school routine. Living room 1A. The boys gathered in the hall after their internships. Shiro and Kirishima. Ha 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 ha. Bakugo. Stop laughing, damn extras. He was trembling with anger because they were laughing at his hairstyle. My hair got used to it and I can't get it back to normal. Shiro and Kirishima. Continue laughing. Bakugo. Loss matter. Shiro. Try it, part in the middle. Bakugo. What did you say? His hair exploded. Kirishima and Shiro. Back to normal, hahaha. While they continued to bother Bakugo in another group. Mina. You were able to fight villains. Jiru. I just helped evacuate them and gave support, that's all. Mina. It's still incredible. And what about you, Seiya? Seiya. I only trained and went on patrol. Although we did fight some smugglers once. Places a finger on her chin. Jiru. I saw that on the news. Are you okay? Seiya. Yes, Izuku saved me and then she remembered when she slept with him, causing a slight blush on her cheeks. That's all. Looks away. Mina and Jiru observed Tusu suspiciously. Seiya. Slightly nervous. What about you, Achako? How did it go? Trying to avoid an interrogation. Uraraka had wide eyes as she released a dark aura. Uraraka. It was very beneficial. Punches the air. Mina. I think she woke up with a drop of sweat. I don't think it's necessary to say an I'm version XD. Haminari and Mineta were surprised by the change in the brown-haired girl. Haminari. It was a big change in such a short time. Mineta. Don't underestimate women. Terrified they hide their true personality. Trembling. Haminari. What happened to you with Mount Lady? He thought worriedly for the dwarf. I just had fun. But the ones who changed the most were you three, right? Points to Todoroki, Lita and Midoriya. Shiro. Yes. The hero killer. Momo. I was worried about you, she said, although she looked more at the green-haired boy. Sato. I heard Endeavor saved them. Hagakure. Incredible. Todoroki. Yes. He saved us, he said in his monotonous tone. Bajiro. You were amazing too, Midoriya. Izuku. Hiroshima. That's right, you saved Selkie and his crew from some smugglers. You were very manly. Izuku. Thank you. The green-haired boy accepted the compliments from his classmates. Then he looked at Seiya, who was in his place, and their gazes met. But the green-haired girl quickly looked in another direction. Izuku. After talking for a while, Aizawa-sensei appears and informs them to go to a certain address. In a certain direction. They were all standing in front of a large wall, dressed in their hero costumes. There was Almight waiting for them. Almight. Hello. I'm here. Hagakure and Mina. That was a very lukewarm entrance. Almight. It's been a while, I hope you learned a lot in your internships because it's time to put your knowledge to the test with some rescue training. And that's why we're here, in Gamma Field, where densely packed lanes make this construction site a maze. Lita. If it's rescue training, shouldn't we do it at USJ? Almight. We'll go to USJ tomorrow, but we'll see your progress now. And don't worry, we already have your parents' permission and we've increased security. Lita. Thanks for answering -90 degrees bow. Almight. Okay, for training, we'll have a race. We'll form 4 groups of 5. When the signal is given, the 5 students will compete to see who can save me first. Of course, since they're heroes, they have to keep the damage to a minimum. Slowly points to Bakugo. Bakugo. Don't point at me. The first group to pass was Mina. Bajiro. Lita, suit under repair. Midoriya. Zero. They were already positioned in different places on the field. On a platform. The other students were watching their classmates. Haminari. Isn't Lita at a disadvantage? She hasn't recovered yet. Hagakure. Who will win? What do you think? Haminari. I think Zero. He has the advantage here. Mineta. Mina will win. She is very athletic. Hiroshima. Ejiro is there too. Bakugo. Angry as always, Deku will be last. Uraraka. Even if he's hurt, I think Lita will win. Seiya. Izuku will win, I know it. Uraraka is impressed to hear Tsuyu's confidence. In the Gamma Field. Almight. Start. The race began. Zero moved like Spider-Man, Ejiro used his tail to propel himself up buildings, Mina slid down pipes, and Lita zipped across the ground. Zero was in first place. He had the advantage in these stages. Platform. Haminari. I knew it, it's faster to go up. Gamma Field. Zero. Isn't this place perfect for me? He was confident. But suddenly a green flash of light flashed past him. What? Everyone was amazed to see Midoriya moving with agility and skill. Izuku. This place is perfect. Zero. And those movements. It can't be. The green-haired boy jumps high enough, making him visible to the others. Mina. Midoriya is jumping. Ejiro. How is it possible? Izuku lands on the roof of a building without stopping. Izuku. Calm. Keep it at 20%. Izuku jumps towards one of the pipes and slips. Zero. Great, it's my chance. Izuku. He was about to fall, but at the last second, he stretches his arms and grabs the ledge of a building. Gomu Gomu no rocket. The green-haired man launches himself into the sky. Izuku. And now green rays appear only on his legs. Skywalk. Dear second, OFA 20% Y hockey equals skywalk. The green-haired boy flies directly towards Almight. Izuku. Realiza Oniterazahe de superhero. Almight. Thank you and congratulations, gives Izuku a band that says thank you for saving me. Izuku. Thanks, main trademark smile. Resultados. 1 row Midoriya. 2 to Zero. 3 row Mina. 4 to Ejiro. 5 to Lita. Almight. Approaches the green-haired man, whispers, you've made a lot of progress, I almost didn't recognize you. Come see me after school. Looks at the others. Compared to the beginning of the year, you've improved a lot in controlling your quirks. Keep practicing and prepare for your final exam. Izuku and the 4. Hi. Almight. First group can go. Second group, get ready. Minutes later, in the men's locker room. Aoyama. This workout made me sweat. Hiroshima. Taking off his accessories. Man, I have to work on my movements. Haminari. Oi Midoriya. Izuku. What's going on? Taking off the top of his suit. Haminari. Why didn't you use your move? What was it called? Gear. Izuku. You mean Gear 4th? Haminari. Yes, that one you used in USJ. Izuku. Honestly, USJ was a special occasion. I can't use it yet. If I did, it would only last 5 minutes and then I'd be incapacitated, meaning I wouldn't be able to move. That's why I have to get stronger. Kaminari. But you're already quite strong. Mineta. Whispering eyes. Look. Everyone looks at Mineta, who points to a hole in the wall. Mineta. It must be the legacy of our ancestors. Do they know what's on the other side? Lita. Stop it, Mineta. Snooping is a crime. Mineta. My little Mineta is already a crime. Midoriya decides to ignore Mineta and continue changing clothes. Mineta. Yaoyorozu's big Yaoyorotetas. Ashido's slim waist. Izuku. Ignoring. Mineta. Hagakure's floating panties. Uraraka's Uraraka body. Izuku. Sighs. Mineta. Asui's unexpected tits. At that moment, Izuku released a wave of intimidation, dominating Mineta's will and knocking him out. Izuku. That just now can't be. I have to call Brooke. He doesn't have a phone. The other boys. Never make Midoriya angry. Kaminari. Mineta, are you okay? Mineta. With his eyes rolled. Lita. He seems to be unconscious, that's all. Thanks, Midoriya, for keeping Mineta in check, but don't overdo it next time. Izuku. Nervous okay. Meanwhile, with the girls. Momo. What happened Jiru? Jiru. With a jack plugged into the wall Midoriya knocked out Mineta. Sai. I. Type. I. Mine. I. Uraraka. Deku-kun is very chivalrous. After that in the day's classes, Izuku went to see All Might about the history of All for One and One for All, plus what happened with the hero killer. I leave this scene. Kashinori. Remember what I told you when I transferred my power to you. Izuku. Imitating All Might's face eat it. Kashinori. No, Iso no. I'll leave it there. Izuku returns home and finds his mother talking to his teacher while drinking tea. Izuku. Brooke, we need to talk. Brooke. Huh. Nervous. Inko. I'll go get some snacks goes to the kitchen. Izuku. Seriously Brooke. Brooke. Before you speak, I must tell you. Izuku Brooke. I think I've awakened Hashoku Haki. I'm not dating your mother. What? What? Izuku. Brooke. Izuku. This got awkward. Brooke. Yes wait you awakened Hashoku Haki. Izuku. Yes. Brooke. I already knew that. Izuku. Huh. When? Brooke. You woke him up at the sports festival. Izuku. And why didn't you tell me? Brooke. I had to make sure. And I wanted you to find out for yourself. Izuku. Sighs how do I train him? Stars in his eyes. Brooke. Easy. You have to strengthen your will. Izuku. I see like the other Hakus. Brooke. Yes. Izuku. By the way, what did you mean when you thought you weren't dating my mother? Brooke. I actually made a confession to him. Izuku. And how did it go? Brooke. Mini flashback. They were having their weekly tea chat. Brooke. Inko. Leaves the teacup on the table okay? Brooke. I've been wanting to ask you something for a long time. Inko. Light blush W what thing? Brooke. 2. Suspended XD no lie. Brooke. Would you leave me? Inko. Anxious and nervous. Brooke. See your panties. Inko was confused for a few seconds, but then she started throwing objects at Brooke using her quirk. End of the mini flashback. Izuku. You really should stop asking women those things. Facepum. Brooke. I'm sorry. But I also want to clarify that I'm just your mother's friend. Izuku. Brooke. You know, to avoid misunderstandings in the future. Izuku. I understand. Thanks, but you could have just told me. Brooke. I know, but I like to add comedy to the situation. Inko appears with some sandwiches. Inko. I'm still mad about that. Izuku laughs a little at the situation. After dinner and Brooke saying goodbye, he went to rest. The next day, UA front. UA students were waiting for transportation to go to USJ. Kaminari. I hope the villain thing doesn't happen again remembering when he was taken hostage. Bakuro. This time I'll finish off those villains his hands were releasing explosions. Hiroshima. If he didn't have that expression on his face he'd look more like a hero. The bus appears. Lita. Everyone, go up in order. Momo. I feel deja vu and I'm sweat drop. Yes USJ. The students of Wano were with their teacher Izawa and the pro hero 13 in the mountainous area, mountain zone. 13. Let's begin rescue training. There will be 3 students at the bottom of the ravine. One will be unconscious, one will have a broken leg, and one will be very worried. Hiroshima and Kaminari peeked out of curiosity and noticed that the bottom couldn't be seen. Kaminari. Wow. Hiroshima. How will we get down there? Uraraka. Screams with excitement, let's do it, Deku-kun. Izuku. Yes, smiles determinedly. 13. Fine. The injured will be you three. Points to Izuku, Uraraka and Lita. Already at the bottom of the ravine. Lita. Excited guys. Let's try hard. Uraraka. Excited yes. Izuku. Let's just pretend. At the top. Izawa. You four addressing Momo, Todoroki, Tokoyami and Taro Bakugo will rescue your comrades. You can use this equipment, shows a rescue stretcher and a rope. Bakugo. Why do I have to save Deku? Seiya. Because that's rescue training, Bakugo. Bakugo. Hiroshima. Don't provoke him, Seiya. The boys could hear Lita's cries for help. It was clear he was already in character. Todoroki. Let's begin. Yaoyorozu, create a pulley so we can pull them up. Momo. Nods. Todoroki. Tokoyami, you will come down to help us from below. Tokoyami nods. Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, and I will pull the rope. Bakugo. Bastard. Who put you in charge? The conflict later. Tokoyami was in the background, analyzing the situation. Lita. Thank God. The heroes have arrived. We're saved. Uraraka, who played the unconscious character, tried to hold back her laughter. Tokoyami, with the help of his dark shadow quirk, managed to safely lift the brunette onto the stretcher and pull her out of the ravine. Izuku. Your quirk is amazing, Tokoyami. Tokoyami. It's a useful tool, even though I can't part with it. Izuku. I don't think he's a tool, with a sparkle in his eyes, admiring dark shadow. Lita. Overacting, thank you. Heroes. Well, crying. At the top of the ravine, Uraraka was at her limit. Momo. What's wrong, Uraraka? Uraraka. It's just that PFFF. Lita-kun acts very PFF serious. PFFFF. Momo. I don't think it's something to laugh at. I think it's wonderful. Uraraka. Sorry, I know. But still. PFFFF. After Momo's group, they continued practicing the rescue. It was the green-haired group's turn, which was the last one. At the bottom of the ravine. Uraraka was providing medical care to Seiya. Uraraka. Seiya, you may be scared, but try not to move. Seiya. Nods Kiro. Uraraka uses her quirk on the green-haired girl, making her float out of the ravine. Izuku. Stands under Seiya. Ajiro. Uraraka, you can release her now. Uraraka. Puts her fingers together, release. Seiya falls into Izuku's arms. Izuku. I have it. Seiya. Seiya Farah Midoriya. Izuku. Estás bien? Seiya. Yes, I just like being around you. Izuku. Blushes a little. Ajiro. Addresses 13. We already rescued everyone. 13. We're done here. Let's move on to the next area. Everyone was heading to another area. Izuku. This Seiya-chan, could you let me go? Seiya. No. I want to stay like this a little longer. Izuku. Okay. Let's go with the others. Izuku approaches his companions, with Seiya in his arms. Seiya. Izuku, can you put me down? Izuku. You have some shame, right? Seiya nods. Izuku. No, he said while having an innocent smile. Seiya. Don't he mean tapping him? Izuku. Laughing lightly, yeah, I'll put you down. He puts Seiya down, and they both approach their companions. Minutes later. Ruined area, city. 13 explains the following exercise to the students. It was more or less a hide-and-seek exercise, where 16 students would be hiding, and only 8 of them would be allowed to speak. The other 4, Bakugo, Mineta, Uraraka and Midoriya, would be in charge of searching for them. Mineta. If I were to carry the victims, I could touch their breasts or their butts. Would that be considered a bad act? Drooling while looking at Ishido and Seiya's bodies. Izuku. Hits Mineta on the head. You are not allowed to carry anyone. The exercise began, and Bakugo flew off to find the others. A few minutes passed, and an explosion caught the attention of some. Some of them looked at the source of the explosion, seeing a villain carrying Todoroki. Izuku. It can't be a villain. Lita. We have to alert the teachers. Villain. You mean them, points to a building, outside where Izawa and 13 unconscious. Uraraka. When? The villain gets closer to the students, but then. Bakugo. Shinii approaches from the air and launches an explosion. Villain. Is that all? Grabs Bakugo and throws him towards the others. They won't escape. Stomps on the ground with incredible power, destroying the buildings. Mineta. We have to escape. Bakugo. Warcry attacks the villain with another explosion and moves away from him. Run away, I will defeat him. Villain. You have the guts to say something like that at a time like this. Bakugo attacked with continuous explosions while the villain repelled them with a single arm. Annoyed, the villain decided to attack him, but Bakugo jumped over him and attacked him with another explosion on his back, then moved away. Bakugo looks at Lita. Hey. Don't you care about the others? Get all the weaklings out of here. Lita. Why do you have to insult others? Kirishima. Hey, Bakugo, what do you mean by weaklings? Momo. We are the students of 1A. We will all be heroes. Insert epic scene XD. Izuku. Guys. Dylan. How brave, but with a movement of his arm, he created a shock wave, throwing debris towards the students. Aoyama. Yo. Izuku. I'll take care of it. Gear second, Gomu Gomu no Jet Gatling launches millions of blows, destroying some debris, but others escaped. However, Ida and Mina destroyed the remaining debris. Gear then distracts the villain with sound waves, while Zero and Momo capture them with tape and a net. Seizing the opportunity, all the melee students approach to attack, but the villain breaks free and creates an air pressure that is able to push everyone away. Izuku. We have to save Todoroki and capture the villain. I know, Mineta, Lita, Uraraka, I need your help. All three? Yes. While Bakugo was distracting the villain, Midoriya was already ready for his plan. The green-haired man holds a piece of rubble, stretching his arm completely, while with his other hand, he holds a purple sphere. Izuku. I'm ready. Uraraka, Lita. Uraraka uses her quirk on Izuku, and Lita holds him so he doesn't fly away. Izuku. Now. Lita lets go of Midoriya, and he flies straight at the villain. With him distracted, the green-haired man grabs Todoroki and evades the villain. Uraraka. Release. She brings her fingers together, deactivating her quirk. Izuku. Kaken. Bakugo. Don't give me orders. Both go straight towards the villain. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no stretches his arm back, covers it with Haki, and activates Gear Second Red Hawk. Bakugo. Shinya. Both attacks hit the villain and knock him into some rubble covered in purple spheres. The villain was captured. Mineta. Great. The villain was captured. Lita. Just as you planned. Midoriya. Izuku. Relieved. How good. Bakugo approaches the villain in an intimidating manner. Bakugo. Time for the final blow. Damn villain. Approaches the villain with small explosions in his hand. Villain. Wait. He tries to break free and with a sudden movement takes off his mask. I'm here. Almight. Bam. Ha ha ha. Superhero laugh XD. I wanted to surprise them. They did a good job immobilizing me. I expected nothing less from the hero course. Everyone watched Almight. Sweating cold. Well, sorry. You've gone too far, idiot. The couple of hits to the P symbol later. Mina. You're cruel, Almight. I'm sorry. Still stuck to the rubble. Uraraka. Don't do it again. After Almight took off and after the other exercises, everyone went to the bus to return to UA. But they all fell asleep there. XD. Minutes later. Izuku wakes up and sees Seiya resting her head on his shoulder. Izuku. Smiles a little. How cute. Goes back to sleep. Chapter 12.5. The characters that will be mentioned. Kashido. From. Fujimi. Habuko. Izuku. Supposedly it would be a normal day in UA. In a forest, a crowd of people is seen chasing the green-haired boy, accompanied by Todoroki, Seiya and Mina. Izuku. So how did this happen? Those chasing Izuku's group were his companions with grey faces and black eyes, shouting ah. Let's go back in time to a few minutes before. UA. 1 A classroom. Izawa. I know this is sudden, but for your next hero exercise, 4 students from Isami High's hero class will be joining us as special guests. Mineta. Oh happy A girl with glasses. Waves at Midoriya. Izuku. You're too excited. Haminari approaches the student. Haminari. Hey, young lady, could you give me your number? The girl moves away from the boy, who then receives an attack from Jiru's earphone jacks. Jiru. Stop showing your stupidity. Izawa. Activates his quirk and shows an intimidating face, calming the class. Introduce yourselves. Kashiko. Why yes. We'll do the exercise with you today. From Isami High School, hero class. I'm Kashiko Sekigai. Everyone. Amazed. Oh. Aiden. Nerva same class, Taden Daden. Everyone. Somewhat surprised. Oh. Fujimi. Intimidante Fujimi. Izawa. There's supposed to be one more. The student behind Kashiko shows her face, then locks eyes with Seiya. Seiya. Asombrada Kiro. Amazed. Seiya. Kiro. Amazed. They both approach each other and hug each other. Seiya-chan. Seiya. Habuko-chan. Everyone is watching the situation. Uraraka. Yuna amiga de Seiya. Izuku. Seguramente. Fujimi. Looks at Habuko Mongus. Don't act friendly with these UA guys. Bakugo. Gets up from his seat. What the hell did you say? Angered damn shitty Asami. Izuku. Calm down Kakin, he said with some seriousness. Bakugo. Shut up Deku. Izawa. And if you better shut up. Bakugo reluctantly calms down. Izawa. The bell rings, it's time. Put on your suits. Lita, take everyone to the Gamma Zone. Women's locker room. The girls were changing into their hero outfits. Mina. So you've been friends since high school. Sayu. Nods the best, she says while taking Habuko's hands. While Sayu and Habuko were talking, Momo and Kashiko were having their conversation. Momo. Are you class president? Kashiko. Yes, although it is a stressful job because of a certain student. Momo. I understand you. We also have someone like that. Men's locker room. The fight was about to break out between Bakugo and Fujimi. Fujimi. A delinquent like you is the best student. UA must be failing. Bakugo. What did you say, booking Asami? Everyone present was scared of how this could end. Mineta. What do we do? Kaminari. I don't know. Suddenly a green-haired man separates both students from problems. Both. Don't get involved. Izuku. Both of you stop fighting, releases a wave of intimidation, product of Hashoku Haki. Both troublemakers calm down. Taiden. Approaches the boys. We're sorry, Fujimi says bad things, but he's a good person. Lita. We feel it too. We have the same problem with him, looks at Bakugo. Bakugo. EHHH. Izuku. Sighs, I hope nothing bad happens with this exercise. After that, everyone went to the Omega Zone. The complex was kilometers of forest. At the entrance to the forest. Izawa. Okay, everyone's here. Today's exercise will be observed by me and one other person. Ooh. Falling from the sky. It lands, raising a cloud of dust. Dispels the dust like a special guest. I'm here. Fujimi. Happy A Almight. Kashiko. S real. Taiden. What great power. Habuko. I'm so jealous UA. Almight explained today's exercise. It's a survival training exercise where teams of 4 compete to see who survives to the end, basically a battle royale. The teams are as follows. Izuku, Sayu, Uraraka, Mina. Bakugo, Shoji, Kirishima, Momo. C. Todoroki, Koda, Ejiro, Hagakure. Lita, Shiro, Tokoyami, Sato. Jiru, Mineta, Kaminari, Aoyama. F. Kashiko, Taiden, Fujimi, Habuko. Izawa. Everyone, move to your area. The exercise will begin in 5 minutes without prior notice. All Might. Good luck. All. Hi. 5 minutes later. Dime was hiding in some bushes. Mina. What's the plan? Izuku. Let me check if there's anyone around. The 3. How? Izuku gets into a meditation position. Izuku. Kenbushoku Haki. He remains silent for a few minutes. No one is around, but Kakin's team will meet the Asami High School team. Uraraka. Incredible. Okay, what's the plan? Sayu. Did you forget this is a survival exercise? Mina. That's true, we just have to survive. Sayu. Nods, we must stay still and not move carelessly. Izuku. You implant Sayu-chan. Sayu. Thank you, smiles with a slight blush. Mina. Then we can relax, takes out a bag of candy. Do you want one? Uraraka. Relaxed I want. Izuku, they're not relaxing too much. While they were hiding in another place, Bakugo was setting off random explosions, or so he led them to believe. At the top of a cliff, Jiru uses his quirk to gather more information. Jiru. Sticking his earphone jack into the ground, it's Bakugo, and all you can hear is his footsteps. Mineta. Low voice, he is alone. Aoyama. Posing how confident. Kaminari. It's time. Bakugo was running until he saw an approaching laser, but he dodged it by flying with his blasts. Then 1,000 purple spheres headed towards the Ashen-haired boy, but he took evasive action. Bakugo. A concentrated attack. If they knew my location, then it means aims down and launches a gigantic explosion at the ground. Headphones girl. Gear was stunned by the noise, then Mineta threw more spheres, which were deflected towards Aoyama and then fell towards Kaminari, sticking together. Bakugo approached, intimidating Mineta, and the 4 were captured with tape. Mineta. Damn. Elsewhere. Izuku. The explosions have stopped, apparently one team has already been defeated. Uraraka. What's happening? And then it happens just like in the OVA. Bakugo defeats another team alone, faces Asami High's team, and Fujimi releases his pink gas, causing Midoriya. Izuku. What is this gas? Sayu. I don't know, but we should stay away. As Midoriya's group walked away from the gas, up a hill, they met Todoroki's team. Izuku. Todoroki. Todoroki. Midoriya. This isn't the time to fight. Izuku. You're right. All. Do you know anything about gas? Izuku? I'm sure it's one of Asami's students' quirks. But I wonder what he'll do. He stops when he senses a presence in the forest with Haki. Look. The group sees some movements in the trees. Seiya. They ran away from the gas. Mina. Hey here. They looked closely, it was the terrorist and one a companion, Kitsuki Bakugo, but. Bakuga's. Ahhhh. His skin was grey and his eyes were black. Izuku Mina. Shocked and scared ZZ zombies. More classmates appeared, including Asami students, all transformed into zombies. Fujimi laughed, away from everyone. Present Mick. Fujimi Romero. Quirk. Zombie virus. He spreads his virus and infects people. Once affected, the victim takes no damage. All of their brain activity is almost null. And they use their quirks uncontrollably. They also scream. Ahhh. Is it really a superhero quirk? It's quite dangerous. Seiya. Sees her best friend transformed, worried Habuko-chan. Uraraka. Why? Izuku. It's the gas. Everyone turned into complete zombies. They're like Resident Evil. Todoroki. Midoriya. Both look serious. Todoroki. Are more similar to The Walking Dead. Izuku. Shocked, you're right. But the gas, it's not similar to The Last of Us. LINZEF. I know in The Last of Us they are spores or something like that, but I think it was left hahaha. If you see a Z at the end of names, well, you know, zombies etc. Todoroki. It's true, he said with his characteristic tone of voice. Mina. This isn't the time to talk about that. And since when have you been such good friends? Both boys remember the events of the sports festival and the hero killer. Izuku. For a while now looks at Todoroki. Todoroki. Nods. Fujimi. Jahahaja. Everyone watches Asami's student. Fujimi. What do you think of my quirk? UA isn't that impressive, gets bitten by Bakuga's, oh my god. Fujimi falls to the ground and after a few seconds transforms into Fujimi's. Izuku. You were right, Todoroki, it's The Walking Dead, looks at Bakuga's, even as a zombie he keeps fighting and I'm sweatdrop. Todoroki. Without the quirk user, there is no way to reverse this, then uses his ice quirk and consoles the zombie's legs, but the Z-Force XD didn't allow that and they managed to escape, they are stronger. Ajiro. Shit, ahhh. Ajiro and Hagakure were bitten. Ajira's Hagakura's. Ahhhhhh. Mina. Hagakure is a zombie, right? Pointing at the floating boots and gloves. Uraraka. Did I think? Izuku. Even Kota is quite like a zombie, he hears some noises from somewhere else, it was Kashida's hitting Mineta's, who was touching her breasts, what tenacity. Mina. What do we do? Izuku. For now it would be better to flee. They all went down a steep hill, but Seiya got distracted and tripped, giving Habuka's a chance to get closer. The zombie was about to bite her, but Seiya looked into her eyes, causing Habuka's to regain some consciousness. Seiya. Taking her friend's hands, you remember me, even as a zombie. Izuku watched the scene happily, but then he felt a presence near Seiya with Kenbenshoku Haki and runs towards her. Izuku. Seiya, watch out. Pushes Seiya and gets bitten by Aoyama's. Mina Uraraka. Midoriya. Deku. Seiya. Preoccupada Izuku. The green-haired girl saw Izuku with his head down, she was very worried. The green-haired girl with her head down approaches Seiya. Seiya. Assistada Kiro. Izuku. Places his hand on the green-haired girl's face, don't cry, I'm fine, main character smile. Everyone was shocked. Izuku. Thank goodness it worked, he rolls up the sleeve of his arm suit, showing that it was covered in metal. After that he looks at Aoyama and. Izuku, sorry Aoyama. Gomu Gomu no stamp stretches his leg and launches an attack at Aoyama's, pushing him away and leaving a footprint of his shoe on the armor, let's go. Uraraka. Yeah, ouch, gets a bite from Hagakura's. Seiya. Echako-chan. After losing Uraraka, both green-haired girls and Todoroki were running away from all the zombies. And so we come to the scene from the beginning of this chapter. Todoroki. Over here. The half and half guides Izuku and Seiya to a cave. Upon entering, Todoroki covers the entrance with ice. Todoroki. We'll be safe here. Everyone relaxed a little. Mina. Tell me, Midoriya, how do the protagonists escape in the movies? Izuku. Almost all of them end in a bad ending. Todoroki. The gas has already disappeared, so the effect will probably wear off. Izuku. That's true, but the problem is that we don't know when it will end. At that moment the ice began to break. The zombies had already arrived. Izuku. Todoroki, prepare to use fire. Todoroki. On attack frontal, eh? Izuku. Nods, if we can't go back, then we can only move forward. Mina. But how? Izuku. Zombies can't be hurt. OFA 20%, green lightning emanated from his body, then he covers his arms with haki and stretches them back. Gomu Gomu no twin hard smash. But this technique he knocks down the ice wall and sends several zombies flying. Izuku. Okay. Guys, let's go out. Lita. What the hell? Izuku observes and sees that all his companions had returned to normal. Izuku. Nervous smile. Sorry guys. Bakugo. Understand Deku. Izuku turns his attention to Bakugo, who was carrying Fujimi under his arm, completely beaten up. Bakugo. So you want to fight? Izuku. Bakugo, this is not the time. The Muslim releases Fujimi and flies straight towards the green-haired man, but then his explosions stop in the air and Bakugo falls to the ground. Izawa. Don't fight. With his hair raised and his eyes red. The exercise is over, your team wins. Points to Midoriya. Izuku. Izawa. Okay, that's all. Go to the infirmary. Addressing everyone. Anytime skip. Sunset. The Sami students were talking to Lita, Momo and Bakugo. Hishido. Bo, we really feel sorry for you. Momo. Don't worry. Lita. We're very sorry too. Apologize, Bakugo. Hishido. You too, Fujimi. The atmosphere was silent while both criminals looked at each other with hatred. Hishido. Lita. Apologize. While both boys were arguing, Sai was talking to her best friend. Hibuko. I'm glad we met again, although not under the best circumstances. Sai. Happy. Me too. Hugs her best friend. Hibuko. By the way, Sai-chan, I was able to remember a little about when I was transformed into a zombie. Sai. In serio? The Sami's boys called Hibuko. Hibuko. I have to go now. See you later, Sai-chan. She hugs her friend once more. Then she leans closer to whisper something to her. Good luck with the green-haired boy. Sai. Nerviosa Kiro. Hibuko goes with the Samis, leaving Tsayu perplexed and somewhat blushing. Chapter 13. It was a normal day at UA, where the ONE class of heroes had finished today's class and had been informed of the written and practical exams, which would be held in a week. Some were worried about the written exam, while others were wondering what the practical exam would be like. Kaminari. Sai, I don't think I'll have any problems with the practical, but the written exam is something else. Depressed. Mina. Yes, depressed X2. Momo. Maybe I can help you with your classes. Kaminari. Mina. Yeah, Momo. Momo. With an aura of depression, but I can't help with the practical. This aura was noticed by a green-haired man and a half-half. Jiru. Approaches Momo. I don't know about them, but can I join? I'm having trouble with the equations. Momo. Zero. Me too, can you help me with classical language? Ajiro. Me too, there's a lot I don't understand. All three in unison. Please. Momo was happy to know that she could be of help, so she agreed without hesitation. She began planning a study session that would take place at her house, mentioning things like a large living room and high-class tea brands. The boys felt as if they were being slapped in the face with the class difference, but the warm aura and excitement of the black-haired girl made them not care. Hiroshima. What a difference in virtue. Bakugo. Angrily, I can do it too. Do you want me to teach you? Hiroshima. Yes, thank you. Anytime skip cafeteria. Izuku, Sayu, Uraraka, Hagakure, Lita and Todoroki were sitting at the same table, about to taste their meals. Lita. It's scary not knowing about the practical exam, although I don't think it's anything unusual. Izuku. Nods. The writing will come from what we studied, so I'll manage, but… Uraraka. Can you manage? Surprised by the green-haired boy's calmness when saying that. Izuku. But what will we do in the practical? Hagakure. We'll include everything we saw in the first semester, making Raymond disappear into thin air. Sayu. That's all Professor Aizawa said. Uraraka. Everything we saw, thinking back, that is, combat training, rescue training, survival training and basic training. Izuku. Besides studying, we must be in good physical condition. With Kenbenshoku Haki he feels an attack directed towards him. He moves his head, evading what would be an elbow. He turns his attention to a blonde-haired boy. You are from class B, what was your name? Monoma. Monoma. Damn, how did he dodge that? I heard they found the hero killer. Izuku. Lita. Todoroki. Ignores Monoma while eating soba. Monoma. Just like at the festival, class A always gets attention, right? But that's not because people expect too much from you. It's because you only cause trouble, right? That awkward comment to the boys and girls at the table. Monoma. Smirks. How scary. One day, the rest of us could be mixed up in his problems. Falls unconscious out of nowhere. Izuku. Well, seems like it worked, he thought as he used Hashoku Haki to knock out Monoma. How strange, I didn't even hit him. Izuku. Kendo. Hendo. Ah, hola Midoriya. Seiya Hagakure. La Connaisses. Izuku. She saved me on the first day. Looks at the orange-haired girl. Hendo. I'm sorry. This boy's heart. Izuku. He's rotten, although I think it's not just his heart, he commented without hesitation. Lita. Midoriya. Hendo. Don't worry, Lita. You were saying before that you didn't know what the practical exam would be like, right? Well, I heard it'll involve robot combat like the entrance exam. Izuku. Really? How do you know? Hendo. A friend told me. Although it's like cheating. Izuku. It's not mumbled, of course, I'm sure gathering information is part of the exam. I see, I should have asked someone, why didn't I notice? Continues muttering. Monoma. Struggling to stay conscious, what an idiot, Kendo. We had the advantage of information. It was our chance to defeat that nasty Class A. Hendo. Hits the blonde man on the back of the head and walks away from the table. They're not unpleasant. Lita Izuku. She is the older sister of Class B. After that, everyone returned to the classroom. Izuku informed them about the exam, causing most of them to relax a little, since some of them won't have any problems controlling their quirks if they are robots. Bakugo. Okay, Deku. Izuku. Bakugo. In the next exam I'll beat you without a doubt. I'll kill you. Todoroki. Todoroki. Bakugo. You too. Leaves the room. Hiroshima. Scratching the back of his neck. It's been a long time since it was this intense. Izawa observes the behavior of the ashen-haired boy from afar. Izawa. It's worse than I thought. For a week, the Wanna boys were studying and training. Gyaru, Shiro, Mina, Ejiro, and Kaminari went to Momo's house for the study session. Kirishima had Spartan-style study sessions with Bakugo. But the one who, arguably, suffered the most was Midoriya, since he studied while being attacked by his teacher Brooke in order to improve his use of haki. 1 week and 3 days of written exams later. Practical exam day. The students were in one of the UA facilities wearing their hero costumes, and in front of them were all their teachers. Izawa. The practical exam will now begin. It's possible to fail this exam. If you want to go to camp, don't make any mistakes. Gyaru. There are many teachers. Izawa. I hope you have gathered information ahead of time and imagine what we are going to do. Kaminari. We'll be fighting robots, right? Mina. Rockets. Curry. Test of courage. No. The lump moved between Izawa's bandages. For several reasons the UA director appears the written exam will be different this time. Kaminari and Mina went white with the rodent's explanation. Gyaru, Ejiro, Shiro. The director. Momo. Different. Principal. Getting off Izawa's shoulder. From now on we'll focus on combat, hero work, and stress more similar to a real fight. So you'll form teams of 2 and together you'll fight against a teacher. All? What? Uraraka. Against a teacher. Izawa. Also, the couples and who they will fight against have already been decided. The fights will be as follows. Hiroshima and Sato vs Amentus. Seiya and Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. Ejiro and Lita vs Power Loader. Momo and Todoroki vs Eraserhead. Aoyama and Uraraka vs 13. Kaminari and Mina vs Director Nezu. Koda and Gyaru vs Present Mick. Shoji and Hagakure vs Snipe. Vannetta and Shiro vs Midnight. Izuku and Bakugo vs Almight. Nezu. The time limit is 30 minutes. Your goal is to put these handcuffs on your teacher or allow one of them to escape the area. Kaminari. Capturing the teacher or escaping, it's like hero training. Mina. We really are allowed to escape. PM. But it will be different from training. This time they'll be up against someone much stronger. Gyaru. Stronger? I can't imagine. Koda. Worried by Gyaru's comment. PM. Idiot, shut your mouth, do you hear? After that, All Might explains the advantage they give their students, which is that the teachers will wear bracelets that carry half of their weight. All Might. It may be old-fashioned, but it complicates movement and wastes energy. He finishes putting on the bracelet. How tiresome. Oh, the design was chosen through competition, and we used the young Hatsumes. Zona Omega. City. Hiroshima and Sato vs Amentus. Victory for Cementus. Hiroshima and Sato charged head-on at Cementus, turning it into a battle of endurance. Both were exhausted and captured in a cement dome. While the second match was in progress, Izuku went to look for Todoroki. He found him in one of the restrooms. Izuku. Todoroki. Todoroki. Omega's own image building. Seiya Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. Victoria parts Seiya Tokoyami. During the fight against the pro hero, Seiya and Tokoyami were captured. But thanks to Seiya's quick wit and dark shadow, they managed to handcuff Ectoplasm at least one of his feet. Ectoplasm. That was very clever. Congratulations. Tokoyami. It was an honor. Seiya. Fellas Kiro Kiro. Observation room. Izuku. Enters the room. How did Seiya do? Recovery girl. I approve. You worry quite a bit. Izuku. That you think? Now that you mention it, I'm quite worried about her. Why would that be? Omega Zone. Construction Zone. Ejiro and Lita versus Power Loads. Victory for Ejiro and Lita. Even though Power Loader created hidden pits throughout the area, Lita used reciprocals to avoid falling in. Although one managed to capture him, he was able to throw Ejiro to the exit. Power Loader. Not bad. Cheers. Lita. Thank you very much. Observation room. Izuku. You're incredible. Notices that Ida was buried up to his neck. LIDA screen. And I can't get out. Izuku. Although that's not it. Omega's own residential area. Todoroki and Momo were waiting for the starting signal. Todoroki. Looks at Momo somewhat discouraged. Are you okay, Yaoyorozu? Momo. Disheartened. Why yes. CPU. Fourth battle, start. Chapter 14. CPU. Team Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, practical exam. Ready, go. Todoroki and Momo wandered through the streets and alleys. He kept a small fire going, while Momo made small Matryoshka dolls. Todoroki. This way we'll know if he's close. Momo. You're good, Todoroki. You quickly thought of a plan against Aizawa-sensei and determined which would be best. Todoroki. It's nothing strange. Momo. Nothing weird. Todoroki. Stops and looks at Momo. Momo. Since we both got into UA through recommendation, we started at the same place. But as far as practical skills go, I'm nothing special. In the cavalry battle at the festival, I just followed your orders, but in my first fight, I lost before I could do anything. Todoroki. Flashback. Izuku and Todoroki were in a break room. Izuku. Todoroki, I need you to know something about Momo. Todoroki. Izuku. I noticed it a while ago, but I didn't think it was important. Todoroki. What's going on? Izuku. I think she lost confidence in herself during the sports festival. Todoroki. What do you mean? Izuku. After losing against Tokoyami, I noticed a lot of sadness and disappointment in her eyes. Possibly she is devastated for not having done something against him. Todoroki. Why are you telling me this? Izuku. Because I want you to help her. She and you got in by recommendation, so I think it would be best if you helped her regain her confidence. Todoroki. Izuku. Will you do it? End of flashback. Todoroki. Yaoyorozu realizes something. Your Matryoshkas. Momo. Huh. Todoroki. Here it comes. Momo. Sorry. Aizawa. If they notice it, they should act. Eraserhead was hanging over his students, like Spider-Man. He captured Todoroki with his bandages, but he managed to free himself by burning him before his quirk could be erased. Todoroki. Walks away from Aizawa. Run, Momo. The black-haired girl runs away from the fight. Aizawa. This is your plan. Perfect for me. Captures Todoroki and leaves him hanging. I was going to get you first since you're the offensive one. Todoroki. Capture me, I just have to freeze or burn the bonds. Aizawa. Do it if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it. Throw some objects on the floor. Todoroki. Caltrops. He's a ninja. Aizawa. I know all the villains and heroes, so I'm prepared to intercept them. Moistens his eyes with a few drops. I think it's good that you were considerate with her, but you should have talked a little more. Leaves the half and half and goes after Momo. Todoroki. He's right. Activates his quirk and burns the bandages. With Momo. The brunette was running towards the exit while asking herself questions. Is there a shorter route to the exit? Is Todoroki okay? Is this the right thing to do? Similar questions arose in her mind, doubting every action she took. Suddenly, bandages were attached to Momo's arm, coming from Aizawa, who had already reached her. Momo. Aizawa-sensei. So Todoroki. Aizawa began to pull at the bandages, pulling Momo towards him. But the black-haired girl noticed that her quirk hadn't been erased and created a bracelet to free herself from the bonds. Aizawa decided to approach Momo to capture her, but then a wall of ice appeared between him and the black-haired girl. Momo. Todoroki. Todoroki. Takes Momo's hand. Come. Momo, sad. I'm sorry, Todoroki. They both get away from Eraserhead and manage to defeat him by hiding in an alley. Todoroki. We lost him. Momo. Sorry, Todoroki. Todoroki. Why are you apologizing? Momo. It's just your arm. The black-haired girl saw that one of Todoroki's arms was bleeding. Todoroki. Don't worry about it. Momo. Creates a bandage and heals his arm a little. Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, I'm sorry. Momo. Huh. Todoroki. I didn't understand what was happening to you. In fact, if it weren't for a friend, I never would have noticed. Yaoyorozu, you're the most suitable person for this situation. When we were choosing a class representative, one of the votes you got was mine because I thought you were good at it. Looks Momo in the eyes. Momo looks into Todoroki's eyes for a second and then grimaces, embarrassing, how embarrassing. Todoroki. What's the plan? Momo. I got it. Izawa was looking for his students. Izawa. I didn't want to use this, but they didn't leave me any alternatives. Kenbenshoku Haki. Activates observation Haki and feels two people nearby, so he went to that direction and finds said people running, wearing cloaks. Izawa. On the roof of a house fabric, huh? If I don't see them I can't erase their quirks. Jumps towards them. As he approaches, he uses his restraints to capture them, but discovers they're just mannequins. Momo is standing below them with a catapult loaded with bandages similar to Izawa's. Momo shoots the bandages. Now Todoroki. Todoroki appears from an alley behind them and was going to use fire, but… Todoroki. Huh? What's wrong? He can't use his quirk. Eraserhead erased the half-half's quirk. Izawa. Well planned, but throws his restraints and captures Todoroki and Momo. I already knew you were going to do that. CPU. Todoroki and Momo's team failed. Momo was quite discouraged, while Todoroki didn't know what to say. Izawa. Yaoyorozu, don't be discouraged. You forced me to use all my strength. Todoroki. I see. Yaoyorozu, your plan would have worked. Sees that Momo was shedding some tears. Are you okay? Are you sick? If you're nauseous, I know a pressure point on your foot too. Momo. Sniff. Nothing's wrong with me. Izawa watched both of them. Izawa. If I didn't have Kenbenshoku Haki, this would have ended differently. Observation room. Recovery girl. Wow, now I have more work. Izuku. So he made it Izawa-sensei. And so the rest of the fighting continued. Omega Zone. A place similar to USH. Aoyama and Uraraka vs 13. Victory for Aoyama and Uraraka. When both young people were being absorbed by 13's quirk black hole, Aoyama asks Uraraka a certain question. In surprise she lets go, causing 13 to deactivate his quirk. Uraraka uses the gunhead martial arts to subdue him. Omega Zone. Factory area. Amanari and Mina vs Nezu. Victory for Nezu. During the fight, Director Nezu, who was riding on heavy machinery, used science to block the students' path, preventing them from approaching the exit. PM. Director Nezu, quirk. High standard. It is a quirk that allows him to be smarter than humans. Omega Zone. Forest area. Present Mick vs Koda and Jiru. Victory for Koda and Jiru. After overcoming his fear of insects, Koda orders them to attack Present Mick, managing to scare him into unconsciousness. Waiting room. Everyone was slightly scared by such a scene. Izuku. Koda, how extreme. Recovery girl. Losing to insects. Pathetic. Omega Zone. I don't know the place. Shoji and Hagakure vs Snipe. Shoji and Hagakure win. Thanks to Hagakure taking off her gloves and boots and Shoji being the bait, they manage to capture him. Snipe. But with his shoulder he touches something soft and did something bounce. Hagakure. Furious. Snipe sensei. Snipe. Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. It wasn't on purpose. Omega Zone. Rocky area. Mineta and Zero vs Midnight. Victory for Zero and Mineta. I don't feel like writing this fight, haha. The minutes ended, it was Izuku and Bakugo's turn. The ash-haired boy had left Izuku alone, so they couldn't plan anything for this fight. Izuku was walking towards where the exam would take place, but then he received a hug from behind. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku. Momo-san. What are you talking about? Momo. Don't lie, Todoroki told me that you noticed my lack of confidence, so, thank you. Hugs tighter. Izuku. Hey, what's this feeling on my back? Gee, I have to get away. Nervous. D. Don't worry, that's what friends are for. Manages to get out of the hug. LCU runs off at maximum speed. A certain green-haired woman witnessed such a scene. Chapter 15. Izuku arrived at the place where his practical exam would be held. The area was similar to a city. In front of him was Bakugo, already prepared. Izuku. Kaken. Bakugo. Both were in complete silence until Bakugo decides to speak. Bakugo. Listen to me, Deku. This won't end like the sports festival. This time, I'll beat you without a doubt. He walks forward, away from the green-haired man. I'll kill you. The exam began. They were both walking down the street, silence filling the room. Izuku decides to approach Bakugo. Izuku. Listen to me, Kaken. In the exam, the teacher is the villain and we are the heroes. We must remember his combat prowess and choose whether to fight or flee. In our situation, fighting All Might would be dangerous, so… Bakugo. Stop following me. Walks away from Izuku. Izuku. Stretches his arm and stops. Kaken, listen to me. Fighting All Might is a bad idea. We must avoid it. Bakugo. Takes off Izuku's hand and looks at him directly. We'll play with him until the end, and when I'm tired I'll defeat him. Izuku. Approaches Bakugo. Listen to me. Even with an advantage we won't be able to beat All Might. We must receives a blow from Kaken, knocking him to the ground. Bakugo. Intimidating look. Don't say anything else just because you're doing better. You're bothering me. Observation room. Uraraka, Seiya, Momo and Lita were witnessing the scene, along with Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl. They can't work as a team. Don't they know who they're up against? But Izuku. Izuku. Sees Bakugo moving away. Listen to me Kaken, we can't beat him. Bakugo. Screaming shut up. I don't need your power too. Izuku. Don't shout. That's why we can never talk normally. The two continued arguing, but then a powerful air pressure, the result of a powerful blow, was approaching the two students. Midoriya acted quickly, using Gear Second, along with OFA 20% on his arm. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Jet Smash. Releases an air pressure that creates a gap so they can't be pushed. Both boys could see through all the dust the destruction that the attack caused. All Might. What does it matter to destroy the city walking through the dust? With just one stomp he dissipates all the dust. Bakugo. Izuku. What is this bullying? All Might. If you consider it a test you'll fail. I'm a villain, heroes. Bakugo attacks All Might head on. Bakugo. Stun grenade blinds Am and jumps to attack him. All Might grabs him by the face. Bakugo attacks the villain with small explosions but is then slammed to the ground by him. Am. With such weak consecutive hits, you won't achieve anything. And. All Might quickly appears behind Midoriya but was surprised to see the young man's palm near his abdomen. Izuku. Activates Gear Second jet pistol launches a powerful blow, making the villain retreat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he uses his arms and ties up Bakugo, escaping from All Might. Hidden in some damaged building. Izuku. Unleash the Muslim. Listen to me Kaken, if we try to fight All Might, we will lose. Bakugo. Well, I'd rather lose than work with you, Deku. Izuku hits Bakugo in the face with a hockey-covered punch. Izuku. With determination. Don't say you'd rather lose. Now listen to me. If you don't want to work with me, then tell me what to do. Always win in the end is what you used to say when you were a kid, right? Those words hit deep inside him. Bakugo was about to explode at the green-haired boy, but he punched a wall behind him. Bakugo. Head down against that absurd speed, it's impossible to escape from him. He doesn't even feel a simple blow. I noticed it. Izuku. Shocked. Is he collaborating? Bakugo. I have a plan, between teeth, but I need your help. Izuku. Nervous. Okay, now it's scarier than before. Con All Might. The villain was in search of the heroes, without any success. All Might. Since he hid, does that mean he's going to the door? Suddenly someone appears behind him. Izuku. Villain. All Might. Behind me, huh? Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Gatling launches multiple attacks, but All Might blocks them all. All Might. Not bad, hero. Izuku. Now. Bakugo appears behind All Might. Bakugo. You annoy me. Unlocks both bracelets. Grenades shine. Izuku steps out of the way of the powerful attack that All Might was pushed into. Bakugo. Run, idiot. Izuku, with the OFA full cal 20% and the Ashen-haired boy began to move towards the exit. All Might. Gets up from the ground. I see, an agreement between fight and flight. Impressive. Observes the damaged buildings. They also limited the damage by targeting already destroyed sites. Those two are very smart, although they fall apart when working together, but if they solve it someday, it will be a big step towards the future. Well, their teacher will also try hard. Both students were approaching the exit. Midoriya's first thought upon seeing her was, she's way too pretty. Bakugo. Approaches the green-haired boy. He's not jazzing us. Has he been unconscious? Hey idiot, you kept saying that we couldn't beat him. That attack wasn't enough. When he reaches us, I'll destroy him. Someone appears among them. All Might. Yes, and then. Izuku. But Wa receives a blow, being pushed directly into a building. Bakugo tries to attack the villain, but receives a blow to the arm, causing his bracelet to be destroyed. All Might. Surprised. You shouldn't be with these bracelets, this isn't even my top speed. Die, heroes. The villain throws a knee to Bakugo's chin. Midoriya attacks with a Gomu Gomu no pistol, but All Might dodges it, grabs the green-haired man's arm, and slams him to the ground. He then pulls said arm, pulling Izuku towards him, and then punches him in the stomach. Izuku. Kneeling on the ground, it hurts. How is this possible, unless hockey? All Might. Whispering takes Izuku's suit and approaches his face. Surprised. I still can't manifest it like you do, but I can use it enough to improve my attacks. The villain didn't notice, but Izuku had stretched both arms behind him. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Bazooka hits All Might's chest and walks away. Then he approaches Bakugo Kaken, listen to me. Bakugo. Sor what kwai. Izuku. I'll try to weaken All Might a little. Bakugo. Pained idiot, you yourself said that we can't fight him. Izuku. But if I do this, I'll be able to stand against him even if it's only for 5 minutes. Get ready to hit him with your best attack when I give you the signal. He leaves Bakugo and stands in front of All Might, about 3 meters away from them. All Might. What would you do, young hero? Izuku. Remember, only use it for 5 minutes if you don't want to be defenseless, extends his arm and covers it with hockey gear. Bakugo and All Might looked closely at the green-haired man. Izuku. 4th. Chapter 15.5. Izuku. Gear. Bakugo and All Might watched the green-haired man's actions closely. Izuku. 4th bites his arm and starts blowing air through it. Kinniku Funsen. Flashback. During his week of training with Brooke. We could see a green-haired man exhausted and kneeling on the ground. Brooke. You should stop Izuku. Izuku. Not yet. I must be stronger to protect everyone. I was barely able to save my teammates in USJ, and if it weren't for All Might, I would have died. Brooke. What exactly happened? An explanation later. Brooke. I see. If you want to use Gear 4th, I have 2 tips. Izuku. Brooke. Use it in an emergency. And if you want to keep moving. End of flashback. Set a time limit were the words that echoed in his mind as he transformed. Izuku. Completes his transformation. Boundman. Leaps towards All Might. Gomu Gomu no. Both were about to attack. Izuku AM. Kongun. Smash. The two collided, creating a shockwave that moved trees and shook the ground. After attacking, the green-haired man and the villain separated. Izuku. Go. Culverin throws his arm towards the enemy, changing direction along the way. All Might dodges the attack and goes straight towards Izuku, hitting him in the stomach. Izuku. Spits out some saliva and is then sent towards a building. All Might. Not bad, but approaches Bakugo. It wasn't enough, interrupted by a double kick to the face. Izuku. Rhino Schneider throws All Might away. Are you okay, Bakugo? Bakugo. Shut up, Deku. I want to kill him. Izuku. Okay, when I use this attack, throw your best explosion. Bakugo. You don't give me orders. Izuku begins to fly as high as possible and begins to blow a large amount of air into one arm. All Might. That was a good attack. I got pushed back quite far from the buildings. And Midoriya. Then he saw a figure in the sky. It was Midoriya charging his final attack. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no. All Might. Jump straight towards Midoriya. Detroit. Izuku. King Kong Gun. Smash. Both blows collide and a struggle ensues. A shockwave and lightning erupt from the collision. The struggle continues for a few seconds, but then Izuku stops and begins to release air from his mouth like a balloon. Izuku. Falling to the ground now. Kaken. All Might. Bakugo. Still in the air. Bakugo. Shiny. He releases the most explosive explosion of all. But as a consequence, he felt a terrible pain in his arms. Izuku. Lying on the ground. Are you okay? Bakugo. Shut up. I just overused my quirk. Both of them, with the remaining strength in their bodies, managed to cross the exit, passing the exam. But as soon as they crossed the exit, they both fell unconscious, so they were transported to the infirmary. Time skip. Infirmary, at dusk. Recovery girl was scolding All Might, since if he had hurt them much more, especially the Muslim, it would have left permanent damage. All Might. Looking at both young men, who were sleeping in the infirmary beds, both became so strong that I almost didn't recognize them. In the future they will become great heroes. Many things happened. Some learned from their weakness and stepped up. Others learned what it took to become a hero, others hit a huge wall, some learned from their own helplessness, others moved on to a new goal. With those bittersweet feelings, the final exams ended. In a bar, location unknown. The villain who attacked Ue, Tamura Shigaraki, was carefully observing the photo of a certain green-haired man. Kurajiri. Shigaraki, are you curious about that boy, Izuku. Midoriya. You hear a door open. Shigaraki, they haven't stopped talking about you lately. The one who opened the door was a villain named Jiren. Jiren. I heard they're starting something big. Shigaraki. Squeezes the photo, disintegrating it, and. Who are they? The black-haired boy with scars on his face enters the room. So it's you. I saw a picture of you, but in person you're disgusting. And a pretty excited little girl. Biggles the hand guy. You're Mr. Stain's friend, right? Let me join the League of Villains. Chapter 16. Shigaraki acquires 2 new members in the league. The brat who committed multiple murders by bleeding called Himiko Toga, and a boy with scars who follows the ideology of the hero killer called Dabi. We thank Kurajiri for preventing Shigaraki from killing them. Let's go back to UA. It was the next day, after the practical exams everyone was waiting for the results, although a small group already knew it. Mina. Sad guys, I hope to hear your stories from the camp, she said on the verge of tears, while behind her were Sato, Kirishima and Denki, with dead looks. Izuku. It's still too early to draw conclusions. There's likely to be a last-minute surprise trying to cheer the group up. Zero. Midoriya is right. I don't know if I'll pass, since our team managed to pass because of Mineta. Mineta rejoiced in his pride upon hearing those words. Suddenly Aizawa appears, and everyone returned to their places as if by magic. Aizawa. As you know, not everyone passed the exam. And that's why even Iran, he said with a smile. Sato, Mina, Kirishima and Denki. A last-minute surprise. Kirishima. Can we really go? Mina. Thank you Midoriya. You summoned good luck. Aizawa. Everyone passed the practical exam. However, Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, Sato and Zero, you failed the practical exam. Zero. Huh? I knew it discouraged. Aizawa. Our side made sure to leave an escape route and we would see how they handled that situation, otherwise everyone would have gotten stuck at the beginning. All the failed students celebrated that they would still go to camp. Aizawa. However, seriously, failing is failing. You five will have extra lessons during camp. The mood of the five suddenly fell, as if they had discovered that their favorite manga would be on hiatus. After class, the boys realized they would need several things for the camp. So they decided to go to the largest and most advanced Kiyashi shopping center. The next day, everyone was there, except for a few who couldn't go because they had other plans. There, Izuku activated his analytical mode and began to mutter, analyzing the merchandise the place sold. Tokoyami. Stop it, Midoriya. You're scaring children. Then a civilian screams. Civilian. Hey, aren't they from the festival? CIVIL2. The first ones. CIVIL3. It's them. CIVIL 123. The sports festival, yes. Uraraka. Impressed there are still people who remember it. Jiru. By the way, I need a new backpack. Momo. Why don't we go together? Mineta. Where can I buy some hooks and a drill? Kaminari. I don't have running shoes. I need some. Hagakure. Me too. Lita. Suddenly appears the guide said they should be worn out. Although I should choose based on utility. Kirishima. Since we all need different things, why don't we split up and pick a time to meet? Everyone accepted the idea and decided on a time, then they separated leaving Uraraka and Izuku. Izuku. What about you, Uraraka? I'll look for some new sneakers. Uraraka. I need insecticide, remembers what Aoyama told her during the exam. Insecticide. Runs away. Izuku. Confused, am I an insect? As he watched a brunette flee for unknown reasons, Izuku set out to find some new sneakers. While he was looking at various stores, an unidentified flying object suddenly landed in front of him. The green-haired boy approached the crater and… Izuku? Brooke. Brooke. Oh, hola Midoriya yohahoho. Izuku. How did you come from the sky? And how are you still alive? Looks at the sky. Brooke. Well. Mini flashback. Brooke was walking towards a musical instrument store when he met an adult woman with a slender figure and ash hair, accompanying Inko. Inko notices the skeleton. Oh Brooke. Brooke. Hello. Inko approaches the green-haired girl's friend. My name is Brooke. Mitsuki. Hello, I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, it's a pleasure. Brooke. The pleasure is all mine. Can I ask you something? Inko. Worried that it's not what I think it is. Mitsuki. Confused of course. Brooke. Can I see your panties? Inko. In her mind she made a facepalm. Mitsuki. Quiet. Brooke. This Mrs. Mitsuki. Mitsuki. Susura shy. Brooke. Shy. Mitsuki. Shinii. Performs a super uppercut, launching Brooke into the skies. Gosh Inko, why are you friends with a pervert? Inko. Honestly, when he doesn't ask that question, he's very refined and social. End of mini flashback. Brooke. And that's what happened. Izuku. I'm surprised he didn't break a bone. Brooke. Don't worry about it, I just need calcium if something like that happens. Izuku. I see. Brooke and the green-haired boy continued talking, and when they saw that they were both going the same way, they decided to go shopping together. When the agreed-upon time arrived, all the students gathered and went their separate ways. Along the way, Brooke and Midoriya separated, leaving the young man alone. The walk to the station was quite far, and Izuku was happy to have everything for the camping trip back home. Izuku. Exhausted how thirsty, he approaches a vending machine that was conveniently there. The green-haired man approaches to place a coin, but then his hand collides with someone's, and from the surprise both coins fall. Izuku. Sorry, he bends down to pick up the coins and hands one to the stranger. But when he saw Seiya, Izuku. The silence lasted a few seconds, then some drinks were taken from the machine. Then the green-haired couple walked together. Izuku. What a strange coincidence. He said nervously, trying to start a conversation. Seiya. Certainly. What were you doing here? Izuku. I was walking to the train station, and you? Seiya. I live nearby. Izuku. I see. They walked until they reached a park where they decided to sit on a bench. Izuku. Relieved. Phew, how exhausted I am. Seiya. Right, you went to the mall with the others. Izuku. Yes, it took me a while to find some red sneakers. Shows a bag he had stored in his backpack. Why didn't you go? Seiya. I already had everything and I had to take care of my siblings. But I wanted to get some fresh air, so I left the house, and here I am. Kiro. Smiles a little. Izuku didn't know what was happening to him. Just being with her made him feel like he was running out of words. He tried not to get nervous and his heart was beating fast. He stood there, staring at Seiya. Seiya. Izuku. Izuku. I'm sorry. Looks away, slightly embarrassed. Seiya. Izuku. You remember when you saved me from Bakugo? Izuku. Yes, that day I woke up my quirk and I was surprised. I had also forgotten my handkerchief. He nervous laugh. Seiya. That day, you were my hero. Light blush. Izuku. Surprised by Seiya's words. Seiya. When you disappeared, I thought it was just a dream, but you left your handkerchief behind. From that day on, I took care of it, believing that one day I would see you again. There was a silence that lasted for seconds. The truth is. Izuku. I like you. Seiya. Surprised Kiro. Izuku. I didn't know how I felt about you before. I was confused. But then, during the practical exam, when I was worried about you, I understood. Seiya, I like you. I'd like you to be my girlfriend. Seiya blushed at the green-haired man's words. She was about to respond, but then. Phone ringtone sounds. Seiya. Kiro. She takes the phone and looks at the green-haired man, who nods. Hello. Yes, okay, I'm going there. She hangs up. It's my sister, she needs my help. Izuku. I see. Go. Seiya. Kiro. Izuku. Takes Seiya's hands. Don't worry, I'll wait for your answer. Main smile. Seiya. Thank you. Bye. Izuku goes home. The instant Seiya is out of sight, Izuku falls to his knees on the ground with his face red, releasing steam as if he had activated gear second. Izuku. How embarrassing. Nobody told me it would be so embarrassing to say that. Places his hands on his face, trying to cover it. At Seiya's house. The green-haired girl arrives home and enters. Satsuki, Seiya's younger sister. Hello sister, sorry to bother you, but are you okay? Your face is red. I'm Skip. UA. Many things happened during classes, but it was already the end of the first semester and our students were in a meeting where the principal was giving a speech. The holidays were just around the corner, but that didn't mean all fun. They had to be prepared for the approaching evil and be true heroes. Location. You seem very happy, Master. Is it because of the growth of the League of Villains? Hee, that's not it, Doctor. It's just that Shigaraki Tamura now has conviction. The League of Villains needs people who agree with its beliefs. He observes the members of said league on a screen. I'll make him decide everything. If he needs help, I'll save him. The screen brightens a little more, showing his face, which was missing everything but his mouth. I've even prepared for this. Doctor. I understand all for one. Chapter 16.5. Summer break had begun. It was a hot day and our green-haired boy was in his room reading Sanji's cookbook. Normally, he'd be training, but Brooke scolded him, saying he should be doing more with his classmates. Izuku. Sighs, closes the book. What should I do? Suddenly remembers what happened that night. Slight blushed. Seiya checks her phone and sees the contact list. Why didn't I ask for her number? Does a facepalm with some force. While he was lamenting, the doorbell rang. Izuku went to the door and found two of his classmates. Izuku. Mineta. Kaminari. Kaminari, hola Midoriya. Mineta. Let's go to the pool. Izuku. Swimming pool. Minari. Yes, before summer camp. Mineta. Let's train together. Gives a thumbs up. Izuku. Well, Brooke said to do more things with my teammates. Yes. At UA. Teacher's lounge. Izawa was talking to Vlad, the teacher of Class B. Izawa. Regarding increasing the strength of the summer camp. Bald. Eraser, first confirm the quirks of your ONESHOT students. Izawa. Let's see. Starts reading some pages. 19 students later. I was going to write them down, but maybe it wouldn't have been a good idea. Hahaha. Izawa. Midoriya. Izuku. Quirk. Gomu Gomu. His body is made of rubber, allowing him to stretch his limbs, enhancing his attacks. Now for Class B. He is interrupted by a young man's voice. Kaminari. Excuse me goes to the teacher's lounge. Aizawa. What do you want? Haminari. The day before yesterday we brought a form to use the pool. Aizawa. Yes. The school gave them permission to use it, but only until 5 o'clock. Mineta. Thank you very much. Aizawa. Wait. You said you wanted to do endurance training. Go for it. Haminari Mineta Midoriya. See. Minutes later. The three boys were in the locker room already in their school swimsuits, putting their clothes in the lockers. Izuku. That's a great idea, guys. We'll be able to use our quirks here. It's perfect for our training. Haminari. He, we're at hero school. Mineta. Go further plus ultra. Izuku. Ultra. Start conversation with your eyes. Haminari. It was right to invite Midoriya looks at Mineta. Mineta. If it was just us, they wouldn't have given us permission to use the pool looks at Kaminari. Haminari. By the way, there's no problem with that, right? Mineta. Of course not. I heard it by chance. End of talk. Flashback. In Class 1A, the girls were sad to hear the news that, due to the recent villain attacks, they wouldn't be able to take long trips. But then the idea of using the school pool for fun came up. What they didn't know was that the entire conversation was overheard by Mineta. End of flashback. Both boys were running down a corridor to the pool to see their classmates in bikinis, but when they arrived they found their classmate Lita. Lita. Hello guys. Haminari and Mineta noticed that almost all of their classmates were present. Haminari. What is everyone doing here? Izuku. Leaving the hallway since we were all going to train here, I thought it would be a good idea to send everyone a message in case they wanted to come. Haminari. Clenching a fist whispers you're very serious Midoriya. Mineta. Whispers calm down Kaminari, remember the girls in swimsuits. Then they turned to look at the side of the pool, the girls were there stretching in their swimsuits from school. They were full bodysuits, leaving their arms, part of their legs and back free. Haminari. Depressed what kind of swimsuits are those? They're not bikinis. Mineta. I like it enjoying the view. Haminari. You like everything. Lita. Kaminari, Mineta. Approaches the boys it was a good idea to use the school pool. I'm very impressed. So why don't we all sweat a little together? Ha 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 drags both boys. Haminari. Wait. Mineta. Wait a minute. Hey YM. No. Throughout the day, the boys were doing their endurance exercises while the girls played around in the pool with a beach ball. Seiya occasionally watched Izuku train, but… Mina. Careful. The beach ball hits Seiya, bringing her out of her little trance. Mina. I'm sorry Seiya. Seiya. Don't worry. It didn't hurt much. Hagakure. It's weird to see you distracted. Is something wrong? Seiya. Remembers Izuku's confession nervous and nothing. Seiya's nerves caused both girls' suspicions to increase. After training, Lita brought a cooler with orange-flavored drinks. She then approached the green-haired man to talk, reminiscing about all the events of the past. But while they were talking, Izuku, hey Deku. Approaching the green-haired boy with murderous intentions. Izuku. Kaken. Hiroshima. Sorry for the delay. It took a while to convince him to come stopping Bakugo. Izuku. Laughs nervously. Bakugo. Let's settle things once and for all. I want to prove I'm better than you letting out explosions. Izuku. Piro. Ida. That's true, just training wouldn't be interesting. Guys calling his teammates' attention want to see who can swim 50 meters the fastest. All the boys agreed with Lita's idea. They will be allowed to use quirks in the race, however, they cannot hurt anyone or destroy buildings, for Bakugo XD. The girls will help as referees. ONESHOT, Bakugo, Mineta, Kaminari, Tokoyami y Kota. Everything started well, but Bakugo wins by flying with his explosions. Bakugo. How about that, extras? Zero. What do you mean, what's up? Hiroshima. You didn't even swim. Bakugo. It's freestyle, you idiots. Second race, Todoroki, Zero, Aoyama, Kirishima, and Sato. Todoroki used his ice to slide towards the goal. Haminari and Mineta. You should have been swimming. Third race, Midoriya, Lita, Shoji and Ajiro. Izuku. I hope this works and doesn't end like a hammer in the water, he thought while a drop of anime-style sweat came out. The green-haired boy turns to look at Seiya. She notices this and their gazes cross, then Seiya smiles with a slight blush. Izuku. I don't know why, but now I'm more motivated. Momo. Ready, go. Midoriya, Ajiro and Shoji dive into the pool. Two of them could be seen swimming. Lita was sliding down the divider's name unknown. Hiroshima. You too. Haminari. Why Midoriya? Mineta. Wait. Flashback. Capitulo 4.5. Izuku. No I can't get close to the ocean. Mineta just looked at him confused. End of flashback. Mineta. Can't swim. Haminari. Look. Underwater. Everyone saw Midoriya releasing green rays with his slightly pink skin and black legs. Izuku. Skywalk. Izuku was neck and neck against Lita, but in the end the green-haired man won. Minutes later. Lita. The winners of each race, Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki, will now compete. The appointees are placed in position. Bakugo. I hope you guys don't hold back. Hiroshima. Ghana. Bakugo. Haminari. Don't kill them. Zero. Don't lose, Todoroki. Uraraka. You can, Deku-kun. Mina. Gets Midoriya's attention if you win, Seiya will give you a prize. Seiya. Sorprendied Kiro. Izuku. I hadn't heard what Mina said. Okay. Bakugo. I will fly to the end, releasing explosions. Todoroki. I'll slide. His arm begins to emanate cold air. Ida. Ready. Here. The three boys dived, although apparently two of them did not have that idea in mind. Haminari. What happened? Zero. Did they delete their quirks? Izawa. It's 5 p.m. Your time at the pool is over. Go home with hair up and red eyes. Haminari. Espear, sensei. Zero. Something epic was about to start. Izawa. His eyes shine a little more. Did they say something? All. Nothing, sir. But then something emerges from the other side of the pool, creating a tower of water. Everyone looks at Izuku, who seems to have made a superhero landing. Izuku. Looks at his companions. Did I miss something? Bakugo. Damn it. How dare you beat me? Everyone watched the scene with an I'm-like drop while Izawa wondered, didn't he erase his quirk? After the boys changed in the locker room and after hitting Mineta for trying to find another treasure of his ancestors, the green-haired boy says goodbye to his friends and before heading home, he stops a certain green-haired girl. Izuku. Seiya, could I ask you something? Seiya. Slightly blushed. If perhaps he asked me, she was imagining several scenes of Izuku acting like a heartthrob. Izuku. Could we exchange numbers? Seiya. Yes. You won't ask me for anything else. Izuku. Why? Seiya. You didn't hear what Mina said. Izuku. No. What do you mean? Haminari. Hey, let's get some ice cream. Calling both green-haired girls. Izuku. Raidabiriamo's Seiya. See. They both went to their friends to eat ice cream. A special two heroes. Part 1. The beginning. My dear readers, here I leave you your special he. It was summer vacation and Izuku was in the forest where Brooke lives training with Gear 4th. Izuku. Deactivates Gear 4th. I didn't notice it before, but as I use it, I can increase its duration. It's possible that my body is getting used to it, he thought. Brooke is coming. Brooke. Good job. Midoriya gives the green-haired boy a juice. I see you're getting used to the transformation. Izuku. Hi, drink some juice. They both started chatting a little. They even noticed that it was getting dark. Brooke. I think you should go home before your mom gets worried. Izuku. You're right. Thank you for letting me train here. Brooke. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, it's a pleasure. Take care. Says goodbye to Izuku. The green-haired boy walked calmly towards his house, but then he heard someone's familiar voice. Almight. I'm here waiting to ambush young Midoriya on his way home. He said, running towards the green-haired boy with a suitcase and wearing civilian clothes. Izuku. Hola, Almight. Almight. You weren't surprised. Returning to his skeletal form. Izuku. I heard you from afar. Scratching his neck. Toshinori. Whatever. Midoriya, you know Island, right? Izuku. Of course. Starts murmuring. All the hero support companies created a city to develop tools that help heroes control or improve their quirks. The city is a mobile artificial island with a total area of. Toshinori. Spits blood. Do you want to come with me? Cuts off the murmur. Izuku. Oh really? Shines his eyes. Toshinori. Now that you're my successor, I wanted you to develop more insight. In fact, I'd like Brooke to come along so he can get to know a little bit. Izuku. Sure, I'll call him. Takes his cell phone. Toshinori. Okay. Then pack your things, we leave right now. Izuku. Right now. Brooke. Picks up the call. Hello Midoriya, what's up? We can see a green-haired man and a skeleton accompanying the symbol of peace on a private plane. Izuku. Sees they're arriving. All Might, wake up. Toshinori. Still asleep, with a bubble in his mouth. Izuku. All Might. Toshinori. The bubble bursts. Izuku. We're here. Look. The three of them look out the window. Izuku. Island, a mobile island inhabited by over 10,000 people. It's great to be able to see the Expo pre-opening. Upon landing and putting on their hero suits, Izuku and the others successfully passed through immigration inspection. I'll skip Izuku's explanation of Island. There they were, observing the majestic view that the place offered. Then a guide approached. Welcome to Island, Almight. Is that him? It's really Almight. The fans came up to greet him and ask for his autograph. Izuku managed to escape the crowd, or so he thought. Woman 1. You're the guy from the sports festival. Can I have your autograph? Izuku. Man 1. You were great. Man 2. I was hoping you would win. Young lady. Blushing W, would you give me your number? Young lady 2. Could you take a picture with me? The green-haired man was also surrounded by his admirers. As for Brooke, he was lying on the floor with a bump on his afro. I leave what happened to you. XD. After managing to calm his fans. Almight. I didn't think they'd detain me for so long. Wiping the lipstick off her face. We'll be late. Izuku. Resting late. Almight. I wanted to meet up with an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. Do you want to come with me? Izuku. Really? Of course. Almight. Fine. What do you say, Brooke? Brooke. I'll pass. I'd like to see more of this place. Almight. Okay. See you later. Brooke. Hi. Separates from his friends. Almight. By the way, Midoriya Shonen, I haven't told him about One for All, so keep it a secret since danger follows those who know. Izuku. It's okay. He looks at his hand with determination. I must learn to master both powers. One for All and the Gomu Gomu no Mi. After finishing talking, they both notice a young woman with golden hair approaching them with what appears to be a jumper. I don't know the name, haha. Dude. Jumps into the hero's arms. Uncle Might. Almight. Melissa catches the young woman. How much you've grown, I almost don't recognize you. Melissa. I'm 17 now, I'm bigger and heavier. Almight. I don't think so. He lifts the young woman up as if she were a 5-year-old girl. Izuku. Will she be Almight's best friend? Their ages don't match. Almight. Puts Melissa down. By the way, where is Dave? Melissa. She's in her lab, apparently finishing the first phase of research from a few years ago. So I invited you as a surprise for her success. Almight. So that's what it's about. What's he investigating this time? Melissa. It's something confidential, even I don't know. The blonde notices his confused student. Almight. Oh, Midoriya Shonen. She's my friend's daughter. Melissa. I'm Melissa Shield, it's a pleasure. Izuku. The pleasure is mine. Shakes his hand. I am Izuku Midoriya, a first-year student at UA. Melissa. UA? So you're Uncle Might's student? Izuku. Hi. Almight. He's a great student. He'll be a promising hero in the future. Melissa. Great. Tell me, what kind of quirk do you have? Invades the young man's space. Izuku. Nervous. A normal one. Melissa. Looks at Izuku's suit. It's cool, but it has a very unorthodox design. You also don't have any support elements. Izuku. It's that. Almight. Clears throat. Melissa, it's time. Melissa. Surprised. I'm sorry, I got carried away. Runs towards the jumper and puts it away. We have to hurry and give Dad the surprise. They both followed Melissa. On the other side of Island. With his phone in hand, making a call. We were able to enter Island. Where do we look for the merchandise? Phone. Come at 6 p.m. at gate 66. Elsewhere. In a room, located in a part of the building, there was a man with brown hair and green eyes, looking at a photo of his friend in his youth on his phone. Teacher. His attention was caught by a blonde man. I finished cleaning the place. Thanks for your help, Sam. Sam, no problem, Dave. Because he's not having lunch with his daughter. Dave. She's at the academy doing independent research, although I think she should rest for the expo. Melissa. Hi, Dad. Dave. Melissa. Sam. Hola. Melissa. Hi, Sam-san. Thanks for taking care of my dad. Dave. What are you doing here, daughter? I thought you were doing research at the academy. Melissa. Well, to celebrate finishing part of your work, I invited a friend of yours. Dave. Confused. Really? Who? He's surprised to see that person walking through the door. Almight. I'm here. Shivering with excitement for our great reunion. He shouted while making heroic poses. Dave. Tashi. Almight. Dave. Hugs his friend. How long has it been? Dave. Don't say that, neither of us wants to know. He lightly hits his friend. Almight. That's true. Ha ha ha. Look at his friend. I'm glad to see you. Dave. Me too. They both bump fists. Almight. By the way, I'd like you to meet a student of mine at UA. He steps aside, revealing the green-haired boy. Dave, this is Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya Shonen, this is Izuku. Dave Shield. Distinguished scientist in quirk research, Nobel Prize winner. He was All Might's partner while he was in the United States and creator of All Might's Young Age, Bronze Age, Silver Age, and Golden Age costumes. I never thought I'd be able to meet him in person. Dave. Hahaha, it's a pleasure to meet a fan of my work, he said to see All Might cough a little. Melissa, why don't you show the young man the exhibition? Melissa. Okay. Then Izuku. Izuku. Are you sure? Melissa. Yes. It's an honor for me to be with a future hero. Let's go. Izuku. It's okay. They both go to the expo. Sam said goodbye to Dave and went to rest a little. Ashinori. All Might returns to his skinny shape. Cough cough. Thanks Dave. Dave. Are you okay? You told me the symptoms in an email, but I didn't think they were that severe. At the expo. The young green-haired man was talking to Melissa. Melissa. So you're thinking about changing your hero name? Izuku. Yes. My teacher told me a story that fascinated me. It's more of a legend. Melissa. I see. And what would you call yourself? Izuku. Seriously notices a vehicle. Wow. What is this? Melissa. Is a multi-purpose vehicle capable of flying and traveling underwater. Izuku. Incredible. Melissa. If you like that, you should see this. They walked towards a pillar filled with water. And in the center there was a suit. Melissa. This diving suit can be worn at depths of 7,000 meters. Izuku. How deep? They both continued looking at the inventions while talking. Melissa. Each of these inventions are based on things my dad patented and they help heroes around the world. Izuku. It really is amazing. Melissa. Someday I hope to be a scientist like him, but I still have a long way to go. Izuku. Smiles. I understand you. Looks at his hand. I also have to work hard if I want to be a hero like All Might. Melissa. You really admire him. Izuku. Yes, he says embarrassed while scratching the back of his neck, remembering what happened when he met Dave's shield. Uraraka. You're really having fun, Deku-kun. Izuku. Surprised, he turns back. You Uraraka, what are you doing here? Uraraka. You're really having fun. Izuku. He said it twice. Momo. Hola, Midoriya-kun. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san. Jiru. Midoriya, listen to everything moving his earphone jack. Izuku. His quirk is terrifying. Melissa. Are they your classmates from UA? Izuku. Yes. And I think there's a misunderstanding now. Scratching his neck. Then he approaches her. Whisper, don't tell them I came with All Might. They don't know. Melissa. Whispers, okay. Looks at the girls. Do you want to go get something to drink? All the girls were sitting at a table outside the cafeteria, chatting about their internships. The green-haired boy was relieved to have the misunderstanding cleared up. Here's your order. Leaves the drink in front of the green-haired man. Izuku. That voice turns to see his waiter Kaminari. Sees he was accompanied by a dwarf and Mineta. What are you doing here? Kaminari. They were looking for part-time staff for the exhibition, and we applied. Mineta. We can rest for a while, get some extra money and find pretty girls. He looks at the table where his classmates were and sees Melissa. Midoriya. Who is she? Kaminari. Present tense. Izuku. True. If you're going to make money, work harder. Walks quickly toward the boys. Uraraka. Iida-kun. You came too. Iida. I come from a family of heroes, so we received invitations. My family is busy, so I came alone. Momo. You too. I received invitations because my father is a shareholder in the iExpo sponsors. Jiru. And since I had 2 extra invitations, Uraraka and I came after an impartial game with the others. Uraraka. The others came too, and we plan to meet tomorrow when iExpo is public. Izuku. That means she came too. He thought about the green-haired girl. Suddenly, a tremor is felt and an explosion is seen nearby. Midoriya went to the source of the explosion and was able to see his teammate Kirishima. Presenter. 32 seconds, 8th place. Kirishima. Deactivates his quirk and sees the green-haired boy Midabro. Izuku. Kirishima. Melissa. Izuku, he is. Izuku. Yes. He's also a classmate. Looks at Kirishima again. How did you manage to come? Kirishima. Well, I got a couple of tickets so I came with. Presenter. Now. The next challenger. The green-haired boy watches as a pale-haired boy enters the field. The suit he was wearing allowed Izuku to recognize him easily. It was Bakugo. Announcer. Villains attack. Ready, go. Bakugo flew explosively toward the villains at incredible speed. One by one, the villains, who were robots, fell like flies. Presenter. Incredible. I completed it in 15 seconds. First place. Bakugo lands in front of the host. Looking up, he manages to see the green-haired boy. Bakugo. Flies towards Izuku. What are you doing here? Izuku. Holikaken. Kirishima. Hey Midabro, aren't you interested in trying? Izuku. Pensando. Bakugo. It would be useless. After all, I'm better than you. Izuku. It wouldn't hurt to try. Determined, Izuku went down to where the presenter was, making a superhero landing. While he was getting ready, the others had already arrived, except for Mineta and Kaminari, who had to work. Presenter. Ready. Izuku. Whispers Gear Second pumps blood into both arms and then crosses them. Full cowl. 15% green rays appear over his body reddened by the first technique. Then he uncrosses his arms releasing a slight air pressure. Announcer. Villains attack. Ready, go. Izuku runs at maximum speed and climbs the small hill, managing to spot a robot. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Jet Smash launches a fast attack, which couldn't be seen due to the speed. The only thing they could see was the destroyed robot. Uraraka. Genial. Deity. When did he attack? Melissa. Her body is made of rubber and her power is destructive like Uncle Might's, but Izuku, after attacking the first robot, jumps as high as possible and begins to spin on its body. Kirishima. What will he do? Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Jet Hanabi. Starts throwing punches and kicks all over the place. The robots were destroyed almost instantly. Presenter. What's this? 13 seconds. We have the new top spot holder. Publico. Woo. Izuku lands in front of the presenter, deactivating Gear Second and Ofa, then goes towards his companions Iida and Kirishima. Jiru. It was amazing. Momo. Yes, really. Melissa. She stared at Midoriya, as if analyzing him. Then she came back to her senses and looked at the girls. UA students really are incredible. The girls' chat was interrupted by a pale-haired boy. Bakugo. How dare you make a better time than mine? Izuku. Sorry Kaken, but I wanted to try a new move, even though I didn't think it would work so well. Iida and Kirishima wanted to calm Bakugo down a bit, but then a large amount of ice appeared on the field. Post. Great, 14 seconds. We have the runner-up. You could see a boy with white and red hair. Izuku. Todoroki. The Muslim flies towards the half-half. Bakugo. Damn half-half. Todoroki. Bakugo. Bakugo. Lands in front of him. How do you come here to make everyone think you're better than me? Damn. Todoroki. Looks in the stands neutral. The others came. Bakugo. Don't ignore me. Presenter. This the next contestant. Bakugo. Shut up. I'll be next. Iida. Guys, we must stop him before he exposes UA's shameful secret. Runs towards Bakugo. Hey and I. Hi they go towards Bakugo. The girls watched as they tried to stop the Muslim XD. Melissa. Laughs a little. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about how much fun they have at UA. Momo. Well at least it's not boring. Jiru. See. The girls were embarrassed by their explosive student. After calming down the little gray-haired boy, the boys, except Bakugo and Kirishima, went to enjoy the expo with Melissa. At dusk, when the expo was ending for the day, Izuku and the others went to Kaminari and Mineta's to give them some tickets to the reception party, courtesy of Melissa. Iida, after planning the time and location where they would meet, went to inform Todoroki, Bakugo, and Kirishima of the plan. The boys split up to go get formal clothes, but then the green-haired boy is stopped by Melissa. Izuku. What's going on? Melissa. Could you come with me somewhere? Two Heroes Special Part 2. Two Heroes Special Part 2. LINZEF. Okay, where did we leave off? He picks up his phone and looks for the previous chapter and notes right. Okay, let's move on. Izuku accepted and accompanied Melissa to the dormitories of the Island Academy campus. Upon entering, Melissa turns on the light showing the laboratory where she performed her experiments. Melissa. I'm sorry about the mess. Embarrassed. Izuku. Wow, everything looks so professional. He continued looking around the place, noticing several awards. You must be very talented. Melissa. Actually, I haven't been getting good grades. That's why I always study and also because I wanted to be a pro hero. Izuku. Did you want to? Melissa. Yes, but I was diagnosed. Quirkless looks for something on her shelf of inventions. Izuku. I see. Depressed. Melissa. Finds the object and goes to the green-haired man. What's going on? Izuku. I'm sorry. It's just that being told you don't have something that others naturally had. Melissa. I was a little surprised, but then I decided to pursue a dream that was more within my reach. To be an inventor like my father. He's indirectly fighting for peace. That's how I hope to become a hero. Melissa leaves the box on the table and opens it, revealing a small red artifact. Izuku. What is that? Melissa. It's a support device I made thinking about Uncle Might. She places the device on Izuku's arm. Press that button. Izuku obeys and presses the button. The device spreads across his entire forearm, covering it in a hard red material. Izuku. Genius. Melissa. If I had to give it a name, I'd call it Full Gauntlet. Izuku. It's impressive. Melissa. You can keep it. Izuku. Huh. But. Melissa. Your power is very similar to Uncle Might's, but during the ride, I noticed you were limiting your power. So I thought you were limiting it because your body couldn't handle it. Izuku. Surprised, she found out. But isn't this important? Melissa. That's why I want you to use it. Smiles. Become a hero who saves people in trouble, okay? Izuku. Smiles. Yes. The phone rings. Izuku. Checks his phone and sees that it was his meeting alarm. I'm sorry Melissa, but I have to go change for the reception dance. Melissa. Sure. Approaches Izuku, but let me help you with it. She trips over a book that was on the floor. Izuku quickly catches her before she falls to the ground, but loses his balance and falls with a girl. Melissa had her head resting on the green-haired boy's chest. Melissa. Izuku. Izuku. Are you okay? Melissa. Why yes, I'm. She lifts her head and sees that her face was close to the green-haired boy's face. Izuku. What a relief. Exhales relaxed and smiles. I'm glad you're okay. Melissa quickly gets up and avoids looking at Izuku. Melissa. Why you should go change. I'll be there in a few minutes. Izuku. Yes. See you. He leaves the place. When she leaves, Melissa notices that her face is pink from blushing. Melissa. Why am I nervous? Later that day. Iida, Kaminari, Mineta and Todoroki were waiting for their teammates. Then the green-haired boy arrived. The outfits are the same as in the movie. Izuku. Sorry for the delay. Huh. Where are the others? Iida. They haven't arrived yet. What does responsibility mean to you? Then Uraraka arrives, followed by Momo and Jiro. Kaminari. Mineta. Woo. Surprised by how the girls looked. Momo. We're sorry we're late, but Jiro. Complains a little. I don't usually wear these clothes. Mineta. She looks like a killer gets attacked by Jiro's earphones. Jiro. Shut up. Izuku. Nervous. I think they look good. They look cute. Uraraka. Gee gracious, Deku-kun. Momo and Jiro had a slight blush. After a few minutes, Melissa appears. The boys are surprised by her appearance. Melissa. Are you still here? The party's about to start. Kaminari kneeling and crying with joy is an angel. Melissa. Hello, Izuku. Izuku. Hi Melissa. You look good. Melissa. Thank you. You too. They both looked into each other's eyes, ignoring each other. At the reception. All the pro heroes and scientists were gathered, enjoying the food and the music provided by the classical band. All Might watched the band and noticed someone in particular, playing the violin. All Might. Brooke. Approaches the band. Hello. Brooke. Oh, how are you Mr. Might? All Might. Fine, thanks. Brooke. He wants to ask how I managed to play with them. All Might nods, because their violinist wasn't feeling well, and I offered to help them. All Might. I see. Announcer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Island Expo reception. Now, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, All Might, will give us a few words of welcome. Everyone present applauds. All Might had no choice but to go up on stage. All Might. Thank you for your invitation. I'm All Might. I don't like to be so formal, so. Suddenly, a security alarm is activated throughout Island, along with its security robots. Most buildings were locked down by the system. The reception doors open, admitting several terrorists wearing green vests and the same black masks, carrying weapons. Then the one who appeared to be their leader enters. His hair was red, he wore a steel bandolier, and he wore a white jacket. Wolfram. We've taken control of the security system. If you oppose it, he gives a signal, and the screens show civilians surrounded by robots. The machines will bare their fangs. As you see, everyone on this island is my hostage. Including you. He taps the communicator in his ear now. Small holes open from the ground, and from there come out restriction devices, managing to tie up all the heroes including All Might. The hero was going to break the device, but Wolfram threatens him with killing someone if he does. Wolfram. Approaches Dave and Sam. You two, come with me. Dave. What if I refuse? Wolfram. Then a girl's scream will be heard all over the island. Dave. Okay. Dave sees All Might and then goes with Wolfram to wherever they are going. The hero was worried about his friend, but he notices a light coming from a skylight. It was Midoriya. All Might. Whispers Shonen. Izuku signals for him to speak, since he could hear him. All Might explains the situation to them and tells them to escape. Izuku talks with his friends and, after coming up with a plan to deactivate the system, they decide to save the heroes. Izuku goes to the skylight and, just by looking into All Might's eyes, he says with his eyes, I'm going to save you all. The plan began. The boys began climbing the stairs to reach the control room, located on the 200th floor, and turn off the security system. Upon reaching the 70th floor, a shutter prevented them from continuing upward. Beta. What do we do now? Todoroki. I could destroy it. Melissa. No, that would just give the villains our location. Mineta. And if we go this way opens a door. Izuku. Mineta, no. Han Wolfram. The leader receives reports from his men in the control room. Wolfram. I understand, turns off the communicator. You two go to the 80th floor. Two soldiers nod and go toward said floor. Wolfram. You soldiers, be vigilant. Don't let anyone do anything. Soldiers. Roger. Wolfram leaves the reception. With Izuku. The kids were in the plant factory on the 80th floor. Melissa explained that they were researching the influence of quirks on plants there. They were all heading for the elevator, but Jiru saw one was going up, so they hid in some bushes. Uraraka. What do we do? Izuku. Use Kenban Shoku Haki. There are two, but I can't know exactly what their quirk is. Jiru and Momo watched as two soldiers came out of the elevator. A tall, skinny man and a short fat man, wearing the same suit. The boys remained silent, thinking about how to deal with this situation, but VILLAIN1. I found them, damn kids. Everyone was scared, maybe they had seen them. What did you say, damn it? Izuku raises his head a little, managing to see Kaken and Kirishima. Izuku. How did they get to the 80th floor? VILLAIN1. What are you doing here? Bakugo. I should ask you that. Kirishima. Nervous, let me talk, interrupts Bakugo and addresses the villain. You see, we got lost. Could you tell us how to get to the reception? The boys looked at their classmates with concern. What would the villains do? Villain 1. Breaks his glove, showing his hand with the fingers joined by some fins. You don't fool me. Brat throws what seemed to be an air bullet at the boys. The bullet was going to hit Kirishima, but a wall of ice appears between them, taking the impact. Kirishima. Todoroki. Todoroki. TCH, I'll stay with them. You deactivate the security system, creates a pillar of ice under his companions, and takes them up. Beta. What about you? Todoroki. Just go. Todoroki stays with Kirishima and Bakugo to face the villains. Two Heroes Special Part 3. Bulkitsuki, Kirishima and Todoroki were diatribulating the villains. The others were at the top of the 80th floor looking for an exit, but they noticed that the corridors were blocked. Mineta. What do we do now? We're trapped like mice. Haminari. Is this as far as we'll go? Izuku was thinking of some plan, but then something on the ceiling caught his attention. Izuku. Melissa, what is that looks like an entrance on the roof? Melissa. That entrance leads to the solar system maintenance room. We could go through there because it has stairs, but we can only access it from the inside. Izuku. I understand, starts to think of an alternative. Momo. There's still a chance with her quirk. She creates an explosive device and throws it at the hatch, opening it. If you go outside through the vent space, you can use the outside wall to go to the upper floor. Uraraka. That's right. It could work. Izuku. Who can enter the vent? Looks at Mineta and approaches him. Sorry, main character smile. Minute. A. Without being able to react in time, Mineta was already being carried by Izuku, who was using skywalk, towards the hatch. When they arrived, the green-haired man threw Mineta into the hatch, then returned to the others. Haminari. Why did you do it? Grabs the green-haired boy by the shoulders. Izuku. It would have taken us a long time to convince him. He scratches his neck, nervously. Haminari could only watch him with a drop of sweat on his forehead. After a few minutes, the boys were able to access the maintenance room. Upon climbing the stairs, Izuku listened to Mineta's complaints for a while, but after receiving a compliment from Melissa, Mineta thanked the green-haired boy for what he had done. Izuku. On Brooke. The skeleton was being held hostage with the orchestra. Two of the terrorists approached his group. TERRORIST1. This is boring. Angry. TERRORIST2. You're right. He sees a young woman from the orchestra, in charge of playing the cello. She doesn't look bad at all. He approaches the young woman. Look here, beauty. Arist2 grabs her wrist and pulls her closer to him. One of the men in the orchestra stood up. Man. Stay away from my daughter. Arist1. Fires his gun. The bullet only grazes his arm. Shut up and watch. Turns to look at the young woman with lust. Brooke. Stop. Sirius stands up and takes out his sword cane and then unsheathes it. Arist1. Huh. What are you going to do? Confident. TERRORIST2. Ignore him, he can't do anything to us. Haha, we have a hostage. Brooke starts humming a song as he walks toward them. The terrorists were shocked by the skeleton's behavior. TERRORIST1. Hey, are you okay in the head? Brooke continued walking in a straight line, passing between the two terrorists. Terrorist 2. Huh? What did you do? Brooke. Takes 3 steps Hinata Sancho. Yahazujiri humming the 3 steps. Arrowhead cut sheathes his sword and cuts appeared on the terrorists, leaving them fainted. Then he approaches the girl. Calm down, I just incapacitated them. Are you okay? Young man. Why yes. Thank you. Brooke. By the way. Still. Brooke turns to look. 3 terrorists have appeared. He decides to go forward and, wielding his sword, manages to dodge the bullets, deflecting some, and cuts the weapons, rendering them useless. The terrorists became desperate and one attacks Brooke with a stone fist. Brooke blocks his attack with his sword. Soul Parade. The terrorist's arm begins to freeze. A second terrorist appears from behind the first one to attack him, but Brooke manages to evade him by backing away a little. Brooke. Right blow throws a freezing blast of chill at the terrorist, sending him tumbling towards the former. Both are knocked unconscious, they're rookies, unlike the Marines. The third terrorist tries to attack him from behind, but Brooke jumps behind the terrorist. Brooke. Swallow Banderol makes a vertical cut on the terrorist's back, more specifically in the spine area. The power was so much that it even affected the ground. After the defeat of the terrorists, the young woman went to check on Brooke. Brooke. Don't worry, miss, I wasn't hurt. Young man. What a relief. By the way, he starts playing with his fingers while blushing slightly. What did you want to ask me? Brooke. Oh, I forgot. I was wondering if you'd let me see your panties. The young woman's blush disappeared as she then hit the skeleton's head with a cello. Everyone present watched the scene with a drop of sweat. But Bakugo and the others. The boys had managed to defeat the villains, although Kirishima had been thrown into the wall, sticking there. Todoroki. We should help him. Bakugo. TSK, K problema. They were both heading towards Kirishima, but then some security robots had appeared. Todoroki. Looks like they're going to get serious now. Turns on his left side. Bakugo. What a nuisance. Let out explosions. Kirishima. Hey, can you help me? Still on the wall. Bakugo. Just deactivate your quirk. Runs towards his robots. The villains in the security room informed Wolfram, who was in the storage room with Dave and Sam, about the location of Izuku and his companions. Wolfram. Lift all blockades from floors 100 to 130. The villain was confused but obeyed. But Izuku and the others. They were confused, all the blockades on the 100th floor had been deactivated, but they decided not to think about it too much and continue moving forward, thus reaching the laboratory located on the 130th floor. But upon arriving, they saw that the place was full of robots. Ida. Apparently they changed their strategy and are trying to capture us. Izuku. That would explain why there were no blockades from the 100th floor. Did they discover that we are UA students? Momo. In that case, creates an insulating blanket. We'll know what to expect. Covers most of them. Ida. Okay, let's go with plan A. Kaminari. Kaminari. Yes, takes Iida's hands, who throws him towards the robots. Fine, eat that 1.3 million volts. Throws an electric charge at the robots, but they withstand it. In that case 2 million volts. Kaminari increased the barrage. When he finished his attack, he went into idiot mode. The robots seemed to have been slightly scorched, but they endured it. They were going to tie Kaminari up, but Izuku used Gear Second and Ofa to save him with speed, managing to get him out of the way of the robots and return him to the others. Izuku. They are strong. Ida. No choice, plan B. Momo. Yes. He creates smoke grenades capable of shutting down the machine's communication. Mineta then uses his quirk and throws spheres, causing the first robots to get stuck, making it impossible for the others to pass. However, some robots jumped over the first ones and were able to cross. Iida begins to kick those robots that were approaching. Iida. Do it, Midoriya. Izuku. I'll take care of it. Taking off his jacket, he rolls up his sleeve, revealing a red armband that Melissa recognized. Izuku activates the full gauntlet, then Gear Second, and leaps toward the stuck robots. Izuku. Activates the OFA at 50% on his right arm, where the gauntlet was. Smash. Izuku's punch sent all the robots flying. Izuku. It doesn't hurt, I can move my arm. It works. Iida. Jiru, where are the robots approaching from? Jiru. With earphones stuck in the ground on the left. Iida. Okay, then we'll go right. Everyone obeys and runs to the right. Melissa. Approaches Izuku. Did you bring it? Izuku. Haha, laughs nervously. Well, I didn't know how to take it off. Melissa smiles and laughs a little at the answer. After running without any problem, the boys reached the 138th floor, where the servers were. They began to move towards the door in front of them but stopped when it opened, since they saw hundreds of security robots. Izuku. We'll have to fight. Melissa. Wait. If the servers are damaged, it could affect the security system's functionality. Thousands of robots came out the door, a pretty big amount. Momo. Midoriya, find another way. We'll take care of it. Midoriya. Piro. Iida. Interrupts the green-haired man. Yaoyorozu is right. Don't worry, smiles. Izuku. I understand he didn't like the idea, but he had to. Melissa convinced Uraraka to come with them, and the three of them started moving, leaving the others to fight the robots. Melissa, Uraraka, and Midoriya continued on their way to the top of the tower. They had reached a completely open area where there were a large number of windmills. It was a wind power system. Izuku. What are we doing here? Melissa. We'll take a shortcut. She sees that Izuku didn't understand the answer. We'll use the emergency exit that's there, since if we go up the tower, it's likely that they'll be waiting for us. Izuku. Now I understand. Let's do it. He kneels down with his back to Melissa. Go up. Melissa. You. Melissa climbs onto the green-haired boy's back, and Uraraka uses her quirk to make them both float. When they were halfway there, a horde of robots. Izuku. Uraraka, deactivate your quirk and run away. Uraraka. I can't do it. If I do, we won't be able to save them all. Izuku. Turn it off. Trust me. Uraraka. Piro. At that moment, one of the robots leaped straight at the chestnut. The machine was about to hurt her, but then, explosively, Bakugo appeared, sending the robot flying. Izuku. Kaken. Uraraka. Bakugo. Bakugo. Are you okay, round face? Uraraka. Don't call me that. Bakugo. Ah. Hiroshima. This isn't the time, Bakubro. He exclaimed as he punched a pair of robots. Bakugo was going after another, but then a mountain of ice freezes them. Bakugo. Don't steal my enemies. The green-haired man decided to continue with the plan, but the winds were not in his favor, and they began to move away from the emergency exit. Izuku. No choice, Melissa, hold on tight. Melissa. Shark. Izuku uses Skywalk to launch himself straight towards the tower. Then, using the OFA on his right arm, he attacks the tower, passing through it. Uraraka, seeing that they managed to enter, deactivates her quirk. But Izuku. The green-haired man was falling, so he holds Melissa and takes the full impact, protecting her. Izuku. Are you okay? Melissa. Yes, thank you. She notices she was on top of the green-haired boy and moves away. How are you? Izuku. Don't worry, I'm careful. Takes Melissa and dodges a villain's attack. The villain didn't hesitate and attacked the green-haired man again, but he stopped him with the full gauntlet and pushed him away. Villain. You naughty kid. The villain transforms both hands into blades and attacks the green-haired man again. Izuku uses Busoshoku Haki on both arms and blocks the attack. Izuku. What's your goal? Villain. Don't play the hero. The villain launches an attack with his right, but Izuku predicted that, takes the blade and performs a judo lock, whipping him on the ground and then punching him in the face, leaving him unconscious. Melissa. Hey, are you okay? Takes the green-haired man's hands and checks him for injuries. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's save everyone. Melissa. Shark. The two continued up the last floors, knocking out two terrorists in their path and then reaching the top floor of the tower. The young men began to move cautiously through the hallways. They walked for a while and came across an open room, which appeared to be the storage room, where they saw Dave's shield and Sam removing an object from a safe. Dave. This device and the research data are the only things I'd never give to anyone. Everything's going according to plan, right? Sam. Looks like the villains are doing well. Dave. Thanks for organizing everything, Sam. Melissa. Dad. Melissa confronts her father. He explains that he had done everything to recover his research and an artifact that allowed quirks to be enhanced without affecting the body in order to help Almight since his quirk was disappearing. Izuku knew the reason. Melissa explained the situation of the green-haired man's friends who were fighting with some of the villains. Dave was confused since the villains were supposed to be fake, that they were only acting. Wolfram. Of course we were just acting. Izuku and the others present saw Wolfram. Wolfram. We acted like fake villains. Izuku. You. Activates the OFA and attacks Wolfram, but he uses his quirk, capturing him with metal and slamming him into the ground. Melissa. Worried Izuku. Runs towards the green-haired boy. Wolfram. Stay there for a moment. Sam, what about the device? Sam snatches the device from Dave, proving he'd planned it all from the start in exchange for a monetary reward. But it didn't end as expected. Bang gunshot. What sound quality XD. Wolfram shoots Sam many unexpected twists XD, betraying him. Sam. Covers the wound on his arm. Groan of pain. This is not what you promised. Wolfram. Promise. I already forgot it. Bang. The villain shoots again, but this time Dave is shot in the arm by his partner. Sam. Dave. Dave. Hui. Melissa. Dad. Melissa approaches to help her father, but Wolfram hits her with the gun, throwing her away. Izuku. Maldito. Wolfram. You grabs Dave by the shirt. Will come with me and start mass producing this device. Knocks Dave out with the gun. Melissa. Give it back to me. Wolfram. Sees Melissa, who was on the floor. Melissa. Give me back my dad. Wolfram. That's right. I must first untie the professor's ties. He points the gun at Melissa, ready to fire. But. Izuku. Gomu. Wolfram. Observa Izuku. Izuku. Gomu no. Wolfram. Wah. Izuku. Fusen. Inflates his body, freeing himself from the metal. After deflating, Izuku leaps towards Wolfram using the Ofa full cowl. The villain creates a metal wall. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no rolls his arm while doing it backwards, then covers it with Hockey Hawk rifle. Izuku launches the attack enhanced with Hockey and full cowl, destroying the wall, but Wolfram manages to dodge it by a hair. Izuku retracts his arm and then looks at Melissa. Melissa, I'll save the teacher, and Sam, please, save the others. Melissa runs towards the control room. Wolfram orders his henchmen to stop her. Izuku was going to attack the villain, but Wolfram creates walls around him. Seeing that he couldn't reach him, the green-haired man copies Gran Torino's technique and uses the walls to avoid Wolfram's quirk. Izuku. In the air, Gomu Gomu no Ono acts. The blow knocks out the henchman, allowing Melissa to reach the control room and deactivate the security system. Wolfram attacks Izuku with multiple pillars, trapping him. He then grabs the professor, abandoning his henchmen to head for the helicopter to escape the island. Izuku. Groan destroys the pillars, managing to escape and starts running towards the helipad. Two Heroes Special Part 4. Wolfram was at the top of the tower, carrying the device and an unconscious Dave. He was about to board the helicopter when. Izuku. Wait. Wolfram turns to look at the green-haired man, who was somewhat hurt. Izuku. Give me back the teacher. Wolfram. I see. You came to retrieve this man, who has committed a great crime. Izuku. No. I came to save him. Runs towards Wolfram using Ofa full cowl. Wolfram. Save the criminal. Starts creating several pillars that headed towards the green-haired man. Izuku was faster. Evading the pillars, he approached the villain with great speed, but when he saw Wolfram point his gun at Dave, he stopped. Wolfram. Boy, it's trouble being a hero. I didn't do much, and now you can't move. He creates a pillar that hits Izuku head-on, knocking him away. After that blow, several pillars emerge from the ground and attack Izuku, who manages to dodge them, remaining in the air. But two pillars manage to hit him, followed by a third, injuring him quite a bit. Despite having a rubber body, he couldn't nullify all the damage. Seeing that the green-haired man was lying on the ground, Wolfram climbs into the helicopter and it takes off, moving away from the tower. The villain was already singing victory, but suddenly the helicopter stops moving. It was static in the air. Wolfram looks outside and is surprised to see an oddly long arm that was holding the helicopter. Wolfram. Nani. He was shocked to see that it was the green-haired man who was recreating the scene of a certain American Marvel hero, only with his arms quite stretched out. Wolfram did not stay still and fired 3 shots from his gun at Izuku, but he did not even flinch since the bullets only bounced off him. Izuku. Screaming Professor. Melissa is waiting for you. Dave. Opens his eyes a little upon hearing the green-haired man's words. The green-haired man was in a bind. He couldn't move from his position because he was preoccupied with holding the helicopter in place. Izuku. Feels like his hand was slipping off the helicopter. What do I do? What can I do? He thought with an angry gesture. This is the time to smile, young Midoriya. The figure flies quickly upwards and creates air pressure capable of slightly destabilizing the helicopter. Almight. Because I'm here. Izuku. Almight. Almight. I'll make you give me back my friend, villain. Creates air pressure to propel himself towards the helicopter, causing it to be damaged enough to explode. Due to the explosion, Izuku releases the helicopter and his arm retracts too quickly, causing it to crash into the ground. Melissa. Izuku. She had seen the green-haired boy fall to the ground. She went to check on him. Izuku. Hello. Melissa leaves the crater that caused her landing. All Might approaches both young men with Dave in his arms. Melissa. Dad. Dave. Melissa, yo. Suddenly, a pillar pushes All Might and some cables that accompanied him capture Dave, bringing him closer to a kind of creature made of cables and metal, with Wolfram as its nucleus heart. The villain protects the professor inside the creature. Melissa looks closely at Wolfram. Melissa. He's using Dad's device. Izuku. Disgusted, Liberalo. Wolfram smiles evilly, mocking the green-haired man. All Might. Coughs blood. My time. His body began to emanate steam. Not yet. You don't know when to give up, do you? All Might attacks head-on, destroying the metal pillars with a Texas smash. But a wall was able to withstand his power and then receive a counterattack from Wolfram. His attacks began to withstand the power of the symbol of peace, managing to corner him. The fight was destroying the terrain. Izuku took Melissa and kept her safe. Izuku sees All Might. His body was releasing steam, just as I thought. He's at his limit. The number one hero was stopping a pillar, but he started coughing blood due to the aforementioned limit and his muscles began to decrease. Wolfram? He'll be crushed to death right away. He throws more metal at the hero, but… go to hell. The Kugo appears and destroys the metal, leaving it, reducing it to rubble, and then launching more explosions directly towards Wolfram, but he creates a wall to block the attack of the Ashen-haired boy. The Kugo holds his arm. His body was also at its limit. All Might. How can you be beaten by such a pathetic villain? All Might. Young Bakugo. The other students had arrived. They were exhausted, but they didn't give up. Hiroshima. We'll take care of the metal pieces. Activates his hardening on his arms and runs towards the rubble. Ida. Yaoyorozu, take care of things around here. Accompanies Kirishima. Momo. Yes. All Might. Seeing my student so motivated, I can't be held back by a stupid limit. All Might's body began to regain its muscles and stopped emanating steam, then moved while dodging some of Wolfram's attacks. Some of these attacks could not even touch them as they were destroyed by his students. All Might was already close to the villain and prepared to attack him with a smash. But a few meters away from him some cables managed to capture the hero in mid-flight. All Might. That's all you've got. HMPH. Wolfram grabs his neck. The villain's body began to turn a bright pink color as his muscles grew. All Might. 2 quirks. Maybe. Wolfram. Yes. When we were planning this, I got a call from that man. He told me that if a friend of All Might wanted a hand doing something evil, he would definitely help. All Might. All for one. Stop smiling to show anger. Wolfram. You finally stopped smiling, huh? The villain squeezes the hero's wound, causing him to scream in pain, then punches him away. He then causes a pile of rubble to cover the number one hero, enclosing him in a large sphere. Everyone. Worried. All Might. Melissa. Terrified and worried. Dude. Wolfram. So long, All Might. Create several stakes that pierce the sphere. Everyone was in shock and terrified to see this scene, getting the idea that All Might had died, but then a green ray headed towards said sphere. Izuku. Smash. Izuku launches a 100% OFA attack, destroying the sphere and saving All Might, but the full gauntlet cracks. Wolfram doesn't stop and throws a pillar towards the green-haired man, but he blocks it. All Might gets up from the ground and removes a piece of debris that was on the young man. All Might. Midoriya shonen. That was risky. What were you thinking? Izuku. It's just that. Looks at All Might with a smile. A hero must save those in trouble. All Might is surprised to hear the young man's answer and then laughs. All Might. Ha 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 ha, thanks. The truth is, I'm in a bit of trouble right now. Give me a hand. Midoriya shonen offers his hand. The green-haired man takes the hero's hand, but at that moment the full gauntlet falls to pieces. All Might. Will that be a problem? Izuku. Sees his hand. Not at all. Smiles determinedly. They both look in the direction of the villain. All Might. Let's go. Izuku. Activate Sofa and gear. Second. Yes. Insert song. You say on. Both began to run towards Wolfram, who tried to stop them with pillars and cube-shaped debris, but Bakugo and Todoroki managed to stop most of them with their quirks. All Might destroys some pillars while dodging them. A larger one was in front of him, but with a blow he manages to make the pillar execute. Meanwhile, Izuku evades Wolfram's attacks and counters them with punches and kicks. But then, the villain manages to hit one and without hesitation covers Izuku with pieces of metal until forming a giant sphere. All the spectators were worried about the green-haired man. Wolfram was smiling victoriously, seeing that he was able to defeat Izuku. Wolfram. Now it's just you, All Might. He exclaimed. Suddenly, a tremor rang out, originating from the sphere the green-haired boy was standing in. It exploded, releasing a cloud of steam, from which a figure emerged into the air. It was Izuku. Izuku. Gear 4th Boundman. Wolfram loses his patience and attacks Izuku with everything, but he uses Gomu Gomu no Culverin to counter the villain's attacks and approaches at great speed. On the way, he approaches All Might to prepare a double attack. While Wolfram prepared, he gathered all the metal, accumulating it in a gigantic cube. All Might jumps and propels himself towards Wolfram, accompanied by Izuku. All Might. To overcome the crisis before you. Izuku. Retracts his inflated arm with a smile on his face, uses the OFA 100% on said arm. All Might. And save people. Izuku. With everything he has. All Might. That's what it does. Izuku. A hero. Wolfram. Don't underestimate me. Throws the cube at both of them. Almight. Detroit. Izuku. King Kong. Lost 2. Smash. Both hit the giant cube at the same time. The suit covering All Might's arm began to tear, while small lacerations and bleeding began to appear on Izuku's arm, but despite the pain, the green-haired man continued attacking. The combined attack managed to pierce the cube and, as if they were a shooting star, they quickly approached Wolfram. Uraraka. Let's go. Jiro and Momo. All Might. Iida, Kirishima Mineta. Midoriya. Todoroki and Bakugo. Finish him off. Inspired by the young people's encouragement, All Might and Midoriya charge all their power in a single arm. Izuku. Wow. All Might. Beyond. Both. Plus Ultra. Falling like a meteor, the combined attack hits the structure created by Wolfram. He tries to create a barrier around himself to weaken the attack without results, receiving the impact full on. The structure begins to dismantle by the power of both carriers of the OFA, thus freeing Dave. The sun was rising, Wolfram was hanging from his clothes, unconscious on a metal bar. The device had been destroyed. All Might. Dave. Waking up All Might. Sees that half of his friend's face was in his civilian form. All Might. I came to save you, old friend. Dave. Smiles thanks. All Might. Smiles if you want to thank someone, it should be Midoriya Shonen and Melissa. Dave. I see. With Melissa. She was standing among the rubble looking for signs of her father and the green-haired man. Then she heard a crunching sound and Izuku emerged, one of his arms covered in lacerations caused by excessive use of the OFA. Melissa. Izuku. Approaches to help him. Are you okay? Izuku. Exhausted. Why yes, I just need to rest. Melissa. Shocked. Your arm. Izuku. Sees his arm full of cuts. This. Don't worry, if it weren't for your device, I wouldn't even have been able to help All Might. Thanks for helping me. Signature smile. Melissa doesn't hesitate and hugs the green-haired boy, surprising him. Melissa. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, my father. About to burst into tears. Izuku. Smiles and then strokes the young woman's hair to calm her down. Let's go with the others. Melissa. Separates from the hug and dries her tears. Yes, let's go. Two Heroes Special Final Part. A few hours had passed since the battle at the tower. Wolfram and his henchmen were arrested and being taken to prison. The UA students didn't suffer many injuries, so they were in the hospital for a short time. However, this wasn't the case for Izuku. The green-haired man was seriously injured due to the pressure he had put on his body when using Gear 4th and OFA, especially in his left arm, which had lacerations, bleeding, and torn muscles and ligaments. However, thanks to scientific advancements on Island, the young green-haired man was partially recovered. Therefore, he would only need 48 hours to fully recover. Hours later. Despite the security issues, the Island Expo continued without incident. Those in the residential area could visit the expo, which was already open to the public. Mina, Hagakure and Seiya were watching the technological advances and artifacts of various inventors. Mina. Great, look at that. She pointed to the diving suit that could withstand the pressure of the depths of the sea. Hagakure. How deep? Seiya. Sea, cut. Su-chan, Mina. The girls turned to see, it was Uraraka accompanied by Momo and Jiro. Hagakure. Girls. How nice to see you. I thought you wouldn't be here. Jiro. We should say that. I thought they'd leave after what happened yesterday. Mina. Confused. What are they talking about? Momo. Well, it's confidential, so don't tell anyone. Momo began telling the girls what happened at the reception party. From Wolfram's attack to Izuku's bravery in fighting side by side with All Might to defeat the villain. Obviously, she doesn't know what happened in the storage room. Mina. Really? How's Izuku? Seiya was a little anxious upon hearing what happened to the green-haired man and the fact that he was on Island. Momo. According to what Melissa told me, he will be fine, although his arm was very injured. Mina. We could visit him. Momo. I'll ask her. Takes a cell phone he had and calls the young woman. While doing that, Mina notices Seiya's concern for the green-haired boy. Mina. Takes Seiya's shoulder with one hand. Don't worry, they said she's fine. Seiya nods at the pink-haired girl's comfort. Momo tells everyone that it was possible to see it. Meanwhile, at the hospital. The green-haired young man was waking up. He noticed he was on a stretcher and tried to get up but felt sharp pains in his arm. He then decided to uncover himself, noticing that his arm was covered in bandages. Izuku. Groan of pain holds his arm. Brooke. I see you woke up in a chair drinking tea. Izuku. Brooke. How does it feel? Points to his bandaged arm. Izuku. As if I had 1,000 needles. Brooke. Okay, well, at least you didn't lose your arm. Izuku. Haha scratches his neck by the way, they didn't have any problems because. Brooke. Don't worry, the Gomu Gomu's power wasn't a problem for the doctors. It seems they're already used to it due to the Quirk population. Izuku. I understand. Brooke. And if they had any complications, I would have given them this. Takes out what looked like an object wrapped in a handkerchief. Izuku. What is that? Brooke. This unfolds the handkerchief showing a piece of grayish metal. His Kairoseki seabed stone takes the metal with his skeletal hand. Serious mistake. Falls face down on the ground. Izuku. Brooke. Brooke. Ow, my nose. Wait, I don't have a nose. Yohohijoho laughs a little tired and then releases the metal. Izuku. What happened? Brooke. It's the effect of metal. Those who possess the power of a devil fruit become exhausted upon touching metal. It's as if it drains our energy, but we have to be in contact with it. Izuku. I understand. Can I? Brooke. It's okay using a handkerchief. He takes the Kairoseki from the floor and places it in Izuku's hand. He was staggering, exhausted, as if his energy was being drained. How tired. Brooke. I told you so. Smiling. While they were still talking, suddenly there was a knock on the door. It opened to reveal the image of a young green-haired girl. It was Seiya. Seiya. Izuku. She saw the green-haired boy completely exhausted, causing her to worry. Izuku. Tsu-chan Kansato. Seiya didn't hesitate for a second and jumped to hug the green-haired boy. Izuku returned the hug despite the slight pain he still felt in his arm. Brooke, wanting to avoid ruining the moment, took the piece of Kairoseki from Izuku and left the room, closing the door. Izuku. I'm sorry if I worried you. Tsu-chan. He separates from the hug and then caresses her face. I'm glad you're here with me. Insert handsome smile XD. Seiya. Izuku. They were both in their own world, ignoring everything around them. Seiya was slowly approaching the green-haired boy's face to the point where they could feel each other's breathing, unable to control what was about to happen, but then the door suddenly opened, letting out a group of people, evidently showing that they were spying from the other side of the door. They were Momo, Mina, and the other girls. Mina. Sorry for the interruption. He embarrassed. Seiya was slightly blushed and surprised by their actions, but her frustration and anger for the girls was greater. Seiya. On the other hand, the young green-haired man was embarrassed and tried to look away to avoid showing his full blush. After that, and a checkup by the doctor, Izuku was already out of the hospital, wearing comfortable clothes, courtesy of Momo. Izuku. You really didn't have to do that. Yaoyorozu said sadly while scratching the back of his neck. Momo. Shakes her head. Don't worry, it's the least I can give you for saving us, although plays with her fingers if you want. The signals weren't reaching the slightly dense Izuku, but Seiya, who was walking next to him, understood what was about to happen, so she decided to make her move. Determined, she approached Izuku and hugged his arm, surprising the green-haired man. Izuku. Tsu-chan. Sees that the young woman was nervous and blushing at the same time. Embarrassed, he decides to let her continue, although he tried not to be nervous. Seeing Seiya's actions, Momo squirms, somewhat sad. She sees that Izuku is nervous, but he shows no signs of displeasure. Momo. I missed my chance. The day continued as normal. Izuku and the girls' group strolled through the expo's attractions, guided by Momo. They passed by the robot combat event where Bakugo and Todoroki were competing. The screams and explosions of the ash-haired boy were louder, though. They then went to the cafeteria where Mineta and Kaminari worked, but they weren't there as they were on break, probably trying to pick up some girls. While waiting for their orders, they began to chat about various things. Luckily for Izuku, they didn't ask him how he got to Island. After the food arrived and they enjoyed it, the boys heard a loud explosion. Izuku. I think I just felt deja vu. Momo. You're not the only one. Uraraka. Could it be that? Jiro. It's possible. Seiya. Jiro. She saw her friends and Izuku confined. Momo. Discouraged. Bakugo is probably fighting with Todoroki. Jiro. We should go stop him. Uraraka. Iida-kun is probably already there. Mina. But will you need support? Izuku. I'm going with you. He gets up from the chair but is seated again by Momo and Uraraka. Uraraka. You should rest, Deku-kun. Momo. Uraraka-sen is right. You already did a lot for us when you fought the villain. Izuku. Piro. Uraraka and Momo glare at him. Izuku. Oh okay, how scary. Momo. Let's go. Girls. Yes. Everyone was about to go. Seiya got up from her chair and was seated, just like Izuku, but this time it was just Mina. Mina. Gives thumbs up, good luck, goes with the others. Seiya and Izuku sat at the table in awkward silence. They hadn't spoken in a long time. Seiya. How is your arm? Izuku. Well, the doctor said that in a couple of days I would be 100%, although I will have some scars from the operation. Seiya stares at the green-haired boy, making him nervous. Promise me you won't do something that dangerous. Izuku. Huh. But we're studying to be heroes. Seiya. Exactly, studying, emphasis on the word. We are not ready for situations like this yet, pouts while frowning. Izuku didn't hesitate and hugged the green-haired girl. Seiya. Jiro. Surprised. Izuku. It's okay, I promise, he said while clinging more to Seiya. The hug lasted a short time since they were attracting a lot of attention, so they both separated and decided to take a tour of Island with Midoriya as the guide. The tour was going well, visiting attractions and seeing the inventions of various scientists, asking for autographs from pro heroes, Izuku. They continued like this until nightfall. Right now, they were on some kind of futuristic cable car. Imagine it's night and there's only Seiya and Izuku. Both were enjoying the night view combined with the lights of the Expo. Seiya. The view is beautiful, Jiro. Izuku. Yes, she is very beautiful. Seiya turns to look at the green-haired man and discovers that he was watching her. This made her blush and she looked away from him. Izuku. You're really cute, Su-chan main trademark smile. Seiya. Izuku. Izuku. Yes. Seiya. Can you close your eyes? Izuku. Yes. May I know why? Seiya. Just close them. Jiro. Izuku. Confused. Okay. The green-haired man closed them. Seconds later, he felt arms on his shoulders. Izuku. He couldn't finish when he felt a pair of lips on his. It was a tender and somewhat clumsy kiss. The surprise made him open his eyes, then they separated, but they were still hugging Su-chan. Seiya. Consider this my answer to the other day's confession. Izuku. I see, and what would be your answer? Seiya. What do you think? Jiro. Izuku. I think I know which one it is, but I'd like to hear it from you. He smiles, a little blushed and nervous. They both laugh a little at the situation, nervous and blushing. Seiya. Yes, I would like to be your girlfriend. After the answer, they both join in a hug followed by a kiss. Izuku. Releases Seiya. By the way, I brought you this. Takes out a box he had hidden. Seiya opens it and is surprised to see what it contains. Seiya. This is. Izuku. I thought you'd like it. Main character smile. It was a 3 milks gelatin. Seiya. Surprised. Where did you get it? Jiro. Izuku. Well, they didn't sell this dessert, but I was able to get the ingredients. Do you like it? Seiya. Takes a bite of dessert. Delicious. Jiro smiles. Izuku. I'm glad. Smiles. While both were distracted, someone was watching them with binoculars in the distance. It was Mina accompanied by Hagakure. Mina. My plan worked. Hagakure. What plan? It was all thanks to Bakugo. Mina. I knew what, without Izawa-sensei's presence, Bakugo would fight Todoroki at any moment. Hagakure. Mina. Are you okay? Hagakure. Yes, I feel like someone is going to get hurt. Mina. Sure. Hagakure nods her head. 2 days passed as they had to check that all the villains were locked up. The students of ONE, except Bakugo, were saying goodbye to Izuku and Melissa. Uraraka. Are you sure you're not coming with us? Izuku. No, I must go with my teacher so he doesn't ask the women. Uraraka. I understand. Kirishima. Approaches Izuku. Q8 mid-abro bumps fists with the green-haired boy. And so he said goodbye to his classmates, except for Bakugo who, upon seeing him, snorted and went to the plane. The last to say goodbye was Seiya. Izuku. See you at UA. Seiya. Yes, gives him a kiss on the cheek and goes to the plane. Minutes later the plane took off. Izuku watched the sky and then went to where Almight and Brooke were. As they walked, Melissa told Izuku about Dave's situation. Since the professor is a great benefit to the world and science, he only had to comply with house arrest and be constantly monitored, but it was unknown if his life would be the same after what happened. Melissa. He could continue researching and could do personal projects, but for that he would be watched by a guard. Izuku. And that won't be a problem. I mean, they could steal from him. Melissa. Don't worry, you'll see 20 minutes of explanation about the surveillance protocol, and that's how we know the guard doesn't work for anyone. Izuku. I understand. Writes everything down in his notebook. Melissa watched the green-haired man for a bit before continuing to talk to him. After a couple of minutes, both young men arrived where Almight and Brooke were waiting for them. Izuku is surprised, well, not much, to see his teacher covered in cracks and bumps. Izuku. Addressing Almight, he did it again. Almight. Yes, although this time he should have thought twice. The hero explains to the green-haired boy that Brooke had asked a heroine about her panties, but it was a mistake because she knew martial arts. As a result, he had received the beating of his life. Izuku. Okay, teacher. I mean, the heroine left a serious crack and knocked out a tooth. Brooke. Don't worry Izuku, I have the solution here. He places his hand inside the bag, looking for something. Izuku. Is it some special medicine? Excited. Brooke. Better takes out of his jacket a small bottle of milk. Izuku. Almight. Brooke drank the milk. The green-haired boy and Almight were shocked to see the crack close and the tooth grow back. Brooke. Yojojojo, I feel better now. Izuku. That was awesome. Almight. How is that possible, with a drop of sweat on his temple? Melissa. Uncle Might, it's a text from Dad. Here. He hands her his phone and plays the video. Basically, it was a thank you to Almight and Midoriya for saving him and his daughter and an apology for all the trouble he caused. Almight. Thank you, Melissa hugs the young woman. Then he approaches the green-haired man. Melissa. I hope we see each other again. Izuku. Yes. Melissa. By the way, can I see your phone? Izuku. Of course. Confused, he gives her his phone. Melissa. And here you go. Izuku receives the phone and notices Melissa's name and number on the screen. Izuku. Melissa. Whenever you want help with support equipment, you can call me Wink. Izuku. Thank you. Izuku, All Might and Brooke were already in full flight. All Might. The expo this year was really hectic. Izuku. Brooke. Yojojojo and the women were beautiful. Izuku. I guess I'd have a chance if I didn't ask about her panties. Brooke. Yojojojo. All Might. By the way, Midoriya Shonen here hands him an envelope. Izuku. What is it? All Might. See it as a thank you from Dave for saving him and his daughter. And also. Izuku opens the envelope and sees something that shocks him. A photo of All Might and Dave from their younger days, also with their names signed. All Might. This is my thanks for saving my best friend. Izuku. All Might. The jet continued flying in the clear sky, painted with the sunset. Chapter 17. Izuku. It's a new day. Sleepy stretches a little to get rid of the fatigue. The young green-haired boy had woken up early since it was the long-awaited camp. Izuku went to his mother, who was making breakfast, accompanied by Brooke. Inko. Here you go. Izuku gives him a big breakfast. Izuku. Thank you. Brooke. Tell me, young man, how is your arm? Izuku. Well, it's better now. Although I still feel a little pain. Inko. Don't do something like that again. Worried. Izuku. Don't worry, Mom, I promise I won't do it again. Smiles. Inko. Looked at her son and then smiled. After breakfast, Izuku leaves his home to go to the station. He was in a bit of a hurry as they were leaving early today to head to camp. Upon arriving at the station, Izuku runs toward the train that was about to leave, arriving just in time before the doors closed. Izuku. Exhales, thank goodness. The train was halfway to the station near the academy and to kill time, Izuku decides to check his phone. While browsing the internet, he felt someone tap his shoulder to get his attention. Izuku puts down his phone and turns to look. Izuku. Good morning, Izuku Jiro. Izuku. Hello Tsu-chan. Nervous. They both stared at each other and upon noticing, they decided to look away. Then the train car shook, causing Tsuyu to lose her balance and fall on top of Izuku. Izuku. Estás bien? Tsuyu. Now I am. She covered her face in the green-haired boy's chest. Both were blushing, causing a scene that made those present think how cute. Both arrived at UA, where the Chocos were waiting for them, next to the transports. Mina. Guys. Izuku. Mina. Tsuyu. Hello Mina say. Mina notices that they both arrived together and takes Tsuyu for a girl talk, leaving only the green-haired boy. Siro oi, Midoriya. Izuku. Siro. Siro. You heard the news. Izuku. What news? Siro. Apparently they changed the place where we were going to camp. Izuku. Really? Do you know where it will be? Siro. Unfortunately, they don't tell us that, but our parents agree with the news. Izuku. Well, it's about UA. Izawa arrives, with some papers in his hands. Izawa. Good morning, kids. Discouraged as you know, 5 of you will have extra classes. While we're at camp, you'll have those classes at dusk. The 5 of them, Mina, Kaminari, Sato, Kirishima and Siro, remembering that, became discouraged again. Are there any failures in Class A? Malicious wasn't Class A the best in UA? That means they can be surpassed by any class. Monoma, a student from Class B, continued to bother the class until he was hit on the back of the head by a certain orange-haired girl. Hendo. Sorry drags Monoma. Izuku. Saw the scene with a drop of sweat. Class B. Satsuna. Although we met at the sports festival, it's nice to see you, Class A. The bar shares glances with a certain bicolor, blushing a little and greeting him. Todoroki returns the greeting. A certain scene was seen by Hagakure. Ara, what am I seeing? Mina. Keisu said Hagakure. Hagakure. Vira's. After a bit of conversation, the classes boarded their respective buses with their teachers. Izawa was going to give instructions to his class, but seeing and hearing how noisy they were, he decided not to bother them. Izawa. Well, it will be the only time they can play. Some were chatting, others listening to music, but a certain green-haired man decided to sleep a little until he arrived. Izuku. Oya, Sai-chan. Sai. Kiro. Izuku. Could you wake me up when we arrive? The green-haired girl nods thank you. She gives him a kiss on the cheek and then goes to sleep. Sai saw the green-haired boy's sleeping face and was about to caress his hair, but she noticed the glances of a certain pink-haired invisible girl, but decided to ignore them and caress Izuku's hair. Mina. What a nice couple. Hagakure. Nods, but you know, I'm more worried about another couple. Mina. Who? Hagakure. Gets closer to Mina's ear. The Class A bus stops. Mineta gets off in search of a bathroom, but is surprised to see that they stopped in a ravine next to the road. Mina. What are we doing here? Kirishima. Where are we? Hagakure. Where is Class B? Everyone came to Izawa. Izawa. To say there is no reason for this would be a lie. Everyone. Confused. It's been a while, Eraser. The students turn to see the woman, who gets out of a car. The sparkling eyes, we rock. Do. Beautiful, hot, singer. Both. The very wild Hussycats. There they were, two of the Hussycats group, specialized in mountain rescue. With their years of experience. I'm 18 at heart. Furious, screaming at the fourth wall. Izawa. Clears his throat and ignores what happened. These are Mandalay and Pixie Bob. They will help us with their camp and training. Mandalay. Thanks for the introduction. Okay, kids, this area is more or less our domain. Where you'll be staying is located at the base of that mountain, pointing at a mountain with his claw. Everyone. How far away? Uraraka. Then why are we here? Sato. By chance. Zero. I'll go back to the bus moving slowly. Mandalay. It's 9:30. If you hurry, you can arrive before 12. Mina. Run. Everyone runs towards the bus, but a pile of earth creates a wall between them and the bus. Mandalay. Kittens not arriving by 12:30 do not eat. Pixie Bob. Sorry guys, using her earth quirk, she pushes the students off the cliff. Mandalay. Feel free to use your quirks in our domains. Some of the students used their quirks to save themselves, and others were safe as the earth that fell with them cushioned their falls. Uraraka. Rubbing her head, why would they give us permission? Mineta. Bath. Runs through the trees. While everyone was recovering, Mineta found a perfect place to water the plants, but then a mythical-looking creature appeared. Mineta didn't hesitate and ran for his life, but the creature took him to the other students. Mandalay. You have 3 hours to reach the building through the forest of magical beasts. Kirishima. Seeing the creature, the name does fit this place. Oda tried to talk to the beast, but it didn't work. The beast was about to attack the young man, but was destroyed by Iida. Iida. These creatures are made of earth. They are not living beings. Izawa. Mandalay. Wow, this schedule is really crazy. Izawa. Well, this is reserved for those in the first cycle of their second year. So from now on things might be prone to get complicated. Izuku. I see. By the way, could I have your autograph? Mandalay-san. Mandalay. Claro. Izawa. Izuku. What's going on? Izawa grabs Midoriya with his bandages and drags him towards the ravine. Izuku. Wait, what's going on? Digs his fingers into the ground. Izawa. You have 3 hours to get to the camp that is there, points to the same place as Mandalay. Pixie Bob, take care of it. Pixie Bob. Okay. The woman uses her quirk and encloses Izuku in a ball of earth and then throws him into the ravine. With 1A. Hagakure and Koda were cornered by an earth beast. The others couldn't get close to their opponents, but. Beast. Roar. 5. The projectile fell from the sky and destroyed the beast. Izuku. Comes out of the rubble. Chic. Whoa, he doesn't finish speaking. Hagakure. Thank you. Midoriya with some tears, she hugs the green-haired boy. After rescuing his companions, Izuku runs towards the others to help them. Izuku. Approaches Iida. Explain to me about the creatures. Iida. Nod. Seems to be made of earth, as if they were puppets. Izuku. Thinks for a few seconds. True. Pixie Bob has that quirk. Anyway, that means I shouldn't limit myself. I'll help you with a few. Beast. Yes. Both of them run towards one of the creatures. Iida breaks the creature's legs with a kick and Izuku jumps and hits its head, destroying it. In that, the green-haired man sees another of these fighting with Kirishima. Izuku. It's far away, I know. Iida, throw me over there. Iida. Yes takes Izuku's arms, spins with great speed and throws him towards the creature. Izuku covers his legs and shoes with Haki Gomu Gomu no Yari breaks the creature's arms but fails to defeat it now Kirishima. Hi. Uses his quirk and jumps to directly hit the creature's torso, knocking it down and defeating it thanks Midoriya. Izuku nods and continues attacking the earth beasts and together with his companions they cross the forest with great speed. Chapter 18. First day of camp, 5:30 p.m. The sun was setting. Aizawa, Mandalay and Pixie Bob were waiting for the students in front of the building. Pixie Bob. Ah, yes that shelf here. The boys were coming out of the forest, covered in dirt and wounds. Todoroki had areas on his right side frozen, Bakugo was holding his arm in pain, Iida was dragging a leg, from which black smoke was coming out, and Kaminari was half asleep. One by one the students continued to come out, and when they arrived they sighed and others collapsed exhausted on the ground. Kirishima. What 3 hours? Mandalay. That's how long it would have taken us to cross that forest. Sato. You must be joking exhausted. Mandalay. I think one is missing. Aizawa. Shoji. Here it is turns around, showing an unconscious green-haired man. The older ones were worried until. Brule. The green-haired man's stomach growled and in his sleep he said, I'm hungry. Mandalay and the others guided the students to the building to eat. The feast was large, but not as large as Izuku's portions, who ate without hesitation. The heroes and young people wondered where did so much food fit? And how does his body work? Since despite the amount of food he consumed, his body remained slender. While they ate, Pixie Bob told them that it would be the only day they would give him food. Minutes later. The boys were in the hot springs of the building. Kirishima. Ha, this is life. Mineta. Well, food and that's not so important, but that's not why I came and what I want is crossing this wall. Izuku. What are you talking about, Mineta? With half of his body submerged, as a precaution. On the other side of the wall you could hear the girls praising the hot springs. Mineta. See. There it is not separating bath time for men and women is an accident now. Kaminari. You don't think. Iida. Stop it, Mineta. What you're doing and saying is shameful for women and for yourself. Walks toward the purple-haired boy. Minutes. Mineta uses his quirk and begins to climb the wall, shouting plus ultra at the top of his lungs. He was about to reach the top when suddenly. Tan. The young man wearing a horned cap appears. It was Kota, Mandalay's nephew and son of two heroes. Kota. Looking from above the wall before learning to be a hero, learn to be a human hits Mineta's hand, causing him to lose his balance. Mineta. Wrong. The purple-haired boy falls straight into Iida's face. Izuku was more focused on practicing his observation haki when he suddenly senses something. He quickly gets out of the water. Sigh. Mineta is really horrible. Mina. Thanks, Kota-kun. The girls' voices made Kota turn around and see the paradise that Mineta wanted to see. The shock caused him to lose his balance and he was about to fall off the wall, but then someone grabbed him from behind. It was Izuku, who used Skywalk to quickly get there and rescue the boy. Izuku. You're by he fainted seeing the young man's face, who had a little blood on his nose. Izuku was about to take him to Mandalay, but as fate would have it, he saw the same thing as Kota. The girls noticed his presence. Izuku. I'm so sorry. Quickly gets down and runs in search of Mandalay. Mina. Haha, it's cute and innocent looks at the girls who were slightly blushing. Hey, what about Seiya? Momo. Well points to a cluster of bubbles. Seiya was underwater due to embarrassment. Scene break. Manager's office. Izuku arrived at Mandalay's apartment. She asked him to leave Kota lying on the couch. Mandalay. It seems he fainted from fear of falling thanks for saving him. Izuku. I think it was more like overstimulation, remembering a certain sight. Mandalay. Aizawa mentioned something about a human incarnation of lust among the students, so I assigned Kota to guard the girls. These days, the girls are very developed. Hearing those words reminds her of a certain green-haired girl, causing her to blush slightly. Izuku. By the way, changing the subject, why does Kota hate heroes? Mandalay. As it. Izuku. I noticed him ignoring us. At first I thought he was shy, but then I saw he's not much of a hero fan. Mandalay decides to tell him the story about Kota's parents. The boy's parents were renowned heroes, but a villain eliminated them. This made him disgusted with them. From his point of view, they were incomprehensible and unpleasant creatures. Izuku. Mandalay. By the way, looking to the side, could you put on some clothes? Izuku. Notes he only has a towel. Sorry, leaves the office. Time skip, 5:30 a.m. Second day of camping. The young people were outside the building in front of Aizawa, some were still asleep. Izuku. Sees that Seiya was staggering. Haha, touches her cheek. Izawa. Bakugo, Atrapa. Bakugo. This is from the physical strength test. Izawa. Your record that day was 705.2 meters. Let's see how much you've improved since your admission. Bakugo. Stretches his arms a little and here we go die. Throws the ball with a powerful explosion. The power level suggested that he could have blown him away, but Izawa shows the results. All 710 meters. Izawa. Even though they've gained quite a bit of experience over the past few months, they've only grown primarily emotionally and technically. Now we'll specialize in the physical aspect, so we'll be pushing their quirks to the limits. Those words sent a chill down the spine of the students. Azuan. It will be so hard that you will feel like you are dying, smiles in a chilling way, but don't do it seriously. Everyone broke into a cold sweat at that moment. Minutes later, Class B, led by their teacher Vlad King. Kendo. Developing our quirks. Satsuna. But how will they do it? There are 20 of us and our quirks are different. Vlad. By overusing your muscle fibers, they break down, strengthen, and harden. We'll do the same with your quirks. You'll use and strengthen them. In short, what we'll do is break your limits. Upon arriving, the students of Class B see Class A's training, and they define it with just one word: hell. The training is based on constant self-abuse, such as Kaminari passing electricity to a battery to improve its capacity, or Bakugo who undresses his hands to expand his glands and then raises them in the air to create explosions and increase their power. Vlad King. Those who possess operative type quirks will improve their maximum capacity, heteromorphic and composite ones will train their body parts related to their quirk. One of the boys turned white and his soul escaped from his body when he saw the hell that training was. Kendo. But, we are 40 people. Could 6 people watch us all? Izawa. I understand your concern approaching Class B, that's why they are here. That's right. 4 minds, 1 body. Mandalay. With sparkling eyes, we rock. We came to lend a helping hand. Do. Whatever, wherever, we'll get there. Pixie Bob. Sharply cute and cat-like. The 4 of us. We are the wild hussy cats. Full version. Ragdoll. My quirk is search. I can observe and monitor 100 people at once, their location and their weaknesses. Pixie Bob. With my flowstone, I will create a training ground suitable for each of you. Mandalay. With my quirk telepath I can advise and instruct multiple people at once. Tiger. I'll be in charge of beating them up and other violent services. Class B. That is incorrect in many ways. Tiger. Now, power types, follow me. I was about to train a green-haired guy. Those students follow him and when they reach a safe training area, they see Izuku blindfolded. They were scared. Tiger. Don't worry. He asked me to train him like this. Turns to Izuku. Ready? Izuku. Yes, sir. Tiger attacks the green-haired boy and he dodges. The students were surprised, but after a few blows, one lands and the impact throws him straight into a tree. Izuku. Why yes, sir. Tiger. I can't hear you. Izuku. Yes, sir. The boys were scared, as it would be their turn to train with Tiger. After receiving blow after blow, he decided to remove his bandage and counterattack. He activated Gear Second and approached the hero while stretching his arms back. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Jet Bazooka. The green-haired boy hits him effectively and Tiger retreats due to the power of the attack, but he manages to get close to Izuku again and hits the young man's stomach directly, but he managed to block the blow with his arms. Tiger. Not bad. Izuku. Haha. Tiger. Okay, rest. Next up, watching the students in Class B. While everyone was training, Kota watched them from a tree and then went off to who knows where. It was already 4 p.m. I was guided by the manga for the time XD and everyone was returning from training, exhausted. They thought they would be waiting for another meal like yesterday's, but when they arrived. Pixie Bob. As I told you yesterday, today is the last day we'll help him. Ragdoll. If you want to eat, get off your asses and do it yourselves. Curry. Everyone. Yes, ma'am. Discouraged. Ragdoll. Hahaha, they all look raw. But that's no excuse for not doing a mediocre job. Ida. I see. In case of emergency, feed the hungry and provide sustenance for the body. Turns to look at his companions. Let's make the best curry and Kaminari. Please. Mineta. Could you cook the curry? Begging. Class B looked at the students in confusion. Ida. Hey. Don't bother Midoriya. Izuku. Don't worry, Ida-kun. I'll make the curry, but I'll need your help. Kaminari. But. Izuku. Places a hand on the blonde's shoulder and releases an Oriya. Kaminari. S is scared. Once that was settled, Class A and B started cooking. Todoroki lit the wood-burning oven while Uraraka and Bakugo, reluctantly, chopped the vegetables. Each boy and girl was in charge of a certain part with the green-haired boy's instructions. After cooking. Class A. Itadakamasu. Everyone takes a bite, remains motionless for a few moments, and then continues eating as if there were no tomorrow. Hiroshima. Delicious. Haminari. It's the best. Mineta. I couldn't speak because my mouth was full. Izuku. Haha, I'm glad you liked it. Izuku's trademark smile carries a couple of plates towards the heroes. Here you go. Enjoy. Frog. But. Mandalay. Thank you. Pixie Bob and Tiger also appreciated the food. Izuku went to serve himself but noticed Kota walking away from the group. Izuku. Chapter 19. City. I was in a part of the forest where there was a cave, watching the stars. Izuku. Kota-kun. With 2 plates of curry in his hands. Kota. Idiot. What are you doing here? How did you find me? Izuku. Sorry, I followed you. He gets closer to the boy. I thought you wanted to eat. Kota. I'm fine, I don't want to. I won't go with you, so get out of my secret base. Izuku. So, secret base. Kota. They disgust me. All of you want to improve your quirks, do you want to show them off that much? Izuku. Your parents, were they water horses? The ones with the water quirks? Kota. Surprised Mandalay told you. Izuku. And no, well, just part of it. I'd read the news long before and what Mandalay said made me remember it. I remember the incident. Kota. Shut up. Looks at the sky. Everyone's crazy. They give themselves stupid hero or villain names and kill each other. Talking about quirks and bragging about things like that stupid. Izuku. Kota doesn't just hate heroes but also quirks and superhuman society. Kota. Go away. Turns his back on the green-haired man. Izuku. My friend. City. Izuku. He couldn't inherit his parents' quirks, it was a rare case. He wanted to be a hero, he didn't accept that news and tried to activate some quirk, but it was no use. There are many ways to think about quirks, and I don't know if it applies to everyone, but if you keep hating them, it would only be more painful for you. Kota. GHH. Shut up. Get out of here. Izuku said nothing more and left, leaving a plate of curry for Kota. Kota. Idiots. They are all. He approaches the plate and eats a little, while continuing to see the stars. In an area of the mountain a group of people appear, in front of them the young man named Davi. Davi. There are now 7 of us. Never mind, let me go get them. I'm excited, said a hooded figure while cracking his knuckles. Davi. Shut up, dude. We have to wait until there are 10 of us. When the rest arrive, we'll show these kids that their destinies are in our hands. Evil grin. Next day, dawn. The boys from both classes continued their quirk training, but certain groups were exhausted, some more than others. These were the 7 boys from Class A. 5 of them had failed the combat exam against the teachers, Kirishima, Shiro, Kaminari, Satu, and Mina, who had to study after eating and training. And the last 2, Todoroki and Momo, who, despite not failing, had to train twice as hard. Izawa. Come on, stragglers, don't stop. Uses his bandages to wake Kirishima. Kirishima. Yes. With the bandages on his head. Mina. Sleepy. Sorry, I'm still sleepy. Shiro. Exhausted. I didn't think the extra classes would be at 2 AM and we started at 7 AM. Izawa. I told you it would be tough. You 5 need to work not only on your quirks but on the weaknesses you showed in the final exam. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were close and will train twice as hard, although they were close you should train more. D&M. Yes, they were agglomerated even if it wasn't noticeable. Izawa watches his students so they don't skip training. He sees a certain green-haired man with his eyes covered receiving several attacks from Tiger. When he stops, Izuku is trying to control his breathing while feeling tingling in his arms due to the attacks. Izawa. Hey Tiger, don't you think you're exaggerating with the training? Tiger. Huh. I didn't do anything. He asked me to do this workout himself. The others are there. He points to the rest of the students who were doing fitness like in 80s videos. Izawa. Sees that Izuku was static, rubbing his arms. The black-haired man thought to attack him, then suddenly Izuku dodges by jumping back. The green-haired man takes off his blindfold and sees who attacked him. Izuku. Suicide. I'll go. Izawa-sensei. Izawa. No, nothing. Continue with your training. Izuku. Hi. By the way, the other teachers won't be coming. Puts the bandage back on. Izawa. Because the villains attacked us lately, very few people know about this camp. Ragdoll. That's why we're in charge. Izawa. Drop of sweat. We believe that Almight is the target, that's why he's not here. Izuku. I understand. Woe jumps back avoiding Tiger's attack. Izawa. The bandage is not modified. I'm surprised by his reflexes, he moves away from the green-haired boy. And so the day continued, as Awa advising his students alongside Vlad King and Izuku training with Tiger. It was getting dark. Izuku was once again cooking with the help of his classmates. Some were really exhausted but wanted to help in the kitchen. Izuku. Thinking, he sees that Todoroki was next to him cutting and lighting another fire. Todoroki. Do you need All Might for something? Izuku looks at him confused. You asked Aizawa-sensei about the ante. Izuku. Ah, no. I just needed some advice for Kota. Todoroki. City. Izuku. He searches with his eyes, but he wasn't there, he's probably in his secret base, he hates everything related to Quirks, and I couldn't say anything to help him. I thought All Might would know what to say. What would you have done? Todoroki. It depends. Izuku. Laughs a little. I expected that answer from you. Todoroki. It would be awkward for a stranger to reason with you. What matters is the actions you took before or now. If words are to stand alone, they must be very powerful. I think they should be accompanied by action. Izuku. You're right. I'm a stranger. What could I say to him? Todoroki. Whatever you want to do, I think you should avoid intervening in something so delicate. You're prone to getting involved in such things. Remembering the sports festival. Izuku. Sorry. Nervous laugh. Their conversation was interrupted by Iida yelling at the 1B and Aoyama boys to work more efficiently on peeling vegetables. After eating, Pixie Bob told the boys that tonight they would be doing a courage test. Some were excited. Kokoyami. Having fun in the dark. And others not so much. Jiru. I hate scary things. Kendo. Places a hand on Jiru's shoulder. Encouragement. But that said, everyone was already at the entrance of the forest. Mina and company were excited to participate, but Aizawa caught them with their bandages and told them that they would not participate in the test of courage, to be in the extra classes. Pixie Bob explained what they would do. Class B would be the first to scare, and Class A would pass in pairs through the route every 3 minutes, bringing back a plaque with their names. Kokoyami. Having fun in the dark. Uraraka. Said it twice. Pixie Bob. Fine. The couples will be chosen by lottery with a handful of slips of paper. Izuku. Wait. It's in pairs, and there are 20 of us, but 5 are in class. So someone won't have a partner. Mineta. Why? Screaming to the sky. Why the cry of Mineta? Well, when the lottery tickets were drawn, it ended like this. 1. Todoroki Bakugo. 2. Shoji Tokoyami. 3. Uraraka Hagakure. 4. Asui Midoriya. 5. Jiru Kota. 6. Iida Jiro. 7. Momo Aoyama. 8. Mineta. Mineta. Releases a dark aura. Aoyama, change with me, please. Aoyama denied at high speed. Izuku. L looks like we'll be a couple nervous. Seiya. Kiro Sanri. Izuku was nervous but happy, but then he sees Mineta acting gloomy with Aoyama, so he decides to calm him down with a stamp. Izuku. Stretches his leg behind him. Gomu Gomu no stamp. The kick hits the purple-haired boy directly in the face, to handle stamping the sole of the shoe on his face. 5 minutes passed, screams of terror could be heard inside the forest. Uraraka and Hagakure were next, Pixie Bob encouraged them, and they both entered. A couple of minutes passed and it was Seiya and Izuku's turn, but when they were about to enter they noticed a pink mist coming out of there and a burnt smell. Izuku. Humo Negro. Iida. A fire on the mountain. Suddenly, Pixie Bob starts floating and is pulled towards a part of the forest. Pixie Bob. Ga gets hit on the head, becoming unconscious. Mandalay. Pixie Bob. Mineta. Why? I thought they were secured. Why are there villains? 2 people were holding the feline heroine at their feet. One was wearing an orange shirt, sunglasses, and long brown hair, carrying a cloth-covered barbell. The other was wearing clothes similar to the hero killer's, and his quirk, based on his features, seemed to be reptilian-like. Izuku. Pixie Bob. Worried runs towards them, but is stopped by Tiger. Mandalay rushes and telepathically sends an alert to everyone in the camp. In a building. Aizawa receives the alert. He was with Vlad and the students who would be receiving extra classes. Aizawa. Vlad, take care of the students. The black-haired man runs to help the others, but when he leaves the building he sees the black smoke caused by a fire. Your concern has precedence, Eraser. Aizawa turns around and sees the villain Dabi, who throws a blue flare at the hero. Dabi. Don't get in my way, professional hero. How are you, UA High School? We're the vanguard squad of the League of Villains. Ajiro. The League of Villains. What are they doing here? What do they say, should I crush his head or not? He places the large bar on Pixie Bob's head. What do you think, Spinner? Tiger. Bastard. Spinner. Calm down. Mag, Tiger. It depends on whether having the power over life and death goes the way of Stain. Izuku Stain. Iida. Did your ideology bring you here? Spinner. That's right. Wait, you're the one with the glasses. You're the one who took out Stain and Hosu. He recognizes Iida. I'll make Stain's dreams come true. He pulls out the covered weapon from his back and tears the cloth covering it, revealing a set of bladed weapons tied with leather straps, creating a large sword. Tiger. I don't care, you bastards, that woman started worrying about getting married recently. She did what she could to find happiness despite her age. Takes out his claws. You can't just damage her face and stand there laughing without consideration. Spinner. What hero tries to be happy like a normal person? Charges at Mandalay. Mandalay. Tiger, relay instructions. Leave the students to ragdoll. Go to your students. Delegate, you're in charge. Avoid fighting. Iida. Understood. Izuku sees Mandalay. His face looked worried. Iida. Come on. Midoriya, Asui-san. Seiya. Hi. Vamos Izu. Izuku. Seiya, sorry. I'll leave it to you, Iida. Uses skywalk and flies over both villains. Gomu Gomu no uses Haki on his arm's Hawk twin pistol. He launches 2 simultaneous attacks, pushing back the villains. Using this opportunity, he pulls Pixie away from them and takes them to Iida. Izuku. Approaches Mandalay. Mandalay, I know where Koda is. Koda's secret base. The young man was scared, not only by the chaos in the forest, but also by the fact that an unknown man of great stature and with his face covered by a mask, was with him at his base. Koda had heard Mandalay's alert, so he knew it was a villain. I wanted to find a place with a good view, and I found someone who wasn't on the list. You have a nice hat, kid. Trade it for this silly mask. They did this thing to me, saying the shipment didn't arrive on time. Taking off the mask. Koda tries to flee, but the man, despite his size, was fast, blocking the boy's route. Hey, let me give you one to cheer me up. Come on. His arm is covered with muscle fibers. Koda was scared. Seeing the man's face reminded him of the day his parents died. According to the news, the pair of heroes had been murdered by a cruel criminal. The criminal's face and the man's, they were identical. Koda. Yor cries a little while being scared. Dad. Mom. The man attacks the boy and he can't escape. But then, a flash knocks Koda out of the attack's path. The boy opens his eyes and recognizes the green hair. Izuku. GHH. Groan of pain takes port of the villain's blow and moves away from him with Koda. Koda. Why did you come? Izuku. Damn, my cell phone broke with the attack and I came without telling anyone. I can't call for reinforcements. I'm alone against this villain, but can I take care of the villain and protect Koda? Okay. Koda smiles to calm Koda and activates the OFA. I promise I'll save you. Hey, do you promise you'll save him? Laughs evilly, just what a hero would say, always talking about justice. You're Midoriya, right? It's perfect, they said we'd take the initiative and kill you. I'll be sure to torment you. Takes off his hood, showing his body covered in muscle fibers, so show me your blood. He leaps towards the young man with great speed. Izuku manages to follow him with his eyes and blocks his attack with one arm, but the power is too much and he is thrown into the mountain. Izuku. Ah. If it weren't made of rubber, my arm would have broken. By the way, do you know a certain Katsuki Bakugo? Izuku. Kaken. I have work to do. He attacks the green-haired boy again, but he dodges the attack. Izuku. Kaken. Why? I guess you don't know. Then he quickly approaches Izuku and kicks him in the abdomen. Let's play. The attack throws Izuku towards the mountain to a higher part, remaining stuck there. You promised you'd save him. How will you do it? Tell me. He feels a blow to the back of his neck. Koda had thrown a stone at him. Koda. Water hose. Dad. Mom. You killed them, didn't you? Ah. They were your parents. So it's fate. Thanks to them, my left eye is artificial. I don't hold a grudge against them for that, since I only wanted to kill and they wanted to stop me. It wasn't my fault, but theirs for wanting to do something they couldn't. Now join them. Koda was in shock when he heard, so it was inevitable that he would receive the attack, but then, now called Muscular, stops when he hears a snort coming from where Izuku was. Muscular. You'll come now, right loser? Izuku. Gear Fort, OFA 30%, Gomu Gomu no Retray El Brazo Kong Smash. The green-haired man's attack knocks Muscular back a bit, but he recovers and charges at the green-haired man, punching him in the face. Even though he used Haki and his body was made of rubber, it was still painful for him. They traded blows until Izuku's time limit was approaching. He steps back and releases the air inside him, deactivating Gear 4th. Muscular. Hahaha, you're funny. Amuse me more. Muscular attacks, Izuku jumps to evade the blow and then stretches his arms. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no, Gear 2nd, OFA 30%, Jet Bazooka. The power of his attack releases an air pressure that pushes Koda into the ravine. Izuku sees this and uses Skywalk, catching up to Koda, but his body's fatigue forces him to deactivate it, so he stretches his arm to use it as a hook and returns to the mountain. Izuku. Calming his breathing, are you okay? Koda sees the green-haired man. His injuries didn't seem serious, but he was holding his arms due to the slight recoil from his quirks, since he was using 30% of his Ofa Haki. Koda. Why did he do it? Izuku. Let's go to camp. Kneels down exhausted. Suddenly the rubble moves. Izuku turns around nervously and sees it there, intact muscle, keeping the muscle fibers. Muscular. Your attacks are pretty obvious. Izuku. Damn. I did everything I could. I still have a few minutes to go before I can use Haki. What does the League of Villains want? Muscular. Ah. I don't know. As long as I can use my quirk freely and have fun, I don't care. Now covers his body with muscle fiber. Izuku. Koda, aggravate, Ofa 15%. Muscular. Let's play. Izuku jumps with Koda and they evade Muscular's attack. The green-haired man was surprised. The villain's power and speed were greater than before. Now he really had murderous intentions. Muscular Izuku moves quickly, he stretches his foot to the mountain to be able to maneuver in the air, thus dodging the villain. Izuku. What do I do? What do I do? He lands abruptly and sees that muscular man had gotten stuck on the mountain, he thinks calmly. Aizawa is at the camp, I could erase his quirk, but could I make him follow me without catching me? Impossible. I must stop him here and now. Koda, when he attacks, run to the camp. Koda. When do you attack? Don't tell me don't do it, your arms are injured and your attacks won't hurt him. Izuku. Okay. Muscular breaks free and charges at the green-haired man. Izuku. Gear second, 1 for all 100%, releases a large amount of lightning and steam from his body. Gomu Gomu no jet bullet smash. The blow connects with Muscular, who stops it with large amounts of muscle fiber. Muscular. Come on, come on. Entertain me. The muscle fibers increased, Izuku was succumbing to the attack, falling to the ground, but he didn't give up. Little by little, the green-haired man was weakening due to the fatigue from the camp and his injuries. His eyes had lost their shine. It was the villain's victory until suddenly a jet of water hits him in the head. Muscular. Ah. Koda. D-detente. Izuku. Koda regains some consciousness. Muscular. Stay there, I'll take care of you later. Where Izuku was, the ground shook and a burst of steam destroyed the villain's muscle fibers. From the steam, Izuku emerged, but he looked different. His right arm was more muscular, covered in green-tinged haki, and his hair was slightly raised. Izuku. Gear 4th EU, partial transformation, retracts his arm and twists it, 1 for all 1,000,000%, Gomu Gomu no Kong rifle smash. The attack hits Muscular, who was protecting himself with a large amount of muscle fibers, but the power of the attack destroys them instantly and throws him directly into the mountain wall. When it ends, the rocks fall on Muscular. Koda. Why? Remember what Mandalay told him a long time ago. Koda, it's true that your parents ended up leaving you, but there were definitely lives saved by doing so. Koda. Why? Even though you didn't know anything. Izuku releases the little air he used in the transformation and remains standing. I'm sure one day you'll meet someone who will do the same. Koda. Why do you do so much? Someone who would risk their life to save you. Someone who would be. Koda. My sobs, my hero. Izuku shouts, in victory against Muscular. Chapter 20. Izuku was currently complaining in pain as he bandaged his arm with Koda's help. Having used Gear 4th along with Ofa on his arm caused his muscles to tear. Koda. Ready finishes tying the improvised bandage. Izuku. Thanks. Koda gets up from the ground. Come on, we have to go to camp. Exhausted. Koda. But, you're hurt, what are you going to do? Izuku. This villain was stronger than I thought. If the others are just as strong, the others will be in danger. We must warn Professor Aizawa and the hussy cats. If I can save someone by moving, then I must do it. Although he was exhausted, his eyes showed determination. Izuku. For now, let's leave the villain here. Even if he gets up, he won't be able to move because of the damage he received. Above all, I must protect you, since there is something that only you can do. Both see the forest is burning. With that, we will be trapped. Kneels to be at Koda's height, we need your quirk. Smiles a little. Save them, like you saved me. Koda was a little nervous, but agreed with the plan. Izuku. Okay, get on my back. Koda. Wait, can you move like that? Izuku. Don't worry, I can still move. Activate Gear 2nd and Ofa 15%. Hold on tight. The green-haired boy jumps into the woods, his mind racing with something the villain had said. Do you know a man named Kitsuki Bakugo? Izuku. I have a bad feeling. While moving through the forest, Koda warns the green-haired boy to look in a certain direction. The green-haired boy hears him and sees Professor Aizawa, so he approaches him. Izuku. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. Midori. The black-haired man was surprised to see his student. His arm was completely bandaged and he had wounds all over his body. Izuku. Listen, there are many things I would like to tell you. Aizawa. Midori. Izuku. But first I have to tell Mandalay something. Take care of Koda, please. The green-haired boy was about to run, but Aizawa stops him with his bandages. Aizawa. Your wounds, you used your quirk, right? Izuku. Aizawa. Did you forget about Hosu? It's a violation of the rules for unapproved individuals to use their quirks without supervision from their guardians. Izuku. Yes, Tsugarami told us that, but… So, tell this to Mandalay. Tiger was fighting Magni, who was blocking and evading all of his attacks. Magni. Ow, you're too close. Let me pick that up. Sees his weapon on the ground. Tiger attacks with a spinning kick in 2 simultaneous attacks, but the villain manages to evade them. Tiger. Damn. Prefer my feline combat moves, continues attacking without stopping. On the other hand, Mandalay was dodging the heavy attacks of Spinner and his greatsword. Spinner. You're not a real heroine. The last attack forces the heroine to jump, giving Spinner a chance. Spinner. Die at once. He was about to deliver the decisive blow, but… Izuku. Stamp. Kicks through and breaks the villain's weapon, then spins Gomu Gomu no Muchi whip hit Spinner and pushes him away. He then lands and skids Mandalay. Koda is okay. He's with Aizawa-sensei. Mandalay. Surprised you? Izuku. I have a message from him, tell it to the whole class with telepathy. Mandalay. Yes. Characters. All students of classes A and B. In the name of the pro-hero, Eraserhead, you are allowed to battle. Upon hearing this, Mandalay immediately sent it to everyone. Spin tries to attack the heroine from a blind spot with a dagger, but Izuku gets in the way and blocks it with a hockey-coated leg. Mandalay uses the opportunity and hits the villain, knocking him off balance, and Izuku does a sweep, making him fall. Mandalay, thank you Midoriya. Return to camp. Those wounds aren't normal. Izuku. I'm sorry but I can't. Runs to another part of the forest. Also tell him that at least one of his targets is Kakin. Magni sees the green-haired man, and judging by the wounds and the shaking he felt, he could deduce that he defeated Muscular. The villain leaves Tiger and runs to kill the green-haired man, but a dagger gets in his way. Magni. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It was on the priority list. Spinner. That's Shigaraki's problem. Magni. Then why did you come? Spinner. That kid is someone Stain wanted to save. That means he's worthy of being a hero. The conversation gave Mandalay and Tiger a chance to hit them, but they recovered and retreated. After that, Mandalay sent them information about one of the targets. Bakugo. Here's the message. Damn Deku, only he tells me that way. I'll shine it later. The ash-haired boy runs toward one of the villains, who had his body completely covered and tied up, except for his legs and mouth. The villain uses his quirk, which allows him to lengthen his flexible metal teeth, and attacks Bakugo. But Todoroki, who was carrying an unconscious boy, creates a wall of ice blocking the blades. Todoroki. You heard. Don't do anything reckless. Bakugo. First they tell me I fought, and then they tell me I didn't with veins on his forehead. I don't care what they tell me. The frozen blades moved again, Todoroki created ice again, but the villain dodged it with speed with his quirk. Todoroki. He is good at using his quirk on the ground. Bakugo. Although he looks like someone weak and skinny. Wretched. Moonfish uses his quirk and stays in the air. Show me your meat. Bakugo was about to attack, but Todoroki warns him that he could burn the forest, so the Ashen boy declines to use his quirk while cursing. Todoroki. Even if we escape, looks behind him, there's gas in our path. They're planning to corner us. In a part of the forest, more specifically where the test of courage was being carried out, the green-haired man was running at great speed. He had deduced that they might be nearby. Suddenly, what looked like a claw approaches Izuku, and he manages to dodge it, but the sudden movement caused his arm to hurt again, which gave the suspected attacker the opportunity to attack again, but someone saves the green-haired man. Izuku. GHH pained and surprised Shoji. Shoji. Exhausted. Those wounds, you shouldn't be moving, always worrying about others. What are we going to do with you? Izuku. Haha, sorry, what was that? Shoji. It's Tokoyami. His quirk increases in power with darkness, and now he lost control. Izuku. Then if we want to go through there. Shoji. We'll have to do something with him. From the trees emerges a powerful and out-of-control dark shadow. Tokoyami was there trying to regain control. Tokoyami. Stay away. He'll kill you. Shoji moves away from Tokoyami and they hide in a tree, then he explains to the green-haired man how it came about, and they began to think of a plan to decrease Dark Shadow's power and for Tokoyami to regain control. Shoji. Dark Shadow reacts to sounds, and no matter if it's friend or foe, he'll attack equally. His weakness is light, so maybe we could take him back to camp to calm him down. Midoriya, no matter the circumstances, I don't want to leave a friend suffering. Izuku. I understand, but we're too far from the camp. Whether it's you or me, we'd be in danger. Dark Shadow reacts to Midoriya's voice and attacks, but Shoji and the green-haired man dodge it. Shoji. I know. Saving people has its risks. That's why they call us heroes. Will you stay to save Tokoyami, or will you go after Bakugo? The green-haired man remains silent for a few minutes and then smiles with a plan. Izuku. We'll do both. Moonfish. Meat, I want meat. The villain uses his blade teeth and attacks the large ice wall made by Todoroki. Bakugo. Damn. I can't get near him. I want to blow him up. Todoroki. You can't. Bakugo. If the trees burn, cover them with ice. Todoroki. The explosion won't let me see. What if the fire spreads? He has the advantage in range and movement. Bakugo growled in anger, but then they both heard a sound similar to an avalanche. Something was approaching their position, and they were shocked to see Dark Shadow in berserk mode. Moonfish tried to attack him but was instantly defeated. Izuku. Quick, make light. Todoroki was preparing a flame, but Dark Shadow hit the ground near the half-half and raised dust, blinding him. Todoroki didn't want to burn the trees, and Bakugo's power wouldn't be enough to completely weaken him. Izuku. Kaken, Haslo. Shoji, bat him. Shoji lowers him, and the green-haired man takes a piece of wood and throws it in front of Dark Shadow and jumps there. Bakugo. In the air stun. Izuku. Stretches out his best arm and covers it with Haki Gomu Homu no. Bakugo Izuku. Grenade. Red Hawk. The Ashen-haired boy throws a blinding light and the green-haired boy hits the board, releasing a bright flame. The combination of both lights manages to completely weaken Dark Shadow, shrinking him. Tokoyami. Sorry, thanks guys. Izuku. Don't worry, Ah falls down exhausted. A few minutes passed. Izuku regained his memory and Todoroki was able to wipe his eyes. Todoroki. Sees the defeated villain, I finish off the villain in an instant. Shoji. Tokoyami v Ungesto de Culpa. Tokoyami. I'm sorry, Shoji, Midoriya. I was very immature. I got overwhelmed by anger and unleashed Dark Shadow. It got so strong that I couldn't stop it without hurting Shoji. Shoji. We can leave it for later surprises, Tokoyami, that's what you would say, right? Izuku and, although it was not noticeable, Shoji smile, lifting the bat chicken spirits a little. After that, the green-haired boy begins to inform those present about the villain's possible objective, Bakugo. And after a discussion in which the ash-haired boy could not participate, the plan was decided to escort him to the camp, avoiding the Hussy Cats fight by passing through the forest, with Tokoyami being behind and Todoroki with Shoji and Midoriya on the sides, since Shoji was carrying him due to the green-haired boy's injuries. Bakugo. Huh? What's wrong with you? Todoroki. Stay in the center. Bakugo. Don't protect me, you idiots. Shoji. Let's go. Bakugo. Don't ignore me. Todoroki. Don't stay behind. Bakugo. Don't give me orders. Izuku. Get them all safe, if we do, we'll win. Somewhat far away, Uraraka and Hagakure were facing a young woman who was carrying knives and a strange device. Hagakure. Are you okay? Worried seeing that the brown-haired girl had a cut on her arm. Uraraka. Don't worry, it's just a small cut. It doesn't have much blood. He looks at his knife. Hagakure. How dare you? Who are you? Toga. I'm Togadezu. You're very pretty, Achako. And you sound very friendly, Turi-chan. Uraraka. How do you know our names? Hagakure. Maybe because of the festival. Uraraka. Whatever. If he knows us, we're at a disadvantage. Toga. Size, it's not enough. Normally I'd just pull it straight out of the wound. I guess I'll use this machine. I'll just need to glue it down to get blood faster. Come on. Approaches Uraraka. As she stands nearby, she suddenly falls to the ground. Uraraka turns to where Hagakure was and sees only her clothes on the ground. Hagakure. Rapido Achako-chan, Corey al Campamento. Toga. Here you are. Launches an attack in the air and sees some blood. Uraraka. Hagakure. Assistada. Toga. Pushes the invisible girl into a tree and corners her. You're bleeding. How cute. I want more. Uraraka. Détente. Toga sees the brown-haired girl approaching her, so she decides to attack her with her knife, but Uraraka applies a submission technique learned from Gunhead and manages to knock her to the ground. Uraraka thought she had won, but she gets careless, allowing Toga to attack her with a device on her leg and manages to suck some of her blood before Hagakure interfered. Toga manages to dodge the invisible girl and moves away to think about her next attack, but Izuku's group had arrived. She retreats, but not before taking a look at a badly injured green-haired man. Izuku. Uraraka. Hagakure. Bien. Todoroki. Who was that woman? Hagakure. You a villain. A crazy woman. Shoji. Hagakure approaches her and bandages the wound with a piece of his shirt. Hagakure. Thanks. Exhausted sits on the floor. Shoji. Your clothes. Hagakure. Ah, sorry. Sees the green-haired man on his back. Midoriya, your wounds. Izuku. Don't worry. Come with us and let's protect Kaken on the way. Uraraka. Bakugo. But, he's not with you. Izuku. Huh. What are you talking about? It's… When he turns around, Izuku is surprised to see Tokoyami and Bakugo missing. Suddenly, he hears a voice coming from the top of a tree. If they're looking for their friend, he gets the attention of those present. They've gone with my magic. It's a talent that shouldn't be on the side of heroes. We'll take it to a stage where it shines brighter. Izuku. Enahado regresanos a Kaken ya Tokoyami. Give them back. What are you saying? He's his own person. Selfish. Todoroki. Move aside. Pushes Shoji and Midoriya away and creates a large amount of ice aimed at the villain. The villain jumps and dodges the attack, falling onto another tree. Don't worry. We just want to show you that the path you follow with your maniacal values isn't the only one to take. The day's children choose their paths based on their values. Todoroki. How could he take them without making a noise? What is his quirk? If you take the liberty of talking to us, it means you underestimate us. I apologize, it's an old habit from my life as an artist. Bringing Tokoyami was an improvisation. She shows two pearls in her hand. Izuku. Maldito. Todoroki. Calm down, I'll take care of it. Hands the unconscious young man over to Uraraka and uses ice with the same power used at the festival, freezing part of the forest. I apologize. He dodged the attack, but tricks and running are my only talents. I couldn't possibly fight against hero candidates. Uses a communicator. Target captured. It was a short time, but the show's over. See you at the extraction point in 5 minutes. Izuku. You won't escape. Gets off Shoji and chases the villain with the others. The villains began to move. Dabi accompanied by a Japanese Deadpool, twice. The villain calls a Nomu who was chasing Momo. Yo Wace, Class B. The Nomu stopped and returns to where Dabi, but before Momo creates a device which a saw sticks to the Nomu with her quirk. Magni and Spinner, who had been captured by two of the Hussycats, but both disappeared with the help of Kurogiri. Mr. Compress was far from the young people, moving between the trees as if flying. Uraraka. Wow, he's really fast. If Iida were here. Izuku. I have a plan. Uraraka, make us float. Shoji will use his arms to maneuver and I will propel them with skywalk. Uraraka. But, your wounds. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Uraraka complies and uses her quirk on Midoriya, Todoroki, and Shoji. The latter jumps to gain altitude. Izuku. Sujitans, 1 for all 20%. Gear second, skywalk. They are all propelled by Midoriya's power and manage to reach him in a short time. Uraraka deactivates her quirk, but due to the power of skywalk, they continue flying in the same direction for a few more meters. When they fall, the boys make heroic poses, or JoJo's, epic, whatever you want to call them. XD, well, they subdued Compress, and at that moment they see that in front of them there were more villains. Twice. Hey, I know these kids. Who are they? Chapter 21. There they were. Izuku, Todoroki, and Shoji in front of the villains, subduing Compress. Said villains were surprised, but Toga was rather excited as she watched a green-haired man. The boys tried to take the sphere that Compress possessed, but Dabi launched a blue flame at the young people, causing them to move away from the villain. The attack reached Midoriya's arm, but at the last second he managed to use Haki to protect it. The bandages turned to ash. Izuku could barely stand and block the young villain's attack with his good arm, covered in Haki. Toga. I'm Togadezu. May I see more of your blood? Izuku. Sweating cold, she's crazy. Todoroki wanted to help the green-haired boy but was being restrained by Twice, while Shoji went to help Izuku, managing to get Toga away from him. Compress takes the opportunity, gets up injured and approaches Dabi to show him the marble in which he contained Bakugo, but when he checks his pocket, he notices that said marbles were not there. Shoji. Midoriya, Todoroki. Vamonos. They both nod and leave the place. Shoji shows his companions the marbles in his hands. Apparently he was able to deduce what the villain's quirk was and took the marbles when they subdued him. The boys were about to enter the forest, but a Nomu had appeared. They took a detour, but the path was blocked by Kurogiri. They were surrounded by the villains without being able to escape, and what made the situation worse was when Compress showed the young people that the marbles they held only contained ice, proving that he had the real ones with Bakugo and Tokoyami. Kurogiri opened some portals, and all the villains entered them. Compress accompanied by Dabi were also retreating, but then a laser hits Compress, causing him to drop the marbles. Izuku and Todoroki react quickly. The green-haired man stretches his good arm to reach for one, while the bicolor towards Carrera. Izuku manages to reach one, but the other one that Todoroki wanted to reach is snatched from him by Dabi. Compress deactivates his quirk, freeing Tokoyami and Bakugo. Dabi holds the Ashen-haired boy's neck to prevent him from escaping. Izuku tries to reach them, but they were already fully entering the portal. The last words that the green-haired boy had spoken were from Bakugo, "Don't come," Deku closing the portal. Izuku wanted to scream in frustration, but all the fatigue accumulated during the night caused him to fall unconscious. A day had passed since the incident at the camp. All the news networks were at UA's gates, demanding answers. The attack on the camp and the kidnapping of a student had impacted the academy's reputation, casting doubt on the administration of the principal and teachers. The news also mentioned the son of the water horse couple and his killer, who were present at the attack, as well as the League of Villains. The fact that the League's popularity had increased and was beginning to attract public attention pleased Shigaraki, who was watching TV accompanied by a handcuffed Ashen-haired man. In the hospital, the next day. The green-haired boy was waking up. He looked around and noticed he was in a hospital. His right arm was completely bandaged, while his left arm was only half bandaged. He noticed a plate of sliced apples on a small table, with a sign that read, "When you wake up, eat this and call me." He instantly realized it was his mother's handwriting. Izuku. Sorry mom for worrying you, still exhausted, I wonder if Kota is okay. Someone knocks on the door, it opens seeing that it was Kaminari, who saw that the green-haired man had woken up. Kaminari. Midoriya. Ha is pushed by someone. That person hugs the green-haired man. He recognizes her and calms her by hugging her back. Izuku. I'm sorry I worried you, sigh. The green-haired girl nods, but continues to sob a little. After a few minutes she calms down a little. Mineta. How jealous. Crying blood. Kaminari. Snatches the melon from Mineta. Here friend, we'll buy it together. Izuku accepts the fruit and was about to eat it as if nothing, but Hagakure manages to stop him. Hagakure. At least I'll cut it for you. Izuku. Sorry, I'm hungry because of Gear Second. How long have I been asleep? Hiroshima. You were asleep for 2 days. Some of our classmates are still unconscious from the gas, but Momo woke up yesterday and is also in this hospital. While they were talking, Hagakure finished cutting the melon. Izuku. I see remembers the events of last night. Bakugo. Todoroki. Still missing, just missing. Uraraka. Todoroki. Izuku. Don't worry. Uraraka takes a slice of melon and eats it in one bite. Everyone was staring at the green-haired man. His face slowly revealed an expression of sadness and frustration, caused by his inability to save someone standing in front of him. Hiroshima. Midoriya, I want you to help me save him. Everyone was leaving Izuku's room, who was left alone with Seiya. Ida. So you will do it? Hiroshima. Yes, tonight in front of the hospital. Are you coming? Ida. Izuku. Seiya. Seiya. I can't stop you sobbing. Izuku tilts his head from side to side. You can promise me that you won't push your body to the limit. Izuku. Maybe I can't do it, but I'll try. Seiya. Just come back, okay? Izuku. I will, and I will bring Kaken back. Seiya didn't say anything else, she gave him a tender and clumsy kiss on the lips, and then left the room. Izuku didn't like seeing his girlfriend sad, but he knew she would understand the situation. I think. Night, outside the hospital. Izuku leaves the hospital, still wearing civilian clothes and wearing bandages on his arms. In front of him are Todoroki and Kirishima. Kirishima. Midori notices that Momo was behind him. Momo. Here hands him a tracking device, but I'll go with you. Kirishima. But. Momo. I know how you feel. I'm also Bakugo-sen's classmate. If I can do something, I'll take that opportunity. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san. I'll go with you too. Everyone turns towards where the voice came from, seeing Ida. Ida. But I'm still not convinced they're going. Kirishima. Don't worry, our plan is to be stealthy. Todoroki. Nods. We'll get Bakugo out without a fight. And so, the five began to move towards where the tracker indicated. Izuku. They told everyone we were going tonight, eating his 5th bento. Kirishima. You really eat a lot. Todoroki. Yes, and they tried to stop us. Everyone remained silent for a few seconds. Todoroki. You can still decline and come back if you don't feel confident about this. Kirishima. If I hesitated, I wouldn't be here. I don't want to let those villains do whatever they want to him. Todoroki. What about you, Midoriya? Izuku. Sees his hand. I don't want to abandon any teammate in that situation. Todoroki. I see. Hours later, they had arrived at the Kamino district in Kanagawa Prefecture. Kirishima. Yaoyorozu, Dondestin. Momo. Wait, Kirishima. We have to be careful from here on out. Remember, the villains recognize us. They could attack at any moment. Izuku. I understand attack position. I will cover them. Todoroki. You're attracting too much attention. Iida. We won't be able to search properly if we try not to be recognized. Kirishima. What should we do? Thinking. Momo. Can I suggest something? Pointing at a clothing store. Once inside the store, everyone disguised themselves to avoid recognition. The green-haired man came out of the fitting room wearing a red vest, blue shorts, and a straw hat, revealing some green strands and the lower part of his face. Izuku. How do I look? Kirishima. Bro, you look good. Todoroki, Momo and Kirishima wore clothes similar to those in the anime, but Iida wore an elegant blue suit similar to Kirishima's, a white shirt without a tie. Already leaving the store, Iida notices something. Iida. Yaoyorozu-san, wouldn't there be a free Sifo if you used your quirk? Momo. That's against the rules. If I had used my quirk, the money circulation and nervous. I.K.T. She wanted to go to the store. The boys began to move towards where the tracker indicated when suddenly a citizen mentions UA. The boys believed that they would have recognized him, but when they turned to see, they were actually watching a large screen where they were broadcasting a press conference from UA High School. The boys were about to listen to what they were saying, but they did not have time and decided to continue their way to the location. Elsewhere. The League of Villains was watching the conference in a bar, along with Bakugo, who was tied to a chair. When it ended. Shigaraki. How strange, why are they criticizing the heroes? They just handled things a little poorly. Manuel's words, Shigaraki, were irritating the pale-haired boy a little. Shigaraki. Dabi, release your ties. Dabi. Huh. But he's going to fight. Shigaraki. It's okay. We'll treat him as equals. Twice obeys and begins to free Bakugo, but the second he was free he hits Deadpool and then Shigaraki. Bakugo. You want me to join you in ruining UA's reputation? Well, you've got the wrong target. I want to win like All Might. No matter what you say, that won't change. Chapter 22. There they were. The young men were approaching the location. Upon arriving, they came across a warehouse, which at first glance appeared to be abandoned. However, they weren't to be fooled by appearances, so they decided to keep watch from various vantage points, concealing themselves so as not to arouse suspicion. They did that for 10 minutes and found no trace of enemies or villains, so they decided to get close enough to observe what was inside. They were able to find an alley next to the warehouse and there was an open window. Izuku helps Kirishima while Iida helps Todoroki. Momo was about to create some night vision goggles, but Kirishima had already brought some. Kirishima was the first to check and was shocked to see what was in the warehouse. Todoroki. What's going on? Iida passes him the night vision goggles and when he sees what Kirishima saw, he reacts in the same way. Izuku. What's wrong, Kirishima? What did you see? Kirishima. NNNN. Todoroki. Nomus. Izuku. What about Kaken? Is he there? Kirishima. No signs of villains. Izuku. It can't be, we have to go inside. The green-haired boy moves, but Todoroki stops him. Kirishima was about to say something, but then he sees a truck moving through the air. Everyone else watches and sees correctly. It was Mount Lady, who put her foot on the bed of the truck and prepared an axe kick. The boys moved away, thus avoiding the attack. The other heroes acted quickly, capturing the still deactivated Nomus and rescuing Ragdoll. Izuku could hear the heroes' conversation. Apparently, All Might and company attacked the League of Villains base. That made him wonder if Kaken was there. His companions also heard, so Iida recommended that they retreat. But as they were retreating, they heard a voice. I'm sorry, Tiger. She had an incredible quirk. I couldn't pass up the opportunity, so I took it. That voice made Best Jeanist react, who was with him, and he used his quirk to capture the person who was emerging from the shadows of what remained of the warehouse. This action worried Mount Lady since there was a possibility that it was a normal person. The man did not react or complain to Best Jeanist's ability, but after a few seconds, black lightning emanated from the stranger, which distracted the hero and then created an explosion. That pushes the students who were hiding. The heroes were injured by the explosion and the stranger escaped capture. As expected of the fourth hero. You used your thread manipulation and moved them away from the blast area. Impressive claps. Best was impressed by this man's power, but that was no excuse to retreat. Using his quirk, he managed to get up and attack the man with his threads, but before he knew it, his stomach was instantly pierced. Best fell and spit out blood. The boys were scared. Fear was so strong it wouldn't let them move, even Izuku was frozen because of that man. But then he heard a familiar voice. That voice shouted, "What the hell?" Izuku. Kaken. The ashen-haired boy had appeared along with the other members of the League of Villains from a gray slime, probably the man's quirk. The boys didn't know what to do. On one hand, they could try to save Bakugo, but the power of that man and the League of Villains present made it impossible. Izuku wanted to move, but Iida stopped him. The green-haired boy saw his face and Yaoyorozu's. They were still scared by the display of power of that man and were planning how to escape from there since they wanted to protect their companions. "You're here, right?" Those words frightened the youngsters even more, but then another explosion happens, but this one is different from the last. It was the result of All Might's fist bump and. "All Might. I'll make you give it all back, all for one." "Afo? Will you kill me again, All Might?" The collision of both generates a shock wave capable of sending the villains and Bakugo flying. He was surprised since the masked man stopped All Might with his hands. "All Might. This time I won't make the same mistake I made a few years ago. This time I'll stop you and send you to prison." All Might leaps towards the villain, his usual smile disappearing into a look of anger. He prepares a powerful attack, but Afo raises his arm, increasing its size and unleashing a concentrated air pressure at the hero, sending him flying away. Afo? Air gun plus spring limbs, a fun combination. Bakugo was worried about the hero, but Afo told him that he wouldn't die like that. Using a control quirk, he took the unconscious Kurogiri and forcibly activated his quirk. The League prepared to escape, but first they had to capture Bakugo again. All Might wanted to help him, but Afo stopped him. Izuku watched everything, wanting to rescue Bakugo despite Iida's attempts to stop him. Tsukauchi and his teammates' words aided him inside. They weren't allowed to fight. He wanted to do something to help, even if it was just saving Bakugo, so All Might could use his full power. Then he had an idea. Using the momentum of Iida's reciproburst and Izuku's skywalk, both propel themselves with Kirishima to a wall which they cross. Todoroki creates an ice ramp, and as it rises to a safe distance, Kirishima calls out to Bakugo, and he propels himself towards the boys. Magni uses his quirk with Spinner and Mr. Compress and launches them. Mr. Compress collides with Mount Lady who manages to stop him, but Spinner was flying towards the boys. Bakugo tries to throw an explosion, but Spinner lands two throwing daggers on his arms. Izuku knew what to do, he jumps towards Spinner and stops his ascent. Iida y Kirishima. Midoriya. Midoribro. Izuku. I'll be fine. Spinner. You think so? The lizard tries to stab the green-haired man, but he manages to block it with his haki. Izuku. I think so. They both land on the roof of a building. Izuku jumps out of the crater they created and positions himself to fight. Spinner gets up from the crater, sore from the fall, but there was something strange about him. He seemed to have no will to fight or simply didn't want to. Izuku. What are you doing? Why don't you fight me? Spinner. I follow Stain's ideology. He protected you from the flying Nomu when he captured you, even though he could have escaped. Izuku. And why did you try to stab me? Spinner. The heat of the moment. Izuku was with an anime-style drop. Izuku. Then what will you do? Spinner. I don't know, I guess you'll hand me over. Anyway, I don't know if the League of Villains really follows Stain's ideals or not. Izuku decided to capture him and takes him to where the unconscious heroes were. There he knocks him out to prevent him from escaping, giving him an apology and leaving a note stuck to Spinner, saying he turned himself in. They'll probably reduce his sentence with this, he thought as he escaped from the place. After that, he manages to move to where a crowd hides his green hair with the straw hat, and there he meets his companions who were worried about the green-haired man. The crowd watches a large screen where All Might against Afo was shown. The fight is similar to the anime. Here I leave the fight. The symbol of peace raises his arm in victory, causing everyone who saw him to cry with joy and shout his name. The sun was rising, and the press was reporting the events after the fight. All Might took that opportunity and pointed to the camera, saying, "Now, it's your turn." Everyone thought it was a warning to the villains. But the green-haired man knew what it meant, so he began to shed tears when he heard those words, since he knew that his idol, the symbol of peace, had used everything he had of One for All. Chapter 23. One day, after their visit to the police station, the boys returned home. News of All Might's real life, not to mention his retirement, had swept through social media. The news hit many like ice water. Izuku, who had arrived home, decides to change and take a shower. Very few people had seen him at the fight scene, but he knew she knew he was there, so he decides to do the most dangerous thing in a relationship. Visit her at her house. The green-haired man gets dressed and goes out, saying goodbye to his mother. He was lucky enough to have exchanged information with her, but halfway there, he bumps into someone. Izuku. I'm sorry, offers his hand. And no, it's my fault Kiro. Izuku. No, it's wait, Seiya. Seiya. Izuku. The green-haired girl jumps to hug him while sobbing. Izuku. Yeah, I'm sorry for worrying you, hugs his partner. Seiya was still crying, letting off steam for being worried all this time. They both stayed like that for a while. The green-haired girl could finally relax. Izuku. I don't think I should ask how are you. Seiya doesn't answer. Izuku whispers I'm sorry and kisses her cheek. Izuku. Do you feel better? Seiya. Just a little. Izuku laughs at Seiya's response and then proceeds to get closer to the green-haired girl's lips. She was blushing, but not as much as he was, despite the fact that he initiated the action. Seiya took courage and kissed the green-haired girl. They were both sitting on a park bench, certainly the atmosphere was somewhat uncomfortable, both were blushing from what happened before. Seiya. Did you hear anything about UA? Trying to change the atmosphere. Izuku. I heard that UA is going to become a boarding school, it will be great to be with our classmates, especially with you, he said the last part in a whisper. Even though he whispered it, she heard it clearly, causing her to blush completely. The people around them tried not to die from the couple's tenderness. To make matters worse, Seiya placed her head on the green-haired man's shoulder, but the script was supposed to ruin that moment. Mina. Phew, up with romance. Hagakure. Yay. Izuku and Seiya are surprised. Izuku. Mina. Hagakure. Seiya. What are they doing here? Kiro blushing. Mina. Well, we were walking. Hagakure. And then we saw something so romantic and tender. Those words only made the green-haired boys blush more. The girls invited both of them to walk with them and due to Izuku's kindness, he gladly accepted. Seiya wasn't happy about it since she wanted to spend some time alone with the green-haired boy, but if it gave her more time with him, she'd put up with it. After a few minutes they arrived at the shopping center. Mina. Look. Points to a clothing store. Are we going? Hagakure. That's a good idea. And with Izuku's help, we'll be able to figure out what clothes look good on us. Izuku. Seiya. Why Izuku? Hugging one of the green-haired boy's arms. Mina. Because there is no one more honest than him. Hagakure nods although it was not visible. Izuku. Seiya. I know it's true. Izuku blushes upon hearing his girlfriend, but I don't think so. Mina. Approaches the frog, whispers don't you want to make your broccoli fall in love with you anymore or receive a compliment from him? Seiya. Seiya's imagination. She imagines a green-haired man from her point of view. Izuku. You look really beautiful. End of his imagination. Seiya. Let's do it, blushing. Mina. That's how you talk, drags Seiya and Izuku to a clothing store. Izuku. My opinion doesn't count. Crying comically. Already at the store, the green-haired man was sitting in front of the dressing room waiting for the girls. He was certainly nervous since he was attracting attention, a guy in the women's clothing section. Izuku. Damn. Mina. Listo Midoriya. Izuku. Mina. Ta-chan, what do you think? Izuku. You look cute. Mina. He smiles, blushing, thanks. Hagakure. It's my turn. Opens the curtain, what do you think? Posing. Izuku. You look really cute, Hagakure-san. Hagakure all hugs the green-haired boy, thank you Midoriya. Izuku laughs, Hagakure's energy and personality is very cute for him. It was Seiya's turn, but she was hesitant to leave due to nerves. Mina. Come out, Seiya. Your knight is waiting for you. Izuku. Mina. Blushing. Hagakure. If you don't go out, Mina will probably steal it from you. Izuku. Oh. Seiya quickly opens the curtain. Izuku stands still, unable to stop staring at her. Seiya. Don't stare at me, it's embarrassing, blushing. Izuku slowly walks towards the green-haired girl and places his hand on her cheek. Izuku. Why you look beautiful, Su-chan, hypnotized by the green-haired girl's eyes. Seiya's heart jumped, both of them stared at each other, creating an atmosphere just for that. Mina. I know it was part of my idea, but I feel embarrassed and jealous just seeing them both. Hagakure. I agree, blushes just seeing both of them. Mina clears her throat, managing to snap both green-haired men out of their trance. They were a little embarrassed to see that so many people, mostly women, were staring at them. Izuku. We should go get something to eat. Is that okay? Trying to ignore the crowd. Hagakure. Now that you mention it, I'm hungry. Mina. Let's pay and go eat. Both girls along with Seiya went to change again and then go to the register. Izuku was about to follow them, but Seiya approached behind him and took his hand. Seiya. Is what you said before true? Izuku. Smiles, endures his nerves and looks at Seiya's forehead. I would never lie to you. She smiles and they both follow the girls to a cafeteria. It was getting dark and the green-haired man and his companion were at the train station. Mina and Hagakure offered to walk Seiya home. The green-haired man wanted to, but had received a message from Almight to meet at the beach. Izuku. I really want to go. Seiya. Don't worry Izuku. Mina. Don't worry, we'll take good care of her. Izuku. I understand. Seiya. Seiyu kisses the green-haired boy's cheek and enters the train. Izuku was a little blushed at the green-haired girl's action. Izuku. Seiya's smoke comes out of his head. It will take me a while to get used to this. Walks to the station exit with a smile. Minutes passed and Izuku walked toward the beach, thinking about everything that had happened. The villain's assault, the sports festival, the assassin's attack, his trip to Island. Izuku. Now that I think about it, I always end up in danger situations. How strange. After a few minutes he arrives at the beach, the stars and the moon being reflected by the sea gave a wonderful view. Izuku manages to see All Might accompanied by Brooke. Izuku starts running and manages to get their attention, but then. The green-haired boy falls to the sand, feeling like his body was burning, like thousands of needles were being stabbed into him. The One for All subconsciously activates, just like Gear Second. Both of the green-haired boy's teachers went to help him, but they didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the green-haired boy fell unconscious. Where am I? The green-haired man found himself in a completely dark place. He tried to speak, but saw that his entire body, except for his mouth, was covered in what looked like a black mist. In front of him appeared a woman with a slender figure and dark blue hair, her hairstyle similar to his mother's. Boy, you should know that your mastery of One for All is impressive. But the power you possess is repelling it. You must surrender it or else. He couldn't hear any more as she suddenly disappeared. Izuku? Wait. Minutes passed, the green-haired boy woke up on a stretcher. Apparently, All Might and Brooke brought him to the UA infirmary. Izuku? Where am I? All Might. Midoriya Shonen. Brooke. Izuku. Izuku. Gets up in pain. What happened? Brooke. You suddenly fainted. All Might. One for All and Gomu Gomu activated simultaneously. What happened? Izuku remembered the words of the person who had spoken to him in his dream. Izuku. I remember I fell unconscious and then I was in a dark place and a person told me something about One for All. All Might. What was that person like? Izuku. It was a woman. She wore white gloves, a white cape. All Might. Shonen, you met my teacher Nana Shimura. She was the 7th wielder of One for All. Izuku. Saka. Brooke. From what I hear, One for All is a very problematic quirk, although I don't have ears. Jojo. Izuku, All Might and Recovery Girl, who was there because of the ex-hero's call, had a drop of sweat on their temples. All Might. He carries a lot of responsibilities, not to mention accumulating power when passed down through generations. Brooke. Wow. That's a pretty dangerous power. All Might. And what did my teacher tell you? Izuku. He told me to give him back the One for All. All Might. Why Brooke? Chapter 24 Final. Brooke. Where? All Might. You said that you would give me back the One for All. Izuku nods, slightly hesitant about his choice. Both of the green-haired masters were in shock. All Might. But why Midoriya Shonen? Izuku. When I talked to your teacher, she told me not to have the One for All. It's like she's worried. Brooke. I think I know what your teacher talked about. All Might. What do you mean Brooke? Brooke. I didn't tell you because it was just a rumor. You see, a while back I told Izuku about Teach, who managed to take the powers of the devil fruits, thanks to the Yami no Mi. Both nod. You see, there's a myth that says that a person can't eat 2 fruits, because the demons of both fruits would fight and destroy the individual's body. Izuku. Then. This is just something I made up, so don't throw out other theories. XD. Brooke. Probably the Gomu Gomu fruit demon believes that One for All is a demon of another fruit and is trying to repel All Might's power. All Might. But it's strange. Why didn't it happen before? Izuku. Probably gets both of their attention. My body is starting to assimilate the One for All. Brooke. Take it in. Izuku. You know, it's possible that before nothing happened because my body couldn't handle a certain percentage of the power. All Might. Then it is likely that upon reaching a percentage the Akuma no Mi began to act. All 3. Recovery Girl. Hey, if Midoriya is okay now and the 3 of you seem to be in good health, hits the 3 of you on the head. Leave the infirmary. After being thrown out of the infirmary, the 3 of them went for a walk towards the green-haired man's house. All Might. Are you sure about this Shonen? Izuku. I know what we talked about is a possibility, but I think it's for the best. Besides, they said One for All activated simultaneously with the Gomu Gomu. Worst case scenario, it could hurt the people I love. Thinking of Brooke, Inko, and Seiya. All Might. Okay then you know what to do Shonen. Izuku nods and removes a hair. Izuku. Now Kura with All Might's face. He saw him with a drop of sweat on his temple and then he ate the green-haired boy's hair, thus recovering the one for all. All Might. You, my dear Shonen places a hand on the green-haired man's shoulder, were one of the best successors I ever knew. Izuku. And what will you do now, All Might? All Might. I guess I'll find another successor. I know someone who could handle this burden. He's kind of like you. Izuku. Sokka, I can give another option. All Might. Of course. Who do you think could handle this power? Izuku smiles thinking of someone. Days passed and 2 teachers had visited several students' homes, managing to obtain parental permission to take the students to the academy grounds. After Bakugo's kidnapping, UA decided to become a boarding school, creating dormitories for the students. Right now, Class A was standing in front of the High Alliance dorms. Aizawa arrived, explaining to the students who had been in that place that night that, if it weren't for All Might's withdrawal, they would have been expelled, not to mention that it would take time to regain their confidence. The tense atmosphere was resolved by Kaminari, who short-circuited the situation caused by Bakugo. The teacher proceeded to explain about the building. Aizawa. The building houses the entire class, dividing the boys and girls into each wing. However, the ground floor is a common area. The whole class enters the building with their teacher, dazzled by the place. Aizawa. The dining room, bathrooms and laundry are located there. Mina. Wow. It's spacious, beautiful. And there's a sofa. Aizawa. Notices Minetta's aura. Obviously the bathrooms and laundry rooms are separate for boys and girls. Minetta. Yes, sir. After explaining the dimensions of their rooms and the layout, the boys began unpacking. The green-haired boy was going through box by box. Izuku. Now that I don't have one for all, I've probably become weaker. While thinking, he began to paste a couple of All Might posters. I must learn more about Gomu Gomu. He finishes placing all the posters, but notices something. When did I bring these? I'd better leave them. I wonder what they were like. He smiles remembering the stories Brooke told him. The hours passed, the night was here, and the students of Class A were exhausted on the sofas in the common area because they finished unpacking their things. Hiroshima. How tiring. Zero. But we managed to unpack everything in one day. Kaminari. This has its upside, we can all live together. Isn't it exciting? Izuku. You're right. Iida. Living together, it's training to learn cooperation and discipline. Moving his arms like a robot. Hiroshima. Are you excited too? Izulu laughs at the behavior of her partner, then the girls arrived. Mina. They finished their rooms. Kaminari. Nods. Now we are resting. Mina. You know, we girls talked and we thought it would be a good idea. Hagakure. Hold a room presentation contest. Though Koyami and Midoriya tense up. The green-haired man stands up, his hair covering his eyes. Mina. Midoriya. Izuku. Pumps blood from his arm. Gear second. The green-haired boy begins to run at great speed, improved a little by the second gear. When he reaches his fourth. Izuku. Gomu Gomu no Fusen balloon inflates his body to the width of the hallway, blocking the door to his room. Mina and Hagakure arrived and tried to move the green-haired boy, but it was impossible. Mina. Move. Pushing. Izuku. And no. Hagakure. Jiru-chan, help us. Trying to push the green-haired boy. Jiru didn't care, he approached the green-haired boy and connected his jacks to him to then attack him, but instead of hurting him the attack. Izuku. PFF hahaha. It tickled him, but it still worked, making the green-haired boy imitate a deflating balloon. When he opens the room, they are surprised how unusual it seemed. A couple of All Might posters, some books. Hiroshima. Wow. Midoriya, what is this? Looking at the wanted posters. Izuku. Ah, those were my master's companions, apparently they were very sought after. But these are the old ones. Izuku. There are some of them. I think there were more members. Jiru. Your teacher's poster looks like an advertisement for a concert. Izuku. Haha, those who were looking for him saved themselves the trouble of taking a picture of him. Kaminari. Hey, do you play? Seeing a violin. Izuku. Something. Brooke taught me how to play some instruments. Those words caught the attention of a certain violet-haired girl. Kaminari. Play something. Excited. Izuku. Maybe later nervous. As the others looked around each other's rooms, Izuku noticed something. Izuku. Where is Sai-chan? Uraraka. Ah, she said she didn't feel well. Kaminari. Is she sick? I guess it can't be helped. Walks to where Yaoyorozu's room was. Izuku sees everyone walking away and decides to follow them. Sai's room door opens, she looks out and sees her classmates walking away. Izuku. Tsu-chan appears behind the door. She tries to close it, but when she does, she notices that one of the green-haired man's fingers is on the door. Seiya. Izuku. I'm sorry, opens the door. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm made of rubber, that hurt a little, you're okay. Seiya. Well. Izuku. Su-chan, I won't force you to tell me, but. Seiya. See, can you pass? He gets nervous, but enters the green-haired girl's room. It was dark, but he could sense a relaxing atmosphere, not to mention he could notice a frog-shaped pillow. Seiya makes the green-haired boy sit on the bed and hugs him. Izuku. Titsu-chan. Seiya. I was worried were you where Almight and that villain were. Izuku. Yes, but kisses Seiya on the cheek. You shouldn't worry, I will always be with you. Seiya hugged the green-haired boy tighter, causing them both to fall onto the bed. Izuku was about to get up, but she was already asleep. Izuku. Whispering, oh no, I'm falling asleep, I must seize easy. They both fell asleep. Uraraka had arrived at Seiya's room and knocked a couple of times, without any response. Worried, she decided to open the door and upon entering, she saw that they had both fallen asleep, assuming it was due to exhaustion from unpacking the boxes, so she decided to let them rest. When they both woke up, they saw the position they were in. They were both blushing and nervous, but at the same time, they didn't want to separate. Izuku and Seiya were slowly bringing their faces closer to the point of feeling each other's breath. Izuku. Su-chan. Seiya. Izuku. They were both close, a kiss was inevitable, but. Talk talk talk. Uraraka. Seiya-chan. The brunette's voice could be heard on the other side of the door. Seiya answered to let him know she was awake. Apparently, dinner was ready and she had come to get her. Uraraka. Can you wake Izuku up so he can come down? Seiya. Uraraka. I'm sorry, I got worried and barged in. Don't worry, no one will know I was with you. Seiya. I understand, Kiro. Let's go. Her face was redder than Kirishima's hair. Uraraka's footsteps could be heard walking away. Seiya was both embarrassed and grateful that it was her friend who saw her with the green-haired man. She was about to open the door, but Izuku stops her. Seiya. Ksusud, Izuhmph. Izuku kissed the green-haired girl on the lips, she was surprised, but after a few seconds she reciprocated the kiss. Izuku. Separates from the green-haired girl, I'm sorry, but I wanted to do it. Nervous, Izuku leaves the room, leaving a green-haired girl completely blushing. Upon getting off, the green-haired boy approached the table, which was filled with food. The purpose was to celebrate their first night living under the same roof for the next 3 years. Despite the lack of alcohol, some seemed to be weak to carbonated drinks. Kaminari, who started charging other people's phones using his quirk, going into idiot mode. Jiru couldn't help but laugh his head off, as did Mina and Toru. In the midst of the celebration, the majority asked Izuku to play a melody on his violin. He was embarrassed but agreed, playing the melody his teacher taught him. Jiru fell in love with everyone while Bakugo went to sleep. The green-haired man inhales and exhales, managing to calm his nerves. They didn't know why, but as the green-haired boy played the song, some couldn't help but get emotional, others were impressed that Izuku played the instrument so well. Kirishima couldn't help but shed manly tears. Once he finished playing, Izuku wiped away a tear he had shed remembering when Brooke told him about how he lost his crew before meeting his captain. The hours had passed, the students of Class A went to rest, since the day after tomorrow they would start again with classes. Izuku went to his room and fell straight into his bed. Staring at the ceiling, he remembers all the events he has experienced since he entered UA and smiles, thinking of thousands of possibilities of what could happen in the future. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.